Hello, everyone. Welcome on this beautiful January 7th, 2023 morning. AGE 1K Open Series begins today. Blake,
the first one.
What's up?
I'm Blake Meyer. This is Colin Honigman.
That's correct.
Nailed it. This is the first of a series of Grand Prix events that we're doing here in Pasadena and maybe surrounding cities, maybe surrounding states. But what's really on the lines this time is not ELO, not card sleeves, but cold hard cash.
Money.
We're doing it all big here. Somebody today is going to walk away with $400.
Nice.
Somebody else will walk away with $200.
Nice.
And then AGE Open points, what those are is people are going to be playing 7 tournaments for the 8th one. And whoever the 16 best people are of all those open points will get to be invited to that final tournament worth 3 times as much money as all this.
That's right. So a whole series of events, 1Ks, leading up to August, where we will be doing a 3K prize pool for the top 16 of the Open Series. This will be kind of an exclusive invitational event. We're really excited about this. Brought to you, of course, by Arcane Games and Events, the premier event fab company in just the whole West Coast, maybe the United States.
Who knows?
I'm just going to say it. Everything here is great. I'm really excited. It's the first big event of the year. We've got a whole new set of cards that I've barely touched, so I'm excited to see what people bring.
I think it's interesting because if you're watching from home today and you're like, I don't know if I'm playing Briar, I don't know if I'm playing Phi, I don't know if I'm playing Icelander, what could be the best? Is Oldham the thing? You get to watch 9 rounds of people from SoCal doing it. So we're going to have people that have been to Worlds. We're going to have people that have almost made it to Worlds. We're going to have people that are playing the game for about 2 weeks. Yeah. And everybody's coming with the new meta right now.
We even got somebody who almost won Worlds, and that's Chris Ayali out in the field. What's he playing today? It's probably Briar, but maybe it's not. I don't know.
Who knows? Yeah.
Maybe it's Dash, Hanabi Blaster. Come on. It's going to be fun. All right, so we got some weekend stories. We're going to jump right into this. Boom. New PQ season. Starting off next week, right? It's next week?
Right.
So hitting it heavy. I think it's only 3-week season, so there's going to be a lot of events crammed in this month, but pretty excited. We have no idea what the P is for yet.
I think that's what's funny is everybody's qualifying for a tournament that they're not sure where it will be. I think it is going to be somewhere between the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans. So if you're doing it in California this week or next weekend, you're probably good. If you're doing a PQ in Italy, you're probably like, I'd like a little bit more information, but I'm excited for the tournaments. Like not a tournament that's happening 4 months from now, but these tournaments, these next 3 weeks, everybody's going to be going around SoCal, probably driving hours to go to Riverside and putting their decks on the table and saying, like, let's go, which is always my favorite part of this game.
It is. What are you playing this season?
I have switched to Dorinthia.
Oh, my God.
Because
close the stream. We got to go.
Dorinthia is interesting because it's like, oh, I know how to block Dorinthia, but then you drop the Iron Song Determination and everybody just turns into a first day player when that happens. And I don't like losing to Phi, which will be a running, not joke. It's not a joke. It'll be a running thesis statement of me rooting against Phi today because I am just a little bit over. We're going to say Phi's dominance in a second. It's just that he has cards that make you say, I guess I'm going to lose here.
Yeah, that's how it feels a lot of the time. And when you can reverse that situation, it feels pretty good. So that's something we'll be looking out for today. Who's running with Phi and who's
got the Dawn Blades
back into the ground. I'll be looking at Reinar and Kano because I want to get back to my roots and play things that are fun and I enjoy.
Right.
Reinar got a lot of great new cards in Dynasty, and Kano also got some interesting stuff there. And I'm just, I'm looking to play things I enjoy and have fun. And honestly, I've slept on Kano too long. He's been viable in CC for a while now, which I was waiting for, and then just didn't do anything about. So
it's time to wake up.
Time to wake up and just, play on both turns and have a good time doing math in front of someone else.
Hell yeah.
Speaking of Dynasty, we got a whole new set called Dynasty, and it has some dynamic effects that are
Right.
coursing through the veins of these players today. What do you think are the biggest hits and influences we'll see today from Dynasty?
I think Dynasty, we have some good dash players in our area, and the Harpoon is just going to take some of those people over the edge of, hey, I'm not going to lose this game anymore because I have a Harpoon that you said, I won't block, I won't block, I won't block, and then bam, here comes the Harpoon at the end. Grab your card that pays for everything, or grab your most damaging card, and now I've flipped the math on you.
Yeah.
And they can do that 3 times a game if they don't boost it, and that 3 times a game, some of our players in the back here can leverage that into a win without trying.
Yeah, it's a crazy card. I kind of knew immediately that it was going to be busted, and then forgot about it, and then just got Harpoon the other day, and I was like, cool, there goes my turn.
I don't like this card at all. Yeah,
and like, you just did a bunch of damage and then took my card away from me. So,
and I love that it's an anti-aggro card in an aggro deck.
Yeah.
So it is kind of like, hey, we're gonna race, and this Harpoon is gonna say dead end on 3 of your turns.
Yep.
And you're not gonna be able to get past me. I think another thing is the arrows.
Yeah.
Of
Azalea
can be less of a joke.
and
Azalea
Lexi got a little bit better.
Yeah, we got those screw shots coming in. Corkscrew?
Drill shots.
Drill shot. There it is. It looks like a corkscrew.
Yeah, it does.
Those are going to take a block off one of your equipments. Oh, my gross on hits that I have at Lexi, they're going to get through. And I'm going to get one of your armor pieces. It's a pain in the butt to block, especially when there's rain razors coming behind it. All that gross stuff is going to happen for a couple of our players today. We have a lot of Ranger at Odyssey.
Yeah.
So maybe that's something that people driving in 45 minutes or an hour and a half.
By a lot, we mean
don't
there's
have.
at least 2 guys who like to play Ranger.
And they're here.
all
They
the
got
time.
here early, and they were like, what should I do for my sideboard? And all of us are like, I haven't played Ranger one day in my life, so good luck. I don't know what's a sideboard for your deck.
That's also the edge that they're bringing today. You know, similar to how you're saying with Dory, there's some people who haven't seen these original heroes and played against them, really. So they don't know what's coming their way. They don't know what to expect, and they're going to miss some key cards and information that's going to punish them pretty significantly, especially with Azalea, as she has just so many on-hits. Not all of them are that significant, depending on the hero. I think she probably still struggles. I think Ranger always struggles against Guardian for the most part, but I think Azalea is in a pretty good spot to challenge the more aggressive decks right now. So hopefully we see some of that today. Be excited to see some Ranger do some cool stuff.
And I think the third thing that we just mentioned for Dynasty new card, Iron Song Pride for Dorinthia does shore up some of her bad matchups of like, oh, you're going to do something on your turn right before the end. Well, I'm going to use this extra pitch on my side, give myself a Dawnblade counter, started at 4, and now all my stuff 7, 10 are coming in, and this is just way harder to block. Just get your first Dawnblade counter without earning it with that new card.
Yeah, it's a crazy card. When I realized it's an instant, right?
Instantly.
Yeah, when I realized it was an instant, I was like, this is nuts. It's also a really pretty card. I pulled an extended art. I traded to our good friend Ryan over here because he is a good Dory player, and I don't regret it, but I kind of miss looking at it because it was a very pretty card. But, I don't like Dory, so get it out of here. So let's just talk about it because we're going to have to talk about it. His name's Phi, and not everybody likes him.
Phi's dominance. I think it's one thing where this deck is good. It's going to cut out a lot of creativity of, I want to try something new. I want to play a list that isn't optimized. When people show up with that world 4th place list of Phi, maybe he got 3rd. I don't know how the tiebreakers work there. It is something where this is an optimized list that has made it through major tournaments. You're sitting across from that and you want to try your new homebrew build, you're going to get blown out.
Yeah.
So it's, are you Phi or are you a deck that can handle Phi? Because I'm expecting Phi to be the most represented hero today, even in our meta where we don't normally have a lot of Phi.
Yeah, that's true. Southern California tends to have a lot of specialists as well as people that aren't necessarily just straight meta chasers, but we do have a good, significant portion of people who will probably be on Icelander still. It's funny to me that, we're talking about Phi's dominance, but clearly Icelander has shown itself to be like probably the best deck, maybe only because Michael Hamilton is the best player playing the best deck. But I think Phi is a little more forgiving, so if you are newer to it, you can probably pick it up a little bit faster. And then if you're very like skilled on it, you are
eliminating mistakes.
Yeah, your mistakes aren't gonna punish you as much. Whereas with Icelander, I think there's a lot of permutations of choices to make, and you can make the wrong choice that is pretty bad. So this is going to be an interesting day. I always thought Colin was Roger from Manorcast.
Heck yeah.
Nice.
I don't know.
Because I also complain about losing a lot. Shout out to Roger Bodie. I feel you, my friend.
I think to finalize the Phi's dominance is, can you do 9 rounds of playing Rhinar? Can you do 9 rounds of playing high-level Icelander? Or can you do 9 rounds of Phi's BS? I think the more likely thing is 9 rounds of Phi. So I'm hoping the players are bringing the Frostfangs, they're bringing the Pummels, they're bringing the Crush the Weeks to target that deck. Maybe they have is that all you got to attack those Phoenix Flames to just cut out that residual damage. This round's on me. Why is that card $27? Because we're using it to fight Phi and hope for the best.
Yeah, you're still just hoping when you play it, but it might help. So,
right.
And last thing, we started off talking about this. We'll get into it at the end. This is the first in a whole series, a new series brought to you by Arcane Games and Events, AGE. It is the Open series. What is an Open, Blake?
So if you've ever played Mario Kart and you're doing the Grand Prix mode, it's something where we're playing 4 rounds of races, and each time whoever wins in Mario Kart gets 15 points. Whoever wins all 4 gets 60. That's a perfect score. Kind of the same thing here, but instead of 4 races, we're doing 7. And the maximum score is 210. If we have someone win all 7 of these, that would be, I don't know if that would be the coolest thing or if that would be boring to the people at home. It's going to be interesting because it's multiple metas that we're going to get across.
Yeah. So this is kind of the layout for prizing today, but you can see on the right we have points. So basically, based on your performance, you not only can win money, but you can win points that will build up towards qualifying for the Players' Championship happening in August of this year. This is really exciting. I think it's the first of its kind in Flesh and Blood. I think a lot of other games have similar kind of non-publisher supported events like these that really are just going to highlight the best players in the region. And, in Southern California and, the surrounding states, there is a lot of great players. So we're hoping to draw in some of the best to really see what they can do on a consistent basis through across different metas and, provide something that's a little bit different and hopefully, maybe even a little more exciting than the regularly scheduled program brought to you by LSS.
Right. And I think one thing is, like, if you are a player who's like, bro, I love playing in these tournaments, I want that money, fly into LA, go to Disneyland the week before, come take our money if you're better than us. Like, if you're looking at the play today and you're like, yikes, come play Kano, destroy everyone, take that $400 and use it to pay for your plane back. We're welcoming the whole world here of, when you're in LA, come to our tournament and show us up. Let's do it.
Yeah, it definitely won't pay for your whole Disneyland trip, but it will make it cheaper.
Yeah.
Prices there just keep going up. It's out of control. But yeah, we're very excited. I'm excited to be here. We'll probably be here, together casting, but we'll have, a couple new faces coming in. And, it's just going to be a great series. I'm really excited. And today, we're setting off with pretty big bang. I think we've got some heavy hitters in the crowd.
Heavy hitters. You've heard some of these people before, and maybe you've seen some of these people. Every single one of these people has made it into a top 2 or won one of our tournaments that we've done on stream. First, we'll go with Craig, who is, when we're in Pasadena, it's Craig's playground, even though he doesn't live here.
Yeah, he just comes here to wreck things.
He's better known as the Scourge of Pasadena, which is a joke until it's not, because he's very good in this building of, I think he's maybe lost 3 times in the 3 tournaments he's been here, but that's 2 wins, and then, no, I think he's like even less than 3 losses, like maybe 2 losses, and he's top 4 to every tournament he walks to the door. People, maybe you haven't heard of him if you live in lower South Carolina, but everybody knows him here. And he's somebody that everybody doesn't want to see, but they'd love to beat if they could choose one person.
Well, let's be fair. Everyone loves to see Craig. He's just a delightful man and always very nice to talk to. He is one of those specialists. He is a Guardian specialist. He played Bravo for a very long time. We'll forgive him for his Starvo reign of terror. But even then, he played an interesting deck that he brought his own kind of thought process.
Way
and
more
style
defense
to it.
reactions, yeah.
Very interesting there. And I'm just going to assume he's on Old Him today. Old Him seems to be the better Guardian right now, just has access to more tools with Crown of Seeds and stuff like that. So we're going to say it's Old Him, and we're going to say Craig's going to do pretty well today.
4 pummels every game you have to watch out for.
Maybe we'll even get a repeat of a top 4 match last time against, was it against Anthony?
It was against Anthony.
Anthony Pham. You also notice that they are all on The Experience. The Experience is a local team out of Riverside. And what's their store over there?
Top Deck Keep.
Top Deck Keep, that's right. Shout out to Top Deck Keep. These are some great players all around, and it just, I guess if you play with them, you just get way better. Although I think they were all good to begin with, so that probably helps. But yeah, Anthony, just one of our local slayers, man. He just does well at tournaments. He puts his mind to a deck, and he just figures it out.
Right.
He was a terror on chain, got really into Briar, and I think has been playing Icelander lately, and has just consistently done well. So
I think the one thing that Anthony's very impressive on is I was playing a fun deck, and then it's time to turn it on for a competitive season. And whenever you have a competitive deck that is the best in the meta, if you give Anthony 6 weeks to figure it out, he will beat you. And so it's something where whatever the best deck in Outsiders is, that it would probably be the best. I'm going to expect Anthony to play that midway through March, probably better than everyone in the field, and he's just going to consistently go find the best deck and play it at the highest level.
Yeah. You know, and we forgive him for that meta chasing, you know, because he's good at it, and he makes it look good, and it's usually just really a pleasure to watch him play. I've seen some amazing games that he's played, and just exhibits a ton of skill in how he pilots these heroes. So, you know, definitely be looking for him on the stream today. And then I guess our last, you know, just another local guy. He's pretty good. You might
number 2 in the world.
Might remember him from being number 2 in the world. Chris Iali, also on Team Experience. I guess Team The Experience. It's hard to say that, but
yeah, we just gotta experience the best we can, I guess.
But yeah, Chris is another just fantastic player. He's not a meta chasing player.
He was doing Viscerai. He's kind of Roombladey.
He is Roombladey, but he was on Dromai for a bit. He plays decks he likes that are also powerful. I think, you know, he balances what is enjoyable for him versus, you know, what he's good at, and I think he's done a great job piloting all these things. And you saw him almost win Worlds against the one and only Michael Hamilton. So hopefully, you know, pretty soon
he will be the one and only Chris Iali one day.
He already is, to be honest. Another just great person. We got a great community out here. It's really cool to, you know, have this event and this whole series of events going forward to not only support them but highlight them as like the skilled players that they are. So it's gonna be fun. So I would say buckle up, but really just maybe loosen up, because we're going to be here all day. Put on your compression socks, because we're not going to be moving or standing up very much.
9 rounds.
9 rounds. I think, do we know a player count yet? It's like 30 something.
I wouldn't. I'm going to guess high 30s.
Yeah.
I think one more thing about Chris Iali before we see him probably round 5 or something. It's so nice to see Chris Iali make it to the toppest table in the world, because that man has crushed my dreams of in a top 8 right before we got to in a top 8. And I think another time where I was just on fire, and then you get to Chris Iali and he blows you out 26-0, and you're like, why am I not better at this game? And you're like, oh, I lost to the second best player in the world. That's just a regular SoCal moment for you, but it is kind of like, oh, okay, I'll relax a little bit.
Yeah.
I can't beat the second best player in the world. Cool.
Yeah. It's, like I said, there's a lot of talented players out here. So it can be hard to play against them all the time. So that's why we're up here commentating.
Right.
We're gonna be having
We
a
gave
good
up.
time. Yeah, we gave up. We'll just be playing some scrubby games on the side and just watching everyone else have, showcase their skill and hopefully have a great
Right.
time. I think we're probably starting our players meetings soon, but
I think
we'll get the game started in a little bit.
I think one other thing that I'm excited about for organized play this year, and this is part of organized play in my mind, the side tournaments that maybe aren't LSS, what are they called, affiliated, licensed, or whatever those words are, is that this is the year. Last year was fun. Everyone was trying new things. I'm super excited. Maybe this is the year for some rivalries to build. Maybe this is the year where you have grudges of this person prevented me from winning that pro quest. I want to go to the next AGE to beat them. I'm just excited for that, of maybe not make our community more competitive and more angry, but just the thought process of there's somebody over there sitting there that I want to beat, and I'm excited to have more opportunities to beat them and more stories after we leave drive in our cars home and say, man, it sure was fun today because I got to go at one of these strong players.
Yeah, I think, we're developing a local history, by bringing players from the whole region together here. And there's those moments, Craig pummeled Chris Iali for the win last time. And I think, similarly, we have
If we remember it, they remember
Yeah.
it probably. Yeah.
There's going to be more and more of these moments where we see great players kind of one-up each other. And I think, inevitably, like you said, we're not making it more competitive or angry, but, there's history and there's a desire
Right.
to prove themselves.
If you're not on the experience and you beat all these experience, there's a thing. The experience has 7 or 8 people. Let me do the right number. 7 or 8 people. I think most of them are in the back, but maybe when we look at the top 8 and we say how many are experienced and how many are not experienced, I think that's probably a storyline today. And maybe there's hey, I saw you at AG Open. There's a team. Why don't we build our own team and have something come out of this of not anti-experience, but we're good enough to build our own team too, and just have 4 different teams 2 or 3 months from now. I think will be really cool.
Yeah. I think having more events, I think the nice thing about this AG Open is that this can be every month. The dates are going to be released ahead of schedule. Right now, we've got February and March already planned. So the next 3 months of some high-level gaming already on the books. If you want to check out the schedule, please check out AGE events, age.events. Also, please check out live.age.events to subscribe to our YouTube page and twitter.age.events for the Twitter page.
And those aren't normal URLs. We got somebody who's smart at making redirects, and that's easier. Just type in, there's no .coms, there's no wwws, just live.age.events.
And it'll take you where you want to be. AG Events will have all the scheduling, and you can even purchase tickets beforehand. So please check that out. And, if you feel like you could do better, come show us how you do better out here. We're just out here hanging out, and we're inviting everyone to come and show us how it's done.
I think this is something where, there'll be 30-something today because we're starting the brand new year. Everybody just got fat at Christmas, and they're I'm taking a break a little bit. 2 minutes until the players meeting. Just got told by the main man himself, Justin L. If you're looking at Twitter, I guess he doesn't have his own page. This is what he looks like. He's the guy who's doing the tournament. If you see him around at one of these callings or Battleheart Insulator, pick his brain, figure out how to run your own tournaments, because we'd love to see more tournaments like this. Let's have one in Texas. I think one thing that I grew up watching in high school and college was the fighting game tournaments. Mm-hmm. And maybe I missed out on Magic and League of Legends and Overwatch maybe, but fighting game tournaments were something where it's every weekend there's one in a different state. I'd love to get to there with Flesh and Blood and just have people in wrestling rings, and that's where I hope we can go over the next couple years of organized play here.
If we could bring the energy from a fighting game tournament to Fab, it would be insane. Those things are wild just to watch even the crowd respond to what's happening, because I don't know. I guess I know what's happening, but I have no context.
Bionic? That's a thing where when someone flips over the pommel for the win, that is something that I hope everybody can be okay, this is a hype moment.
Yeah. That's our fair. I mean, it's one of the best moments in Fab. It's like, does he have the pummel? He's got the pummel.
He does.
Woo! For the win. Beautiful.
I think 2 minutes to player meeting. It's probably 1 minute now. So we're going to do a players meeting. Then we'll probably have the first round, I would guess, 10 or 15 minutes. So 11:10, 11:15. We're going to be doing 9 rounds. So we're literally here all day. So if you're doing laundry, come back. If you're going to lunch, come back. We'll be here literally until like 6 or 7 p.m. where there's a winner at the end of all this. Go to Chipotle. They don't have the Keith Lee special quesadilla until March. They just announced that, but that's something for the people on TikTok.
So until March, you're just here stuck with us.
Yeah. What else is there going on? Are you doing TikTok anymore or never ever?
No, I'm pretty sure it's going to be banned in the United States because it's a data
It's
piracy
making all
platform.
of our phones hot. Oh my goodness.
I'm an adult. I watch TikTok on Reddit or Instagram.
Heck yeah. I think that's something where there's Flesh and Blood on Twitter. Flesh and Blood Facebook is very a niche audience, I feel like. There's no Flesh and Blood TikTok. So I think that's probably says something about our community of we're all a little bit older. We're all a little bit more degrees and like jobs and families, which is an interesting community, you guys.
It's true.
So when you're dropping your kids at soccer, come back. We'll still be here.
We'll still be here.
Yeah.
Their game doesn't matter. This matters.
Yeah.
1K on the line today here at Odyssey Games, brought to you by Arcane Games and Events. You know, this is going to be a great year, man. 2023. We got Outsiders coming up soon.
Oh, I am excited for that.
All we know is that Assassin card is in there. Let's just jump into it. Like,
Yeah,
spoilers.
here's what it is.
All we got. I don't even know where this spoiler came from because it wasn't on the website.
It was from a period in one of the things. It was hiding inside of a hyperlink.
Oh, was it? Oh,
Yeah.
man. That's beautiful. I
As
missed it because I was taking a break.
as an Arachne player for 4 weeks,
Arachne main.
I don't know
For
what this
4
card
weeks.
is for. I think it's interesting because it says target attack action card. There's no assassin written there. So I'm hoping there's maybe the command and conquer of this set will have stealth on it.
Ooh.
You could 2 for 6 with a gross on hit and then flip over the Razor's Edge to make it 9.
Yeah.
And then that's a very powerful thing. I would love for like there to be like an elemental type of thing with all these 4 heroes coming out. I'm assuming it's 4 just based on the numbering of this. There's some people that maybe think differently.
But they're wrong. It's
Yeah,
going to
they're
be 4. We did the 3 set. I think 3 has been fun and interesting. I think it's about time to get back to 4 to make draft a little bit, I don't know, more dynamic. I think it's been rough. Honestly, I hope they add an extra card to packs because the 2 token slots is like really tough. It has a significant impact on your choices and your ability to pivot any point in Uprising or Tales of Aria draft. So I guess Tales of Aria was a little bit easier because you had the double elements. I think that was like where the 3 heroes hit the most because like you could pick multiple elements and still be kind of open. Whereas I felt draft and Uprising was like you pretty
did
much
not take those ice cards.
Yeah, turn 2 or 3, you're like, okay, I'm in this hero, and I hope it goes well for the rest of it. And the guy next to me isn't also drafting this, which he
Force
probably is.
Force 5.
Yeah.
Oh, Feiyu's
Force
on the chat, so I guess Feiyu's
not here. Man, we were gonna root for Feiyu all day, but next time, come out. Feiyu. We miss you.
Come pummel us, Feiyu.
Yeah, come pummel us. Yeah. So Outsiders, very exciting. I did not notice that it said target attack action card and not assassin. So that's really interesting. I wonder if there's talent related to stealth. If there's like an overarching talent for all the
Outsider
heroes.
assassin. That would be cool. Outsider ranger.
We do. I mean, it is believed that Azalea will be getting a star of the show treatment in this set as well. We'll see if that says like a main token draft hero or another kind of majestic thing. That'll be kind of interesting to see the second iteration of this idea of kind of reintroducing the original 8 heroes with a talent. So that'll be very cool. Definitely Azalea Stonks on the rise as well.
Get your Skullbone Crosswrap just in case.
Arachne's just stayed up there. All his cards gotten more expensive. I'm so glad I got my play sets when they were just
you have to surgical extract your wallet from your brain to pay for all this stuff.
Yeah.
4 heroes.
4 heroes.
So Ranger, Assassin, Alchemist for sure.
I mean, they talked about it in the story, so I would.
Right.
I mean, not that says anything, but I think the
alphabetically.
the alphabetic numeric, heroes out there putting together the spreadsheets. Shout out to all of you. Have already pointed out that there is space before assassin to have a
alchemy. And then
class,
fourth
talent. I don't know what it would be.
There hasn't been a mechanologist main hero since Arcane, so it's like if you're skipping it again for this, that's just crazy in my mind. So there has to be a mechanologist in this one.
I mean, it would make more sense if it was like a metrics location set. So maybe we'll get like the like junkyard mechanologist, from the pits, who's just picking up dashes like scraps and making up their own stuff. Something like that would be pretty cool.
Oh, that'd be sick. Like, as you attack your opponent, if they block, create some scrap chunk scrap.
Scrap as a token. Nice.
Use this scrap to build a new part of your pistol.
As an idea factory, the brainstorming bureau in effect. We'll just say things until you print it.
Arcane games and events and balancing and ideas for game. Please call us.
For hire.
Yeah. Just kidding. We all have jobs. We are all doing other things. This is a side hobby. Unless
we can make it not.
Yeah.
We're out here volunteering our time. Giving up the chance at the big bucks and prizes here at the AG Open just to bring you guys.
They get to dodge the Dawn Blade.
That's true.
It's interesting. At least 2 people on our what is this called, staff, would be swinging Dawn Blades today. So maybe we're making it easy on the Phis so we can complain about them harder, so they can get nerfed quicker. Get that lava burst out of here. That's maybe a little bit of a teaser for what you have later planned. I actually don't know. Everybody's clapping in the back. We got people probably getting set up for round 1. I think we're going to take literally like a 2-minute break. And when we have more information, we'll be back.
Yep. Our first round.
And don't go anywhere because we're going to get started. Oh, dang. That's a bigger. I forgot about that camera angle. It's going to be fun. We're going to be here all day. We've said this. So promise you, high-level flesh and blood with some of our best players in the world is happening soon. And we'll see you then.
Be right back. are back, and we are ready for round one. In just a second, we've got an exciting matchup to show on stream. What do we got coming, Blake?
We have an Icelander from San Diego named Alan C., which you remember him from the Bolton days. He maybe has been like, I don't really like playing Bolton into ice. Nobody really does. So he has been doing Icelander for a solid maybe 4 or 5 months.
Yep.
And then we've got the young upstart who just came to our game recently, came to Odyssey, he was like, I want to play this game. Jacob Bertrand's playing Phi. He ended up leaving his deck at his house. So he's ripping some new Phi lists that he's trying for the first time. So we're like, let's see how he can improvise. He is good at improvising, though, I've heard.
Nice. Yeah, Alan has been a true believer in Bolton for a long time, would just come in top 8 many events, even though everyone said Bolton wasn't good enough to do that. He is just shown that if you're good enough at a deck, you can win games.
Right.
But like you said, it's pretty bad in ice, so if you can't beat him, you join him, and Alan on Icelander is honestly a bit scary. So excited to see this matchup.
Right.
It should be interesting and hopefully not too short, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
I think it'll be a long slog, actually.
You think it's going to slog? All right.
I think what's interesting about Alan, what I've heard people say about him, is he plays his deck as fast as he plays an aggro deck. Like the decision tree in his mind is, I already know this. I know what we're doing. Here we go. Maybe a good thing about Jacob leaving his deck at home is he normally plays Kodachi Phi, which I think would be way worse into Icelander.
Yeah.
So maybe there's a chance of like, yes, my Emberblade costs 3, but that's better than my Kodachis costing 2 each. That math looks bad.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not a big fan of the Kodachi Phi. I think Emberblade is just better, but I understand the thought process behind it. But we'll see what it does. It definitely will be a challenge playing a deck he hasn't piloted as much, but it's Phi. It should be mostly the same, I think. And
I think the real question is how much AB is he going to flip over, and then we'll be like, ooh, here we go.
What do you think? 1,
I'm gonna
2, 0.
I think it has to be 3 if you don't know what deck you're doing. But if the deck doesn't have it and you're just doing 1, here we go, right?
Let's jump right in.
Oh, that looks like a Tide Flipper for sure down below. Yeah, so Tide Flipper means 1 AB.
Is that Tide Flippers?
It is, yeah. It's got that blue background, even though there's some glare on it right now.
Isn't there that other one?
It's not Breeze Rider Boots. If it's Breeze
Breeze
Rider
Rider
Boots, good luck.
Okay, yeah, I think there are Tide Flippers, yeah. A little bit of glare there, but not too bad. Ooh, and we've got the signed Phi card. That'll bring him some extra spice. I didn't see who won the dice roll.
I think we'll figure out as soon as Jacob plays a card, because I think he's first.
Jacob is playing. So he's got the mask.
Oh, yeah, we got a tunic counter already. So
pouncing links, so he's looking to combo off a bit here. Pretty standard tunic, Tiger Stripe Shuko, and the Tide Flippers. So nothing.
Pride of San Diego versus Pride of Hollywood.
Boom.
Let's do it for round 1.
For round 1. Only in Los Angeles / adjacent areas.
I think I don't think he's reading some of these cards for the first time. I think he plays most of these cards in his other deck. I think drawing another Phoenix Flame at the beginning of the game is kind of interesting, because maybe you just jam that in your arsenal and wait for a bigger turn later. An Energy Potion right away, I think, is a very good first turn play of Energy Potion pass Arsenal. Yeah. Arsenal pass, I think is the right word.
Yeah, I think, you got to pitch this out of the way. Flame Call Awakening, right? I feel like I would have gone with the branding and then maybe Arsenal that Flame Call Awakening, but just to get that extra value out of. Yeah, that's the one where you search up a Phoenix Flame.
Right. Yeah. I think he wants the Phoenix Flame back in his deck, probably. Okay, so the person who lends him this deck is literally going to be commentating later. He's like, this is the only Phoenix Flame in his deck, so drawing that maybe isn't the greatest. Alan said, great, I'm going to just Scar for Scar immediately. The best card to get in my opening hand.
It's so good. As much as it pains me that, this wizard deck is just like a mid-range value deck these days, it's also just pretty sweet that it can operate in this level. It just highlights, again, Flesh and Blood as a game, a system where there's so much flexibility in how you can put these decks together and pilot them.
Right. I think what's interesting is Jacob has the energy potion, so maybe blocking with a card that he would normally pitch for isn't the worst because he could just energy potion to still have a big turn even after a 3 block. But 40 health to work with, I think most of the time you're just going to be like, take it. Take it. This is a blue Aether Ice Vein, though, fusing, so once again, energy potion's a star here because you can just pitch for 2 from that and just say, I'll take the damage and just keep going with my full hand.
Do you think energy potion is something he wants to save for later in the round, maybe to protect?
I think anytime you have an energy potion, it's kind of like I'm Blizzard. You're not going to hit me with a Blizzard that I won't be able to respond to. You're not going to be able to hit me with, what else is there that would mess with you? Aether Ice Vein, I think, is the main target too.
Yeah.
Especially because you only have 1 AB. Like, anytime someone's going to Aether Ice Vein you, it's like I'm literally going to lose a card.
Yeah,
because
there's
no
is happening right now as he gets either Ice Veined.
There's no Oasis in this deck, right? Oasis is not available. That doesn't seem like a Phi card, but would help in these exact scenarios if you had it. I think what's interesting is Alan is just like, yeah, let's go. What are you doing over here, bud? And Jacob's like, I don't play against Icelander in my meta. Odyssey is missing Icelanders.
Alan is a fast player. He slams these cards down, and it's that thing where I don't know why the math becomes immediately more difficult as soon as someone is like, here's something you need to think about both blocking and how it'll affect your next turn, but it's a lot.
I think what's nice is we got Jacob laughing, so he's like,
so he can probably hear us.
I'm nervous. He's touching the energy potion. Maybe he's just putting a counter on there because he's like, okay, I do have this available to me. Once again, maybe in his deck for AB he has 3, and he's like, I'm learning on the fly of what 1 AB looks like against Icelander. Yeah. Which, spoiler alert,
it's rough.
Not great.
It's going to be rough. Yeah. This is the first of as many difficult choices or non-choices that you have of just like, great, well, I'm going to lose a card, or I'm just going to pop this energy potion and pay the fee.
And that's what he's doing here.
Icelander gives me
3 damage, but I'm going to use my energy potion to pay, so I keep my full hands and hope that card in your arsenal isn't an ice card.
Yeah, it probably is. It's at least a blue, but oh god, he's got a Findel's Fighting Spirit and an Aether Ice Vein in hand, as well as, was it a Blizzard? No, it was the other one.
But I think Phi's major thing he can do is just get through the ice pressure, because Belittle Minnowism is always available to these players. There's 0 for 3s out the wazoo. Here's our first 0 for 3. That's going to be a brand of Cinderclaw.
Classic opening card. It's got Go Again. It attacks for 3.
Immediately shows the Channel Lake Frigid.
It costs nothing.
And that's going to be a Frostbite because of our hero power. And then everything you do is going to cost 1 more. Jacob's like, great. I was hoping to pay more for my attacks. That's where this deck shines. 0 for 3s are now 1 for 3.
You know it would make 5 even more fun if all my cards cost something.
Yeah. That Ron and Renegade's going to be not great anymore. I think one of those Spreading Flames will probably go into Arsenal to save for next time to really get a good turn that time. Maybe that's not even Spreading Flames. That looks like Mounting Anger now that I think about it.
Yeah, I think it's Mounting Anger.
Which that's even worse now. I think it's interesting because Phi seems so oppressive until Channel Lake Frigid comes down.
Yeah.
And then you're like, this is a normal hero. Maybe we should have Channel Lake Frigid be accessible for every hero. Maybe make an Ice Crown that you can be Rhinar and play Channel Lake Frigid. And
yeah, I think the hardest part, at least when I've played Icelander, is having to not only remember like, okay, I got to pay for Channel Lake Frigid, but then I also got to keep it around next turn. Mm-hmm. And it can be tricky in remembering which cards to pitch and what your game plan can be, and making sure you even have something to pitch to sometimes to make sure that you get the most value out of Channel Lake Frigid, because getting it out on their turn is super powerful, right, but it can fizzle out if all it does is kind of like stop their turn and then you can't do anything and it goes away. It really shines when you can keep it out there for at least 2 turns, or like 2.5 turns, which is
And then
the cool thing.
that's a rough turn for Jacob because he said, let me pitch 2 reds to do 3 damage to you, which does not feel good. But Alan had a floating resource, so he just went ahead and used his arms to block 2 of it.
Nice.
Which I think is interesting. Sort of saving that. I guess there's not any big on-hit targets that are going to be like 7 or 8 like you would normally face like from a Guardian. So he feels, if I got the resource, might as well use it now.
Yeah, so he's got the Finals Fighting Spirit. Probably going to play that and pitch the blue ice card, keep Channel Lake out. There we go. Hypothermia, that's what that card is. Forgot the name of that for a minute. And he's ready to Arsenal. He's already moved on to his end step, take 7 damage, and let's go.
And there's no healing on this because we're tied up. I don't know if that was a consideration of maybe I shouldn't have used my arms, even if I do have the extra resource, because I want to gain a health on a card in my current hand. What's interesting is Alan's a way better player than me, so I think second guessing anything he's doing.
I think he did heal one. I think he was at 32. Yeah, he was at 32.
Oh, well, I
he
gotta
just
look at the top right corner every once in a while.
He just did it so fast you didn't see it happen. That's our boy Alan out
These
there.
people are zooming.
Now he'll wait for Jacob to ponder the choices in hand. He's got a snatch.
Because he went from 36. Okay, yeah, he was at 32.
Yeah, he's at 32.
I believe you now.
Yeah.
I did the math in my head. Thanks, Capolo.
Thank you. Keeping us honest out here. And there we go. Taking a bit of damage, channel that Lake Frigid, and let's see how this next turn stack up. Hopefully he has a blue, because Tunic isn't going to help him right now. That is like one of the most painful things about Channel Lake Frigid, or things like Heart of Ice, where it's just like, oh, I guess my Tunic is pointless right now.
Right. But he has a blue out, so that'll help. What's going to be the play? Cool. We're going to... Heck yeah, double strike. So 1 point of damage coming in.
And we're going to pay for each point of damage.
Does he have something in his arsenal that he wants to respond to this to make it even worse for him? Or is there an attack in there?
I always forget, too, that the Tunic is a great way to break Frostbite.
So if you don't get Frost Hex,
you get that extra resources. Even if, I know Frost Hex isn't probably the win condition in this
I can still do
deck.
like 5 or 6 damage to you. And you're like,
but
what?
It's one of those things where it's like that kind of like unintuitive interaction that actually benefits you greatly if you remember to do it. But coming back in with the double strike, Wounded Bull.
Interesting block here.
Greatest generic card ever printed.
Yeah. I wish that got into more decks. Snatch for 4.
Nice.
Saying I need 2 of your cards to block this, or I'm going to draw a card.
Unfortunately, it has a card in Arsenal, so not that important of drawing a card. Just
no Phoenix Flame this time either, because it's so hard to do all that through a lake. I think it's Alan's trying to maybe what can I pitch 2 ice cards to do this? One will get my spell, and then the other one will probably do Waning Moon.
Yep.
And then I'll keep Channel Lake up for a 3rd turn.
Yeah, this is a perfect Channel Lake Frigid experiences.
It's just a vortex Jacob's not going to get out of.
Yeah. I mean, he's holding it down there at even life, but I think when you're even life with Icelander, you're actually a bit behind.
Right. Because I would say the good old Storm Striders represent about 5 damage in this matchup.
Mm-hmm.
So you could probably say Jacob's at 24 if you're a betting man.
Nice.
We got Bohemian Rhapsody in the back too.
Yeah, hopefully you cannot hear that music because we will get a copyright claim. So if you hear the music in the background, please let us know.
But if we start singing a little bit, it is one of our favorite songs here at the...
if we start singing, it is a parody. We're saying right now it's parody, and therefore it is fair use under the law here in America.
I think Aether Icevein is not what Jacobs wants to see. It's interesting Alan's running some yellows of them too. If you're paying attention to... Maybe playing Alan 4 rounds from now, seeing yellow ice veins here will be something you make him note of.
If you're in your game playing here and also watching the stream.
I'm sure there's somebody that already conceded in the back here and being like, screw this, I don't want to play my main matchup. Thanks, Capolo. I love that you can't hear the music.
Yeah. I think we did get a copyright last time. Something weird happened.
Who knows? I guess Capolo knows. Yellow ice vein sucks. He only has 1 AB. It's going to be, we don't have an energy potion to pay for it anymore. So I'm going to take 3 damage, or you pitch 1 blue to block 1 of this damage and then pay for the cost. But then you don't have the blue for your turn.
Yeah, which he's going to need for the Channel Lake Frigid. Pretty rough spot here. I feel like you probably just take the damage and then pay.
Right. I think when Jacob was figuring out, like, what's my best number 1 round that I could have, not this.
Yeah.
He probably wanted to do about 35 damage in 3 turns, and so far, all the damage is coming his way.
Yeah, definitely an interesting matchup and really difficult, especially when the Channel Lake Frigid is out for 2.5 turns.
Right. Flow counters at 2. Hey, I got 2 ices. I'm putting them on the bottom before I do anything else. Keeps the Channel Lake around. Clean up, and good luck.
Yeah. Basically 3 turns because he got it out on Jacob's turn. So that's what you want to see as the Icelander player and exactly what you don't want to see playing against the Icelander.
Right.
Because, by this time, he's probably going to draw into another Channel Lake Frigid pretty soon. So,
because he's seen maybe 12 to 16 cards since his last Channel Lake Frigid. There's only 60 cards in the deck. You're running 3. That's basically right when the worst case scenario would be you draw in the next 20 cards.
Perfect distribution, which obviously always happens for your opponent and never for yourself.
Mega Monk says, why does Icelander get Rainbow Crippling Crush?
Because it's the best thing she's got.
They're just better than you, you know? It got banned in Blitz, which I think was very interesting because maybe some of these bans in Blitz would be things that show up later for CC bans. But I think it's such a powerful win condition for Icelander that how much can you hamper her? Yeah.
It's a really powerful card. It does require them, to have the Ice Fusion and to pay for it. So the cost of it is pretty high. I think with the Insidious Chill is really when it becomes like the most painful thing to see and honestly miserable thing to sit across from sometimes, where you just like feel so defeated to you're just like, okay, I guess I'm going to take damage. I'm going to lose all my cards and just have nothing to come back with. And then they're going to hit me on my turn again, which that's just the cycle she's playing to win.
And I think you're probably being like, why aren't you guys focusing on Jacob's turn? It's because it's not a great turn because he had to pay extra for the Ronin Renegade. Now he's having to pay to avoid discarding a card. He's also going to take damage on his own turn. Alan hasn't even blocked this card yet, but he doesn't even really need to. He could keep a full hand to try and peek him next turn, to try and get a 4th round of the same Channel like Frigid if he could figure that out. It's just like that. If you thought about every Phi turn in the world that Jacob's had, that's probably one of the lowest impact ones. And it's just, hey, here's my 4th Aether Ice Vein coming at you.
Just a red 2, coming in for 5 fuse. Great ice card for the Arsenal too. Channel Lake Frigid will be going away, but like we said, he's probably drawn into another one soon. So it's a really tough position. But I think this is a spot for Jacob to kind of come back at Alan as hard as he can next turn. He really needs to turn something on because it's only going to get worse if he gets another Channel Lake Frigid out here.
And he knows that it's going to be the blue ice card that doesn't do damage to him.
Yeah.
So I think that's Polar Cap. I think that's maybe a thing if Jacob's aware of this matchup of, okay, worst thing that can happen is a 3 damage weapon attack from the Waning Moon. So maybe it is kind of like, I'll discard a card here because I don't want to pay 2, take 5 damage, go to 17, and hopefully zoom past this pressure. But then as soon as Alan shows up with a 5th Aether Ice Vein, it's just like, can I catch a break? Earlier we were saying, I hope Phis don't catch a break. Sorry, Jacob.
It's not personal.
You're just collateral damage here.
Yeah. It's tough, man. It's where we're at in this meta. It's really interesting. Aggro can do really well, but you do have to dodge some of these matchups or get a little bit lucky and they don't draw kind of the evenly distributed hands that really can benefit Icelander.
Because if Alan was, I didn't get my Channel Lake Frigid until turn 5, we're probably 25-18 the other way.
Yeah, so
or worse.
I think Alan just passing his turn, drawing back up, but he does have Tunic Charge, so he can get the, what was it, the Polar...
He gets to flip over his arsenal for free, grab another card. He'll have 5 cards to block with and come back at him with.
Yeah.
So we're going to have a Waning Moon for 3, but here's a Light & Strike, which is an interesting card because there's 3 modes. We're going to wonder which one they were. I'm thinking it's probably going to be Go Again.
It's got to be Go Again. This is an interesting card. And in Phi. I personally feel it's a little bit anti-synergistic just because you have to put a card on the bottom, which feels bad in Phi. But it can also just be a good 2-card hand.
Right.
You know,
Get
come
off
in
of
for
me,
seven,
here's 7, yeah.
or get a card for your arsenal. But yeah, Jacob just been we getting the short end of the stick here. Alan giving him that frostbite.
Alan's holding the big end of the stick this entire game.
He's like, here, do you like my stick? I'll show it to you some more.
Yeah. It's decorated with Aether Ice Veins.
It's a Vans sponsored stick. How many times can we say stick?
Yeah. Here's a stick for 3.
Here's my magic stick.
Yeah.
Waning Moon.
I think it's interesting because Jacob's body language is just like, I thought this was going to be fun. I was excited for this. I'm on stream. Thanks for that, of documenting this game for the rest of my life.
Thanks for the round 1 stream. Round 1 stream is always the hardest. You feel bad putting people on it just because it's a little bit of extra pressure, but that's the way it goes here at Odyssey Games. We're professional. We put people on stream.
Right. He follows up the Enlightened Strike with, there's a snatch in his hand. Is he going to do it? Is he going to do it? He's forgetting that he has a frostbite though from the polar cap. Oh, he says, oh, my hand is hot, Garb. Dude, let's get some player 1 to really see this emotion. He's like, crap. Let me see if I do have the resources. I still don't. I'm gonna keep my turn going.
Give him a back rub from behind.
Yeah.
You can feel the energy.
Jacob's saying,
whoops.
Let's pitch to get the tunic back to do some kind of damage.
Yeah.
That is a spreading flame, right? That's what that card looks
flames.
Like? That's low impact, but he's maybe like, can I get another arsenal card maybe that'll help me better? Maybe he's trying. No, there's no Phoenix Flame coming after this. This is through a no channel like Frigid turn as well. He's probably just like, what am I doing? Alan's like, cool. No emotion. Block with this.
No emotion.
Thumbs up. Let's try our best to have a good turn from me. Oh wait, no good turns from Phi today.
Yeah, this is worst case scenario. I think this is probably the biggest break Jacob's got, is just getting peaked right here.
Oh my goodness.
Which is still not fun because he doesn't have an arsenal. I feel like he might have wanted to keep that arsenal just to cut his losses and hopefully pull into a bigger.
What's the difference between 27 and 24? Yeah. I think one thing, if Peak was in other heroes, it would be one of their best options. I think it's funny that that card is so good and is still like Icelander's 5th or 6th. Like if you're not doing anything else, you might as well just peek on.
Yeah.
Because that's basically like it's a card that says Winner's Bite. Pay 3, get a card out of your opponent's hands. It's Winner's Bite on a stick that you always have on your head.
Yeah, it's just something you can pitch to as well, to like, for those turns where you get Channel Lake Frigid out on their turn and have 1 card left, or 2 cards that you want 1 to arsenal. Just really interesting card. I think it's fairly high skill. I think there's people who are much better at using it than myself.
Right.
And then it blocks for 2, which is just like, that's just value right there. So here we go. Back to Jacob.
We got our first belittle in hand, so maybe there's a chance where we can get through a potential ice card coming in. This is exactly what you want to see as a Phi. That sucks that it's probably the 7th turn into this game before he gets it.
Amulet Eyes coming out, giving you that frostbite.
The frostbite just isn't as high impact right now because we're going to be able to go search for a blue minnowism.
Yeah.
Which will go ahead and take care of the frostbite and turn on an Emberblade. Emberblade will probably say, give me a card from your hands because you want to leverage an even higher life count. Or maybe Alan's like, bro, I'm 1 turn away from being within kill range.
Yeah.
I just got to get to the blue Emeritus, red Aether Ice Fiend combo, and that will be 4 plus 5 plus a Waning Moon is 12. So Jacob is literally only 3 damage away from that. Which that math is, that's like, oh, was that hard for you to do, Blake? No, because I played Icelander for like 6 weeks. The Icelander people know exactly that exact damage. How can I get there? They're playing for that as soon as they get to probably turn 10.
Yeah, especially when you're sitting across from 1 AB it makes your life so much easier as an Icelander wizard player.
Because that 12 damage you're going to represent can only be blocked by 3. So, yeah, I'll do 9 damage and then just Waning Moon you the rest of the time until I win.
Yeah.
Sounds like an easy win condition almost.
I wonder if I feel like he probably should have masked right here or something. He did get the hit. Like, he's not going to have a lot of opportunity to try to push big damage. It would have gotten him that extra card. But I think Mask is also one of those harder cards. If you don't play it, I'm not sure if he plays it in his regular deck. Again, this is a borrowed deck, not his normal Phi deck. So he might not be familiar with those lines, which I think are a little bit more...
Now, Alan just said, take it 3 times in a row.
Well, like you said,
so I'm going to assume there's some gross stuff coming. Aether Ice Vein number 5.
It's either 5 or 6.
He probably only has 7 in his deck.
He's just like drawing them every other turn. This is rough.
I think he has 1 more red in the deck. So that would be, I think he's done 2 blues, a yellow, and a red. This is the second red for 5 total.
He's got that Amulet of Ice too if he just wants to like chonk his whole hand.
I think that's going to come down as like, just when you go to 15, you are probably saying you're not probably going to attack very much more at all.
Yeah.
Because Jacob's going to go from 15 to 11 because he literally cannot block this Aether Ice Vein at all, besides 1 point of damage.
Yeah. Shout out to Tiffany in the chat. When is the Scourge coming on stream? Sooner than later is my guess. You know we love Craig. We're just giving him a little break.
Yeah, when's the last time Craig O2 drops?
Yeah.
You know? Maybe it happens today at the AGE Open because it's so competitive here. You never know.
You never know, but it's likely he'll be on soon. Wrecking someone else's day via pummel and endless winter maybe.
Jacob goes to 11 because he can't block. Waning Moon comes in for 2 more. Jacob would now have to pitch another card or go down to 9 because he used the other 2 floating to pay for the Aether Ice Vein tax. He says, here's the 1 Phoenix Flame. I don't want it in my hands. Let me put it back into my deck. Going to 10 is not a good number. With 2 cards in hand, Jacob's probably like, what the heck? Lava Burst does nothing.
And the Amulet of Ice. Yeah. Just strip the whole hand. Take a bunch of damage. Set up your next turn.
And I don't want to say the words cruise control because I think that takes a little bit away from our players. But Alan has Blood in the Water. He's got a card in Arsenal. Jacob says, I have no cards in hand, so if you want to flip over a blue and start attacking me. But Alan says, no, thank you. I'll do it on my own turn, which is interesting.
I think he's got an attack action there.
Plus, he has... If your opponent has 1 AB, it's like, I don't need to go into your empty hand. You basically have an empty hand all the time.
Yeah. So, yeah, Wounded Bulge is coming out, so he's just going to push the big damage. I think he didn't have good spells left over, so looks like he's got something now to finish this game off either this turn, not this turn, but next turn or his following turn. Just a rough spot. Jacob just didn't get a break this whole game. I think Alan just was in the driver's seat, able to disrupt pretty much every single turn, and that's what Icelander's looking to do. It never works out that way for me, but I also... I'm not as good as Alan, and Alan is very good. I would think Alan's probably going to top 8. He's just that kind of player. You can count on him. He's very reliable and considerate in how he plays all his matchups.
I think that's an interesting thing that I saw in San Jose when I went to Worlds was like there are players that are just on another level, and like not that you should just revert to being a casual player, but like if you are not practicing the 20 hours a week, there are just players that you will not beat. And I think Alan's somebody that's like, you need to know his deck, you need to know where to hit him, and you need to draw the cards. And if none of those are true, Alan's going to beat you.
Yeah.
And it has not been true for Jacob today.
Yeah.
We love Jacob. Just 3 turns of Channel Lake Frigid is going to beat most Phis if they can't get around it.
I know. And it's wild, too, because we haven't seen those other ones yet. And I thought we'd see one by now, but he got the value out of it that you want to see. So that has all the impact on these games. It's, it's not that the card won him the game, but the fact that he capitalized it on that card enough, was able to craft his hand so that he could pitch the amount that he needed to keep it up for that long. Of course, there's a little bit of luck involved in drawing enough ice cards to do that, but looks like
Jacob's
we
laughing.
might
He's like,
be doing a
please
Storm
kill me.
Striders situation here. Let's see.
I think what's funny too is Jacob's wearing sunglasses. He's like, I don't want anybody to see this mess. How I'm really feeling. Here's an Ice Bolt.
Nice.
One of my favorite cards in Icelander because it's just feels good because it's 2 for 3.
Mm-hmm.
I used to play the Reds. Somebody who won Worlds said don't play the Reds, so people don't anymore. But
like,
it's just
better Reds that do more damage.
Yeah, it's
to
just
the
a
same
strong
cards.
card.
It is a strong card. It's one of those. It's beautiful because it's ice and a wizard card, which there aren't actually that many of them, and for good reason, I think, because I think they're probably just above rate because they can fuse and be played from Arsenal with Icelander. So they are very careful in releasing those cards, but they have a good impact. You know, it's basically Voltic Bolt, but icy.
And I think the writing's on the wall, but Alan is taking his time to make sure everything's guaranteed.
Yeah.
Because the worst thing you could do is pop the Storm Striders, and then your opponent plays a Oasis you never expected. I think that's a thing, too, of, like, what is expected when you show up to a brand new meta is maybe there is a list that has Oasis in 5 because they're tired of losing to Icelander, and Icelander gets their health super low, and then you save the Oasis to get by it. Maybe that's a way that they can do that. Maybe it's not worth it because you're just hoping to dodge Icelanders. They did not dodge Icelander, though. They are very much not dodging it.
No. I'm curious. We'll have a metagame breakdown for you guys shortly. I guess it is ready to go. We'll look at that in a minute. We want to make sure we catch the end of
Jacob's
this
going to
game.
draw his final hand real quick. Here's a blue what is it called? Ice Hail.
Yeah.
Aether Hail? Yeah, blue Aether Hail. And then
it's something like that.
This is going to do 2, so you can only block 1. I think this is basically guaranteed death right here because we're going to do 1. Here's another one you can't block. And then if I have any more spells, you're dead. And he has spells in his deck.
Yeah. Just a meticulous breakdown, not getting too ahead of himself. Doesn't need to do anything reckless or pop off with his Storm Striders too soon, but I feel like this is probably going to happen on this turn. Good game, though. Nice way to start the day off. Icelander still very good. If you were confused or not paying attention.
It's interesting because if you go to fabtwitter.com, that's not a real place, but there's just Fab Twitter. People are kind of saying that this is the best deck in format. It doesn't have any natural enemies. We see the blue Emeritus Scolding for game. Emeritus Scolding is the best blue spell from Arsenal. I think that's a thing where it doesn't do anything for your ice game plan, but it's just solid 4 damage, and that's too much for Jacob. It's a thing where that's the best deck in the format. It has no clear enemies. There is the, Phi draws Art of War and booms you. Maybe there's, I got behind on a Bravo that's just doing consistent 10 damage every turn. But then that's something where your opponent has to play their deck extremely well and draw the cards to put you in a place where you're nervous, but you just blew into Wounded Bull, and I'm doing 15 damage before you get to even do anything to me.
Yeah, just highlights the consistency and value that Icelander has right now, where it not only is chipping away on your own turn, but on your opponent's turn, and just at a good rate. It's just, it is just a value deck, which is really funny because, I mean, that kind of ignores the fact that it is a taxing deck. It is, controlling through the ice, but and disrupting the opponent's turn, but just being able to like constantly chip away on both sides of the chain is just crazy. It's really good. I mean, thanks Michael Hamilton, but also I hope we get some new decks and outsiders that will flip this meta on its head, because I really don't see anything from Dynasty changing the equation here. Like, Icelander still just has more value. Maybe Dash can be aggressive enough to not worry about it, and has things like Techlo Core where they have extra resources, or their Foundry Heart where they can generate resources. But
Right.
Still a strong deck. Hard deck, though. I think you have to be a great pilot to do it, and I think there will be a lot
I
to see.
fully expect Jacob to not go 0-6 too. So he'll have some wins. He'll feast on some other people in the game in the tournament. I think one other thing about this, we just got some word that some of our better players have taken a hit in round 1. So that's something where Chris Ioli lost his first round, Tyler Horspool lost his first round, and somebody we haven't spoken of in a while is Adam Feifels. He's always somebody that I'm rooting for. He's a pillar in our community. He's got his own store near the beach in Collectors Legion.
Mm-hmm.
That's a place where I'm going to be playing a Pro Quest soon. I'm excited to do that. They're all part of the experience, but they all experienced a loss.
Happens.
So
half people round 1 are going to lose.
Some wordplay there. I think what's interesting is maybe you never want to lose round 1. It's very important to win round 1 for your tiebreakers. But some of these people, if you get them in losers bracket, like if I lost my first round and then you sit next to Chris Ioli in round 2 and you go, how did you lose? I'm playing Reinar. You're doing all this stuff. Why am I facing you in round 2? I knew I was going to lose the first round 5, but now I got to play the second best person in the world in losers bracket. That's the worst day of my life. Metagame right here.
It's rough, but it happens. So we have our metagame breakdown, and not too surprising, we have Icelander, Phi, and Oldhim as our most represented heroes. That's the trifecta we got right now, is ice and fire.
What's interesting is we don't have the number of players, but we're going to guess if Azalea is 4%, there's one Azalea. So what's 4? 37 or 38, that makes sense. Viscerai, that means there's only one Viscerai, 2 Lexi, 2 Dromai. What? I don't know how this math works, actually. We're doing our best. Icelander's the most, which I think is definitely a thing that if you can beat Icelander this weekend, nobody else has figured out. You're going to have to figure out a lot today. Yeah.
And there's definitely decks that can beat her. I think Dromai has a good chance if you're a skilled Dromai player. And, Briar probably can get close. Depends, just you need to know your matchup, you need to know your deck, and be probably just a little bit lucky on them not putting Channel Lake Frigid out for 3 turns. But, yeah, not surprised to see Phi and Oldhim kind of carrying the second and third spot. Yeah.
I think it's interesting because Dromai is supposed to be a SoCal thing, and it's like, well, are those people just not here today? Are they doing something else? Maybe they are. Bolton having more than Dromai is just like, who has this Bolton tech in San Diego and it's not Allen? Is it Bolton tech in Orange County? Where's this Bolton tech coming from? I think the heartbreaker is like, I am a diehard Reinar fan, diehard Reinar player. I said I was going to do Dorinthia. Neither of those 2 heroes are here, maybe because the people that would play them are casting, but it's just frustrating because we said, hey, Reinar got some good cards in Dynasty. We got Ironsong Pride. Can't wait to see them make their mark. Nobody in this meta playing them. They'd rather play Azalea.
I mean,
which is crazy.
Pretty sure our Azalea player just always plays Azalea, so that was never going to happen. Same with Viscerai is probably Nick out there. Shout out to Nick, first so-calling winner.
He's going to be doing... his list that I played him right before Christmas had the Crown of Dominion.
Yeah, Royal Viz.
Which is a thing where, how bad could that be? It's literally 28 to 34 damage based on how he builds his deck. He builds his whole deck around, not that one turn, because you can always flip over a Revel and Runeblade in between those turns and do damage where you're like, gosh, dang it, how am I going to block this? But that 32 damage turn is something that he's playing towards to leverage. I don't think everybody sitting down across from him is going to go, I know what you're doing, and I'm ready to stop it. I think they're going to go, what the heck is this? I'm not having a blast. I think interesting thing about this is round 1, maybe people are filling each other out. I think maybe people would play conservative in round 1. I'm looking more forward to stories when we're going to be rotating off the desk. So I think when I'm not here on camera, I'm going to go watch some other people. I'm going to see how people are doing for all-in-one. Maybe you'll see us eat a sandwich on stream.
If you're lucky.
I think something that I really like about Arcane Games Open that we're going to do is community instead of Like, you may see people get interviewed on this. If you see a major interesting thing of like, oh, I never saw a Lexi deck like this. Let's get the Lexi player up here. I'm excited to show you a new kind of like tournament instead of like we have to do this an exact way because it's LSS. Everybody's getting 6 XP points because it's a ProQuest. This is an on-demand, so everybody's playing for 1 XP point every time.
For 1 XP, but $1,000. So thanks again, everyone, for joining us. Going to be a great day. I think we're going to take a little break for round 2, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
Sounds good. Keep it real, y'all.
Bye.
We're back.
There's somebody new on the desk, though. His name is Sam. Last name, I don't want to.
No, you should. You should.
O'Brinny.
Well, where's the R?
O'Brien.
Well,
Oh.
again, where's the R? Is it after the Y?
O'Byrne.
That works. That's close enough. Everybody goes Brian, and the Y is before
it
the
comes
R.
first.
Yeah.
It's because Brian is more popular, probably. We don't know any Burns.
Well, okay. Anyway.
Oh, maybe it's not. So tell us about your life. Tell us about your Fab life. Tell us about who you are. Favorite hero. Why do you like Fab? What are you doing here?
A
Tell
lot of
us.
questions. I am happy to be here. Thanks to everybody for having me. I started playing Fab about a year and a half ago, October, Tales of
Nice.
Aria World.
Heard
I
of it?
had the starter decks coming in the mail, and then some plans fell through, and I was really bummed that I didn't have anything to do, and I really wanted to play this game, so I just went and purchased the decks, even though they were still coming in the mail, and I went and played them with my cousin.
Nice.
And so I had 2 of all those old Him and Briar decks.
The cousin that's playing today?
No, not this cousin,
Oh,
though.
the other cousin.
We have a bunch of cousins, and we got one in the house who may be on stream pretty soon. I heard he just took down a pretty
Nice.
impressive opponent. But yeah, I love this game. I've played some other games growing up, but have never wanted to come and join the scene. I've always been pretty intimidated,
Right.
and I started playing this and was like, I have to
I
do this, man.
You're doing ninjas, or what are you doing?
I have yet to find a deck that I'm like, dude, this is me. This is my truth. This is my life. Right now I'm playing Icelander. I'm really
Cool.
I really enjoy the back and forth of it. That's my favorite thing about Flesh and Blood, I think, is that no matter the deck, no matter what you're doing, you are taking game actions every turn. You're blocking, you're attacking, you're pitching. The whole game is interactive.
And caboodle.
Yes,
yeah.
sir. So yeah, I've been a fan of yours, Blake, for quite some time.
I don't know if that's
Watching on the
I
streams.
didn't know that was a thing.
I'm a little
That was
starstruck here,
great.
but it's good to be here at the AGE Open. Thanks to everybody for tuning in.
I think what's interesting, we had some reports on some first round games. Ayali, who we mentioned lost, is playing Lexi, which is an interesting thing. Maybe it's an experience thing of we need somebody to try out this deck in this meta. Ayali, I don't know if he drew the short stick or if he's like, I'll do it for the boys.
Lexi's fun. The
Lexi's
sequencing, it's a great little
fun.
puzzle.
We also had a Lexi versus Azalea first round matchup, which Jim has shown its ugly head to ruin their day today. We had 2 Feigned Deaths playing.
It was 2 Feigned Deaths. It was one out of the arsenal to stop Rain Razored Red Bolton Shot, to
Nice.
stop the reload. The Bullseye Bracers were broken to set another 7-power Red Bolton Shot in there. And we had a second Feigned Death to keep the Azalea
Right.
alive. I had to run back up here, so I don't know how
Right.
that one ended, but it was
Giovanni,
was
man.
wild.
He is
That Lexi player was reading the card. Like,
making waves with the Feigned Death.
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's a card where you open up Crucible and you're like, all right, I'm gonna pay $100 for a first edition Crucible pack.
Well,
What's my majestic? Feigned Death. And
Feigned
you're
Death.
like, well, throw this in
You
the
know what
trash.
you do? You feign death.
Yeah, you feign happiness when you get that card.
There you go.
An
avocado.
Round 2 is going to be happening
Thanks.
very soon. Pairings are going out. We're going to pick somebody to be on stream. I think what we're going to do is we're going to follow some newer players that are Odyssey players, if we can claim them. Maybe we're going to be seeing Aiden,
Perhaps.
who is your cousin.
He is my cousin. He is my flesh and blood.
So we're doing some nepotism hires first.
Well, he just beat Chris Ayali.
Oh, okay.
He
So
just
he
beat,
there's merit
you know,
based.
Our little team we got going on. We just had a rougher showing
Yeah.
with Jacob's round, but my other teammate Aiden.
Wait, is there a team 3 floating?
Well,
Is it
I mean,
team,
we're
or-
a team. We're a team in life.
You're
we have a
announcing
YouTube
it
channel.
live on stream?
YouTube.com/3floating. That's a team.
Is there room for 4, 5, and 6, or just?
We can
sticking
have.
with 3?
We can. Well, 3floating works too well as a
Do you have
YouTube
Do
name.
you have a Reinar player on your team?
We don't.
yet?
We need a tester, man.
Do you have a Dorinthia
Get on
player
our
your
vids.
team?
We're shooting next week.
Okay, well, we'll see. We'll see if I'm busy or not. I'm kind of unemployed right now. So I gotta wake up and send emails to try and get a job for 10 hours a day, right?
Mm. Did you have a good holiday?
Oh my goodness, what a treat! Christmas was very fun. New Year's was rainy in LA, so I skipped everything and just stayed at home. Everyone just got quiet behind me, so I think people are getting ready.
I think we're perhaps.
We're gonna have a hero update. Not an update of metagame, but just who we're gonna see playing.
A lot of
Aiden's
Icelanders
on
out
Dash, though.
there. Aiden is on Dash. Aiden has been on Dash since day one, since I kind of brought him into this game back in July. He said,
Is Harpoon the alley-oop he needs to slam it home? Dash Mirror.
Dash Mirror. Okay.
I
We're
mean,
gonna be
lots of
seeing some.
boosting happening. When you're a Dash mirror, do you want to go first or second? Do you know this yet or no?
I haven't played a lot of Dash. In my experience, I feel like as Dash, you kind of always want to go first because don't you want to have if you draw the item and you can just drop an item with no.
Oh, interesting.
You know what I
then
mean?
You got to block first.
Then you have to block first, but then again, if you have to block and you're caught with an item in your hand on turn 2, or on turn 1 if you're taking the damage and you have those items. I've seen a lot of games where I play with Aiden and I might not overextend in other matchups because they get the free blocks, but I'm like, you might have an item in your hand.
I lost to Dash on Tuesday. Harpoon happened to me.
Harpoon.
It is something where I don't think you can look at the card, you can read the card, you can say, I don't really know how strong this is because you're coming in for a 4 damage attack, but you're going to take a 3 block from me, so it's only 1 point of damage, but it just completely blows up your next turn.
Yeah, the effect of being able to take a card out of your opponent's hand that you get to choose as the attacker.
Yeah.
It's a pretty strong effect, regardless of the blocking value. I almost always feel like it's like a, oh yes, and I get to block some damage. But
okay, here's round 2. Let's do it. Probably a graphic. Dash versus Dash.
Dash.
Aiden versus someone else that's not Alan. We'll figure it out in a second. How do you pronounce that last name for Aiden?
Kwasniewski.
Sheesh.
Yeah.
Kwasniewski versus Alex, the other Dash player. Oh, we got it on here. Alejandro Cuevas. Alex, as better known as, he's a newer player. He literally has worked around some of these people at the same Kingslayer store. Don't know if you've heard of Kingslayer Games. It's a store near Orange County. Alex saw everybody buy a bunch of cards for a year and was like, I don't know, not my game. I play these other games. He has recently gotten to Flesh and Blood. I think he has bought. Is that the right word?
Yeah. Bot.
Maybe 6 boxes. Every single one has the most pricey legendary of the set.
It's just within it.
He literally has not missed
That's
once.
how you get them, man.
And so he's like, this game is fun. I just get all these expensive cards, and I built all these decks already. And we're just like, yeah, that's not how it worked for us.
Yeah. My first box had a Shock Charmers, and I was in.
Ooh.
It's like, look at this.
Now that's 50
How does
bucks,
this?
you
Yeah.
know?
But at the time it was cool and shiny, and
we need some more lightning support, LSS.
Yeah.
Make channel Mountain Step. Make that. No, it's not even Mountain Step. Channel Thunder Step. People forget what that is. 2 Dash. No lightning cards happening here. Not until maybe Outsiders.
You'll notice that Aiden is rocking the Rainbow Foil Dash with the artist signature that was secured at the World Championships back in San Jose when we were able to take a trip over there.
You guys got there at 4 in the morning for playmats, right?
We got there. We were planning to get there at 4 in the morning. We wanted the World's. Aiden was desperate for the World's playmat, and we support our friend and teammate in all things.
Nice.
And we got there at 5:30 expecting there to be some kind of a line, and we're lucky enough to be the first. We brought a little wooden board, got some games in. A bunch of people came and joined and started playing games once the line formed. And I think most people who showed up got a mat, save for the unfortunate few at the very, very end. But we were very excited to secure the bag, as it were, because that mat is gorgeous. The MJ did an incredible job on all of the art, on the back of the cards, on most of the packaging, and seeing that world map in playmat form is.
Whew. I got Barraging beatdown. That's an 8 from Aiden, so we're not doing even odds. 8 versus 7. Aiden's like,
all right,
I'm thinking about it.
This is the question we were just talking about. What do you want to do in the mirror? I don't think Aiden has an enormous amount of experience within this mirror. He's played a bunch of different heroes now. He's been playing this hero since the game came out, but in our Tuesday night Armories, there's not many Dash that show up.
No.
So he hasn't had this experience. It'll be good to see him learn on the fly.
I think what's interesting about the Tuesday night at Odyssey is we have just around 12, and everybody kind of plays a different hero.
Mm-hmm.
So it's interesting to get maybe you don't get the matchup every time, but it is kind of like this is who you're getting experience against is the one Dash player or the one Icelander. 4 cards for both players to start off. We got a Tekla Pounder on one side, and somebody is doing the induction chamber. Put it in a weird spot. I thought he forgot about it, and I was like, ooh, that is game-losing play.
It is a May trigger, so you'd hate to be the Dash who decides, you know what, I'm going to start this game in a losing position, but we're going to start off with a high octane right off the bat. It's going to be interesting to see how the 2 decks compare with the Tekla Pounder for Aiden and the induction chamber. That points to 2 pretty significantly different strategies going into the matchup.
I think it's interesting because Teclo Pounder and ripping the high octane on turn 1 means I think Aiden's going to be playing a very aggressive list.
For sure. And this high octane means this is a lot of damage being presented on this first turn.
But I'm going to block all 12 because I have 12 block in my hand unless there's an item. So Alex is probably like, sure, use one of your power cards against me.
Yeah, and boost another one away.
Block. Yeah. Ooh, the high octane gets boosted. Hate to see it.
This is still going to represent some damage getting through because that Tecloplasma pistol is going to be able to come in with at least 2 shots depending on if any other resources are needed. We're going to use 1 on the zipper hit. So this is going to come in for 5. Oh, immediately losing the max velocity.
That's a card you're fine with losing because maybe that's a game-winning play if everything falls into place, but kind of well, I guess I just don't have access to this. Getting rid of a harpoon is great.
And seeing an armor block on one of these early turns is always surprising because
I think T-Bone probably good in some of these matchups, but you'd have to T-Bone
3 times to get there, yeah.
So maybe he's like, I don't really care about this armor.
So first we're coming in for that pistol shot for 2, seeing if he can bait the block out of his hand.
He's going to have option to pistol 3 times or just twice?
Depends on how many action points he has remaining.
He doesn't have induction chamber, so it'll just be 2 pistols. He'll say, go to 38, go to 36. Doesn't matter to me. I'm going to keep this card because I like it. Or tonight.
Another 34, yeah. So if that is an item in the hand, then that is the situation we were talking about, where you're caught with the non-block.
Pistol did come in 3 times because Zipper hit had go again. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
Boom, boom, boom. Shot, shot, shot.
So I think if you're Aiden here, you're happy. You blew the power card, but on the first turn of the game that often you don't find yourself in the position to leak any damage, it's 40 to 34. I think you're probably most of the times okay with that exchange, even if you'd prefer to set it up with the 5-card hand and come in for even more.
I think when you have 2 aggro decks, you are kind of like trying to figure out your break points of like, if we both go full force at each other, is that 6 damage going to make them under 10 quicker than I get to under 10, and then Alex will be forced to block quicker than Aiden's forced to block.
What's interesting, though, is with the induction chamber, how aggressive are we going to see Alex be? Is it going to be playing towards more of that quote-unquote pistol package with the plasma purifiers and the multiple chambers, or is this just the kind of flavor of the month aggressive-wise that we're going to be seeing from Alex?
And what's cool about Teclo Pounder is it represents basically 3 pistol shots
Mm-hmm.
added to attack actions. So because it's three instances of 2 added to your attacks. So Teclo Pounder versus Induction Chamber. Teclo Pounder is doing it automatically. Induction Chamber, you gotta feed it, and it takes 3 turns to get the same.
Yeah, and once that Teclo Pounder has done its thing and those counters are gone, you have to set up another one with either a Spark of Genius, pitching for 4, or you can just have it naturally in the hand.
0-60 red. There goes the Teclo Core boosted, which not your favorite one to see boosted. It's interesting he didn't block, so maybe there is a Teclo Core in hands from last
A
time.
non-block.
That would be a really cool card to be putting out there of like, all right, I'll have 2 resources even if I block with other cards from my hand.
We also saw on that first turn, Alex was forced to block with that Pulse Wave Harpoon, which we were talking about as potentially a really important card in all of these matchups, given that the effect is so punishing of being able to pick a card from the opponent's hand.
What's interesting, we got everybody, all your family.
They do.
We got some of your brother, we got a cousin, we got Aiden's brother or something. Aiden's cousin would be your okay, here comes our first harpoon. But this says only 2 block can be grabbed, which isn't going to be that great. Because this is his second boost. So it's going to be like, do you have a 2 block in hand? I don't think Dash has 2 blocks. And especially when you get to show the 2. Okay, I get some information about your hand, but not committed to the block. I think when you're 8 in, you're like, okay, 4 damage. I took it earlier, so maybe I'll take it again.
When you are the aggressor and you want to position yourself as the aggressor, often it's, can I represent more damage than you are representing? We have 2 resources floating and 1 card in hand. And again, if that card doesn't go to the arsenal, I think you're also happy as the aggro player because you know they're not setting themselves up for a 5-card hand.
Great. And then we see a take it, to go to 32. So that had go again. So is he going to put 1 on the induction chamber, put 1 on the gun? Is he going to shoot or is he going to save it for next time? I feel like you always should. But he
Oh,
said,
Spark for
"Here's
0.
I'm going to go grab another Teklo core. One got pitched, one's in my arsenal, so there's... I've said that wrong thing. One's in my banish zone, one's pitched right now, so there's one more in my deck. And now I'll have 4 resources over the next 2 turns to play with.
Which is ostensibly similar to having the advantage of a card in your arsenal. You get to set yourself up for your next turn. And actually, because of the drawing a card effect on Spark of Genius, you will have that card in your arsenal regardless. So perhaps this is exactly how Alex wanted to set up this first turn. Yeah, we see the chat. We're working on Blake's mic. Thank you guys for giving us the heads up. I would not want to subject you all to just my voice and commentary for this entire time, so we will get that set up for you all.
Got an arsenal card from Alex. And draw up. So we know we got a Teklo core, we got an induction chamber. BIOS update coming from Aiden, though. What does BIOS update do?
BIOS update with the +3 boost is going to be exactly on rate, a 0 for 3, but you have that really powerful effect of if you are able to boost an item away, it's going right into the arena. Some people feel like it's kind of a win more card, but regardless of the effect of the boosting of the item, you're still seeing the damage bonus that you would want to see from kind of exactly
like
on rate.
T-bone.
Yeah, on rate, go again attack. It's going to represent 9 damage here, 9 big ones.
Gross.
So, and again, that boost effect is going to last for the whole turn. If Aiden does want to boost a second card, we could see that he has another chance to hit one of those items. I think there's 3 Teklo cores unless one has been boosted, but I don't think so, and we should have at least 2 other pounders.
Right. Which is interesting because there's 5 slots in your deck of probably 50 cards left, so it's like 10% chance at best that BIOS update gets you something in the arena. But I think when BIOS update does help you grab an item, it just becomes so oppressive.
It does, yeah. I mean,
it feels like it's a win more, but who doesn't want to win more?
We all want to win more. That's why we're here.
Yeah. Alex must have some gas in his hand because he just said, "I'll take it, and I'll take it."
Setting up the arsenal as well. I know Aiden was going back and forth on the efficacy of BIOS update. He, I think, went down to a 2-of because he did find the effect to be rather inconsistent. But again, when you hit it, you hit it.
Okay. So we have 2 free resources from the Teklo core.
5
card hands. Let's see what Alex has got because it's going to be gross. We're touching the gauntlet. We're flipping it over. Not putting in the chain. That's like some new player. Maybe I don't do the same stuff everyone else does. I got my items over here. But there is a Goliath gauntlet. It won't happen on the 0 to 60, but the next... Well, losing a Plasma Purifier, which is an interesting card to have in the mirror.
And to show, yeah, it does show you a little more of what Alex was maybe playing towards in this matchup. Though what we've seen is by taking all that damage, you don't represent I'm attempting to block more and get to a point in the game where I get so much value out of my items that I can beat you with less cards.
Boosts
that is
away, a sink below, so we're going to have to use the shoes.
Which you have to imagine he's going to want to do. And yeah, he's pointing towards it right away. After taking so much damage, you can't afford to just have that be the end of your turn.
Aiden's take.
Aiden's up on the armor block because he hasn't blocked with that Teklo Foundry Heart, so he has another 4 life over there sitting on his equipment.
The reason you see the Goliath Gauntlet is because he's getting around the T-bone of, okay, cool, I'll show you a block that doesn't have Blade Break or Battle Worn, and just get around T-bone. The next T-bone, same thing with the shoes. We'll get around that one. It's just you need 3 T-bones to really mess with Aiden.
Aiden also working on his final counter on that Teklo Pounder, so you have to imagine he's going to want to represent a similar, if not more, amount of damage. Boost! Another 0 to 60. Have we seen the effect of the Goliath Gauntlet yet?
No. So I'm assuming there's going to be
a finisher.
Payload, which
Dominate.
is an interesting card.
Or
no,
just a maximum velocity
worse.
for 12.
Like, you weren't paying attention. We got a maximum velocity turn. This is gross. This is 12 damage.
So you have to imagine that armor would be a good option to block with. You could put one of that, either the Arsenal card on the bottom of the deck, drawing a 5th card to add for pitch if you need more pitch, or you want to represent as much damage as you can if you're going to be taking this much.
I think it's interesting because we saw him take 11 damage last turn very quickly, and you're like, what could possibly be in his hand? We should have thought max velocity. Yeah. It's going to be the big one. And so we're going to block for 2.
Block for 2, taking
10. Does that mean he has his own maximum velocity turn? I think this is what we were talking about literally 8 minutes ago. Because
where do you want
is so fast. Is like
who's forced to block first?
Get your opponent to 10 first. So Alex is kind of doing that.
It's true.
So Aiden must have his own version of a Goliath Gauntlet attack with 5 cards. He doesn't have Techlocore support, though.
He doesn't. He does have the Pounder, which is going to be another extra couple points of damage. It's going to be interesting to see which generates more value here, the 2 resources out of the Techlocore or the 2 damage out of the Techlo Pounder.
Yeah. Goliath Gauntlet immediately. So we got the game plan.
And the High Octane right away.
High Octane. He shuffled his deck, so you are kind of like, how did you get another one so quick? He shuffled from Spark or no? That was the other guy.
I think that was Alex. I think this is just
strong
3 natty octanes off the top.
Jeez.
So immediately we're seeing, again, represented the Goliath Gauntlet showing I'm expecting a big turn. I took a bunch to do it, so we'll see how much Alex wants to block.
Throttle's going to have Gauntlet and Techlo, so this is going to be gross. He's like, Alex is like, please tell me how much this is. Aiden's like, I'm going to get the dice. 10. You can't really take this off because then all the leverage you just had evaporates.
With 3 more cards available, 2 in the hand and 1 in the arsenal.
Right.
You have to imagine more damage is being represented, especially because the High Octane, once again, every boost allows for 2 damage coming in from the pistol.
So we're blocking 3 from this. I think what's interesting is Alex has kind of said that, he's bottoming a card from his arsenal because that's what Crown of Providence lets you do. Maybe that's another card he wants to block with, of taking his turn from 5 cards to 5 blocking cards. Because one thought process maybe here is Alex is on the pistol version of this, so maybe I can block out my opponent and just shoot him for 4 every turn.
Yeah.
And two guns coming in at 2 each is hard to block.
Now, the Spark of Genius here would normally represent the end of the turn, but that High Octane effect working off of the throttle boost is going to allow this Spark of Genius to grab an item, probably a Techlocore because it's for 0, and then allow Aiden to draw another card and keep going. So he's not only setting himself up for the future, but he's basically turning that Spark of Genius into a new card and a Techlocore on the battlefield.
Yeah. Future, present. I guess there's no past cards yet where you could bust out like, if I have 10 cards in my boost zone, I get to do something from the past. Maybe that's an Outsiders. Who knows? He's closing the chain. That makes sense.
Spark of Genius.
He played a non-attack action after some attacks. He's thinking about it. He's drawing. He's going to touch his shoes in a second. Because he still has action points. He
has
have
1
to
action
shoes.
point. He's not banked any at this point, but another boost will allow him to then from here.
He's looking at his Techlocore of I have 2 based on this 2 thing. Maybe it makes more sense to have 2 Techlocores.
Shout out to the Metrics metagame for those tokens. I know Aiden was really excited to secure some of those Worlds as well.
0 to 60 coming in. This looks like a blue strip, which isn't the most powerful, but
does represent a pistol shot.
Another pistol coming later when he has a blue in hand. So we're hoping for a 0 to 60. We're hoping for a 0 cost in Arsenal and then a blue. And then that'll be a bunch of pistol damage. Harpoon.
Paul's Wave Harpoon is good here. I believe
Harpoon costs 1.
He's boosted 3 times, so this now represents 4 more damage from the pistol.
Is it boost on the chain or boost on the turn, though?
That I'm not
That's
sure.
That's a card you got to have memorized. These guys do because they play this hero. I'm not sure if it matters per turn or chain.
And what's important about that is all of Dash's cards block for 3. So if it's just on the chain, there's going to be no legal targets.
So it's just chain. So there's only 2 currently boosted cards on the chain, so none of those will be able to be taken out of hand. Alex is like, as long as you don't kill me, I get the first crack at around 10 life.
With the Techlocore.
But I'm going to shoot a gun 2 more times for 4 each.
Well,
2.
And he actually, if he has 3 action points here, yes, he's going to the Foundry Heart. This is allow him to bank another resource and shoot again.
There we go. That's the first use of Techlo Foundry Heart this game. If you're not familiar with that, that means you can flip over the top 2 cards. It costs 1, so you're only really ever getting 1 resource, but it's like having a Tunic on demand if you banish cards.
And once again, now, Alex is taking the damage to try to represent the lethal at the crackback. Aiden does have the armor advantage, so he's ostensibly at around 14, which Alex must be taking into account as he's deciding what damage to take. Because right now, he is just going down and trying to represent that lethal on the crackback.
Because if these gunshots get him to 2, it's oppressive. 4, he has room to play around. So for the first time ever, we're going to see some blocks this turn because they have to.
Aiden did set himself up very nicely with that Teklo core too. Even if he can only keep 2 cards here, those resources might allow him to play either 2/1 costs or a shoot with his pistol at the end of a chain. So we'll see how these players want to go into what will most likely be some of the final turns of this game.
Teklo core pops. I've got my own high octane. I hope you're ready for this.
That's going to be effective
Draw a
here.
card. He's putting it in the discard pile because I think that's maybe a thing that newer players do of hasn't been around to see like, we usually leave it out to present it until it closes a chain. But do know that that high octane is currently going. If you were on Talistar, there'd be a box in the bottom right that says, is it bottom left?
Bottom left.
Who cares? It's currently active, so anytime he boosts, we're going to have another action point. Which he needs about 15 damage to pressure Aiden's life and
Force him to block with a card.
yeah. Because 4 + 4 + 4 would be 12, and then 2 guns afterwards would be 16. That's kind of what I'm expecting to see. Throttle's a bigger one.
Alex has access to that Foundry Heart as well, so as long as he ends this turn with 1 resource, he can make that double those resources and come in for the pistol shots at the end of this chain.
6 damage attack from... I think another thing, when you're in the mirror right now, you're like, oh crap, I don't want to get payloaded for game. So you can't go down to under 4.
And that might be what Aiden's thinking about right now, is he just blocks this throttle out. That armor could have been used on the payload if he is worried about it, but until it's represented, sometimes you just have to say, you know what, do you have it? I'm going to make you have it here.
Crown of Providence coming in here. Maybe he's getting rid of an item because he wants to have more flexibility with blocks. Maybe he's getting rid of a red card because he wants blues to make sure he has enough to pitch something. You never know. Maybe your red card is stronger in here. And I think what's interesting, a 4 damage attack does present lethal. There's no more armor.
Yeah.
So Alex is in a... Even 1 card left in your hand makes me nervous.
And without the induction chamber on the field, and we've now seen all 3 high octanes from Aiden. We've seen 1 boosted away, 1 played on the first turn, and 1 played on the last turn. So that pistol is coming in for only 2 damage on this next turn. There's no way to gain any other action points. There's no way to gain go again. So Alex also probably is taking into account that there's one of the payloads.
Payload is going to come. Don't really want to see that when you're using your Tekla Foundry Heart. But up to 3 resources. We're going to be able to shoot pistol a couple times. Still got 3 cards in hand. I was not even aware of this. I was aware. I think one of those looks like a 4 block.
Potentially.
So that'll go in Arsenal and probably be something that Alex can use to get ahead in this in-game.
Looks like we have another induction chamber and a sink below. So this turn will not be that effective in terms of dealing damage from Alex here, unless he wants to sink a lot of resources into the pistol. But you have to wonder, is it going to be enough to take the cards out of Aiden's hand to, again, not be able to threaten the lethal on the following turn?
Right. And I think that's something where, whether you're a new player or an old player or seasoned vet, whatever they're called, it is something where when you choose a strategy of let me sink below to get ahead of some of this stuff, when you draw it on your kill turn, it is like you're almost beating yourself. Well, my sink below, one of them got boosted. Now it's in my hand during a kill turn.
Yeah.
If I had just trusted and believed that I don't want to play the more defensive version, I want to go straight at this other Dash player, maybe Alex would be in a better situation right now.
Indeed.
Aiden says, I'll go to 7. I'm not afraid of a payload. I just saw one get boosted.
Which also gives Aiden some information. If he did think to himself, is my opponent running payload? By seeing it boosted, he now can take that into account as he moves forward in the turn. As this pistol is going to come in, looks as though that's going to come in for 2 damage. And
pitching an induction chamber is not a good strat, but sometimes you have to. We got our first pistol shot. There's going to be 3 of these. So if Aiden says, I'll take all 3, he'll be down to 1. Pistol shot number 2.
It's interesting to see.
Aiden's like, okay, no more blocks. What is my shoes going to do? I think there's a thing of, this is where you're clenching your cards as hard as possible, and you're saying, he would have played a better card by now if he had it.
Yeah, I thought you might have meant clenching other parts of.
And now he's got 3 cards, 2 resources from our whatchamacallit. A sink below is going in Arsenal. I saw it. Alex is like, okay, I'll block 4 of this.
And perhaps that sink below allows you to turn an item that's a non-block into your hand into what will almost for sure be a block 3, but we're going to see what this Teklo core is allowing Aiden to do, because now at even life totals, Aiden has the gas. You need to, once again, force your opponent to block here so that all armor is gone. We're face up in terms of what...
Oh, that's what he's representing. So the Teklo core has 2 blue things because he has 2 turns of it.
Precisely.
Which is an interesting way to represent that.
It's a lot of those resource coins.
Yeah. He must have been like, give me all your blue resources. Okay. Throttle red.
Immediately using those resources from the Teklo core, getting that value, and also not giving your
6.
opponent any other information about the cards in your hand.
Have to block 2. Because if you go down to 1, you just lose the payload. Sorry, Alex. You got to give 2 cards here.
Let's see what he chooses to do. He has that sink below.
I think I would love to bait the payload of, oh, I'm only really blocking 2. Okay, you know that he doesn't have a payload now because we did the zipper hit. Boosting it, getting rid of that card. That's fine because that's not going to happen in the end game. It's a great card to boost away, actually.
Indeed, you're not unhappy if you're Aiden to see that one go. At this point, it's unlikely you're going to be left with enough cards in your hand to get that maximum velocity off. Once again, demanding a block, though the pistol shot that comes at the end of this is not going to cause a block from Alex.
Alex has to use the sink below here. There you go.
Take the 1.
Don't commit from hand because you're getting greedy if you want more than a better block that way. So you are taking 1. You're both at 3.
Looks as though we missed a point of damage on the last turn.
Or
the judge might have
somebody
caught
clicked
that.
the wrong one. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see if we can see that Aiden at least is taking track of his life on his life pad there, so they'll be able to check if there was any mistakes made.
Gun takes him to 1.
To 1 here, keeping a 2-card hand.
Enough.
With no...
Oh, I'm going to use...
Oh, look at that,
Aiden. Shoot him again. I need one of those cards or you're dead.
This is why he's the dash player, and we're sitting yards away.
We always know about this shit.
Yeah, come on.
You have to let somebody who's watching in Lower South Carolina feel like there's some kind of stakes.
What do you have against Lower South Carolina?
I'm shouting them out twice.
That's true. Now, what's interesting is
I prefer them.
This was only available to Aiden because he was able to keep the boots around, unlike Alex, who had to use them after that sink below was boosted away on his turn. You have to wonder, are those sink belows doing what you want in this matchup, or is even the chance of having to use the boots in an inefficient way enough to... Because now Aiden only needs to block with 1 card here to stay alive, because he does not have the opportunity to present that extra kind of sneaky attack, almost like using your Silken Form and Dromai to push at Aether Ashwing when your opponent doesn't expect that they have to take another point of damage.
So gun for 2, maybe you're taking it, and then gun for 2 you're blocking, and then you're saying Teklo core plus my 3 cards can get there.
Alex representing, I'm done. I'm face up. This is what I got. What do you got? And we will see in just a moment, what does Aiden got?
And I think that's a thing where maybe newer players haven't shown up to a big tournament where you do lose the game in sideboarding. Of a decision I made to be more defensive can bite me. A decision to put the non-mechanologist cards can be. And somebody who knows more about this is like, Sink Below is actually better. I think that's a thing where, okay, well, Aiden said, let's see.
Yeah.
And Aiden's going to most likely have the ability to attack at his opponent being at 1 health with like 3 attacks, which when Dash has the magic Dash has is usually enough. Perfect block. We're never using that card again. And it's a no-brainer block. I love no-brainer blocks when you're at the end game.
Yeah,
of
like, well, I know I'm doing this.
I know I'm not doing the wrong thing.
And Alex, for being a new player, has played this game rather well with some very tight sequencing, allowing himself to represent enough damage to put the players here at even life, although once again, as we talked about, it's kind of the first player to really blink in these kind of aggressive matchups, because we haven't seen Alex play towards that defensive mindset that perhaps the induction chamber might have shown a tendency for, shown an indication of at the beginning of the game. And so you'll wonder if at the end of this game he, depending on the results, is going to look back and say to himself, do I want the pounder, or if I'm going to go with this induction chamber, do I need to be more defensive to truly get the value out of my choice? We're on a second turn of this Teklo core, which is going to, I think, be huge here for Aiden. Every breakpoint requires 2 blocks now, which very likely will be able to close this game out.
2 cards. We boosted it.
With that Teklo Foundry Heart, he's probably going to have enough resources here to...
Now, Zipper Hit, is that a breakpoint that has 4? It is.
It is. That's two
Give
cards.
Me 2 cards.
This is going to be it, folks.
Shoot a pistol for game. 1, 2. Nothing left. It works out for Aiden. And Alex is probably like, okay, what can I learn from this? Maybe I played it the right way, but that dash got 1 point ahead of me. I think this is a great, maybe this is why you show up to tournaments like this, because you will have this as a literal video of your game of like, let me go check every single thing.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just draw the cards in the wrong order. Maybe there was one time he could have been more aggressive. I don't really think so based on what we saw.
We didn't.
It felt like they played their hands.
Yeah.
And it was like, well, Aiden drew the power cards of high octanes and leverage.
And that high octane at the beginning of the game actually mattered an enormous amount. That 6 damage that Aiden was able to push on a turn that often you don't get any damage leaked through, or if you do, maybe 2 or 3, unless you're playing a banishing hero like Rhinar. It's interesting to see that that turn ended up being so effective on that turn 1.
Aiden's smiley. I love that from seeing like, okay, I'm showing up to a tournament. I'm excited. But Alex isn't not smiling either. There's a pump. What is it called? A fist bump?
Yeah, it's called a fist bump.
Everybody's happy. I think one thing, too, is like, okay, Aiden's at a tournament. Maybe one of his first – this isn't a pro quest or anything, but it is.
Yeah.
It's that kind of competitive of Aiden's 2-0, feeling himself. I'm not scared of people. I've beat one of the best players in the world, and now I beat a dash matchup. So 2 wins away from getting a top 8 spot and getting some points to do all this in August as well.
And he knew he had to represent 3 floating. After we took a tough L in the first round, Aiden had to come in here and show what we're about so that people know what we know what we're talking about.
I think one thing that we're hearing from the crowd is we need to fix something. So we're going to go ahead and take an earlier break than we normally do to fix something.
It's a flash.
We'll be
We're
back as soon as that's fixed, so you won't have a whole 40 minutes without seeing us.
Don't go anywhere.
I'll be here. You should be here too. We'll see you in a second.
Hello, hello.
Series here at Odyssey Games. Having a slight technical issue, so you don't get to see our wonderful faces.
It's unfortunate.
I know. We came. We were all wearing matching shirts. We look so nice.
We're a team. Yeah,
we are a team. But yeah, speaking of teams, the experienced team is experiencing heavy losses in rounds 1 and 2.
Yeah.
They all got mostly paired against each other, although we do have one of them, our local favorite, Anthony Pham, will be on stream in just a minute. But yeah, it's already turning out to be a pretty exciting day.
No, definitely.
Not the typical heroes at the top tables, but what'd you see? We were both walking around round 2. What'd you see out there?
Yeah, definitely. Islander she's going to be queen of the meta. She's out there. She's, definitely trying to get those wins in. And then Phi. So the real villain, I think, of this meta. So Islander, you accept, she's going to be good. She does mixed damage. It's always scary. But then Phi is just a pure villain. There's nothing you can do about his oncoming attacks. But back into our match here, we have Oldhim versus Islander, a Frost matchup. And this is just a beautiful screen, just seeing all the blues. Very excited.
It's icy out there. It's
man.
cold. It's 55 degrees out here. So, we all got our jackets on.
Yep.
But yeah, I also saw there was a couple Bravos top table. We had Briar and Viserai, beating each other up. I think Briar took that one. But yeah, this should be an interesting match. We'll jump right here into it. Looks like our camera
is a little bit frozen currently,
right,
but we can see them drawing the cards, so they definitely have begun putting up a tunic counter. It looks like on Anthony's side, start of the turn. He is definitely going first. Let's see how this plays
Anthony,
out.
a very skilled Icelander player. I saw him dissecting a Bolton player in the last round.
Yep.
Interesting deck on the Bolton side. I wasn't rooting for it, but I was curious. He was running one Saber and one Quicksilver dagger, which I thought was pretty interesting.
I always love people trying new things and just trying to really push their style of play into the game. That's always the best thing when watching these events, is seeing people's styles being played through these decks.
Absolutely. And we are definitely a stylish community out here.
Yeah.
So yeah, don't know what's happening on.
I'm pretty sure Anthony played a Sigil. He said okay, and then Arsenal passed. That's from what I can just see from these top left and right things right now. And now Andrew seems to be thinking about something. He does not like his options here. Yeah, he's forced to use something to block. He didn't want to do it. Sorry again for the technical difficulties, everyone who's tuned in. We're working our hardest here, but we definitely have the player cams. We're going to do our best to depict what's going on. Usually if you have your hand down, it's not your turn.
That's true. Sometimes I do. I'll put my hand down.
Okay.
Okay.
We're going to do a quick cut to break and try and reset and see if we can get things going. See you guys in a little bit.
Yep.
Hello.
We are back. We got our camera on.
Nice. You can see
and
us.
everything should be fixed. Sorry about that little delay, but
That's technology sometimes. Sometimes it works. This is also grassroots, and we are putting all our effort and might into making this happen for you guys.
absolutely. So I think we're ready to jump back into our match. Come back in here.
Thankfully, it's a nice matchup. It was
Yeah.
still going on when we came back.
Didn't miss much. I'm sure Icelander Icelanded and Oldhim.
Oh,
So
definitely. And currently, it looks like we have like a Frigid, a Frost Hex, Icequake coming down, and a Frost Fang. We're getting some spicy text with the Frost Fang. I think that's coming out of Islander as well, just based off the direction, right?
Andrew might be flipping his cards to
We'll find out in a second. Yeah, we'll find out.
Anthony, but I'm not sure. Yeah, we'll see.
Well, actually, Anthony has 4 cards, so
Yeah,
it's
it
out
definitely
of
is.
Andrew,
Andrew,
him. Yeah.
He's just being polite and giving the violent card turn, as Zane likes to say. But yeah, so coming in looking pretty rough on Icelander right now. We got Channel Lake Frigid making everything expensive, and then a good hit effect coming in Frostbites and discards. So
it is. I think I like the disruption to Islander. It forces her to respond, forces her to dump her hand a little bit. But that's kind of what she wants to do. It's nice that Islander was able to get those 2 Ice Amulets out that early now.
Yeah.
So with tons of room. It's just gonna be a long game of chipping down Oldhim, getting him into like an OTK range or like a one, like definitely just like sitting for Frost X's, and then it's gonna be a long game.
Yeah, yeah. You definitely want to see those amulets early.
Yeah.
They're just Insidious Chill on a trigger. Or, I mean, not on a trigger, but on a
Fuse.
stick. Yeah, whenever you want.
Yeah.
Insidious Chill is great, but sometimes it just pops off and it's not the right time, but it does it anyways. So the Amulet of Ice just giving you that extra flexibility to really destroy their hand when you want to.
Super important, ripping cards out. Now we see a Wounded Bull coming out here. Wounded Bull is super new card into at least Islander, showing more in the meta. It wasn't represented before, but now everyone loves Wounded Bull.
Best card in the game.
Best card in the
Best
game.
generic ever printed. Wounded Bull from original Welcome to Wraith set.
Great art.
They knew early on that
Yeah.
this card was going to be good.
2 for 7 plus a heal. Love it.
It's pretty good. I think the
All right, we got to block 1.
well, Wounded Bull is 3, right? It's 3 for 8.
Oh, is it 3? Okay.
Yeah,
right,
it gets the +1 from having less life.
block him with a race face. Okay, not needing to erase. Good blocks.
And he's got a thump in there. Okay, cool.
Small damage.
Interesting deck over here on Andrew's side. I'm curious. Wait, he's got 3 AB, so he's 4. He's got the lantern. Nice. Lantern, probably one of my favorite pieces of equipment. It just looks cool, and when you get to play it, it feels good. Ooh, Endless Winter. I love that this card has come back in fashion. I think it's super powerful and is like
Oh yeah,
one of the most fun Oldhim cards for sure.
It is always awkward to block, to take. It's just it provides a response, and Oldhim likes that because sometimes Oldhim doesn't always get that.
Yeah, you need a paralegal to decipher the paragraphs
Oh,
of
it's a
text.
massive amount of text. Like look how small those lines are. Yeah,
it is so small. But
it's pretty sure it's if it's fused and it hits, you get a frostbite, right? And for every card you block with, you get a frostbite as well.
I think if it hits your next turn, every action. You get frostbite.
You get generate. Yeah, correct. Yeah, okay. Yep.
Yeah, but it does both. I think the on hit is the fuse, and the blocking is the basic one built in, which is just even just playing it by itself. It's rough. You're like, really? It just does that? You're like, yes, it does.
So Anthony's deciding here if he wants to full block this out, which if you're gonna block it, like you block it, play 1 card, move on, or just take it and do kind of a smaller turn because the frostbite gets made after your action, so you can still get something off, just not a bunch of things.
Yeah, looks like he's gonna full block and just set up to have a sink in Arsenal. He does have 2 Findel's Fighting Spirits, so he's going to get +2 in that defense, which is just good value right there. He's losing his turn, but he's evening the life, I believe.
Yeah, another great card is coming.
Oh, wait, is that... It might not have been Findel's Fighting Spirit.
Oh,
it
was.
was.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's going up. Take some time.
Okay.
Yeah. That was two of them as well.
I think it was 2.
Yeah.
So he should be at 28, unless he was at 25 to start. Got distracted there.
Yeah, you're fine. Nice frostbite coming down. Coming back here. Kind of a null turn. Like I said, you blocked out your whole hand. There's not much you can do. You accepted that was a good card, and it would prevent you from doing things.
Yeah, it's a smart play. It's I think what separates some of the best players is just really reacting to those tough decisions where you're like, can I figure out a way to do this and still push through something back? It's just like cut your losses, block up, do the best you can, set up for your next turn cycle, and not worry so much. It is tough against Oldhim if you give them a full grip of cards plus Arsenal. It can be punishing, but at the same time, he's got enough weird cards in there that sometimes it's not as bad as it could be.
Yeah.
Not sure if he's running pummels in this deck, though, either.
You can. I feel like everyone's either pro pummel or not pro pummel. You're like, oh, you're playing pummel. We're like, oh, wow, nice, you're playing pummel. It's like, I find that people hate it or they love it.
Yeah.
So it's really just a decision up to the pilot. We'll see more. Most likely, I think it would hold him. If you're running Frostfangs, why not run Pummels? Like that's just the ultimate. That's a double discard right there.
Yeah, I don't know. It's one of those cards where when it hits, it's the best card.
Yeah.
And when it doesn't, it's
yeah.
it's the worst. But
back to another Wounded Bull here. Anthony was significantly lower than Andrew for a while, but now because of the Fendel Fighting Spirits and the Wounded Bulls, he's healed more than 4 at this point, and is able to kind of even out the game in the ice at that, while he's stalling.
yeah, and when you're on Icelander, if you're even at life, you're usually ahead. Because you're setting up and you're chipping out, you're getting the value. It is harder in this matchup. It's going to be a longer, grindier game, and probably with the big Frost Hex combo to finish it off, especially when you're facing down 4 AB. It's not nothing to deal with.
Yeah, I think he's at 3 AB right now. 1, 2, 3.
Got the Lantern.
Yep, Lantern. 3 AB Oldham's at with Mage Masters.
Mage Master. Sorry, yeah, it's 3 AB. Sorry.
What would you use Mage Master for? Toma Fendel?
I think he's got Toma Finder.
Yeah.
I think that's what he put in.
I've seen, So that's the only reason any Guardian runs Mage Masters.
Boom, right now.
Perfect. Here we go. Popping these Mage Masters, throwing the boots off.
Yeah, classic Guardian play. It's just good sometimes. It's good in the decks where it's good,
there's
and
a tome.
it just doesn't work sometimes, but he's going to gain a bunch of life.
1, 2. Gains 4 life. Yep, very nice.
Yeah, like we said, this will be a grindy game.
It's definitely it's just so many small inches you try to get here and there when you're as that ice matchup.
And I see a pummel.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
He's got Terra Sunder and a pummel in hand.
Oh, that's scary.
This could be brutal. I don't know if he's got the resources.
And he has a heart in hand too.
It
if you
could
could
be
discard the
awkward.
heart,
Yeah.
that would be insane.
Depending on what Anthony's got in Arsenal, he could potentially pitch all his cards to, clap back in this scenario.
That's true. Wizards can play on your turn, and then you forget whose turn it is.
That's right. That's right.
Classic.
Every turn is our turn.
Every turn is our turn. Hey, coming out with the Frostfang, just, seeing how Anthony's going to react.
Yeah, threatening pummel with the 2 floating. I don't think Anthony's
definitely telegraphing for sure.
Too worried about it because, he can just do stuff in response.
Yeah.
Which is always the fun part of playing Icelander is just like you just react differently to these threatening situations where it's every threatening situation is usually an opportunity for you to do something back.
Yeah, risk reward. That is definitely the wizard mentality. You could kill me fast, but I can also kill you in 1 turn. So that always be on your toes when playing against wizards. I never like dropping my whole hand against a wizard, or else I can just die.
There we go. You had the sink
below,
Arsenal, so
ready for the pummel on this one.
Pretty good.
Anthony wasn't even sweating the whole time. Anthony's like, you can have that pummel.
Yeah.
I have a sink.
I've never seen Anthony sweat. He's a cool, calm, collected kind of character. So he's been in tough situations before, so he can work his way out. He's discarding the heart, makes sense. Not super relevant right now when he's above, higher in life, and also probably doesn't want to see it in a key moment where he might need to block later in the game.
Yeah.
So not the worst thing right there.
I don't think the worst thing. Hearts, all those fables and heart and stuff like that are kind of just like a win more thing a little bit. Like it's not going to win you necessarily the game, but it's just going to help you in that certain situation of, pitching to Waning Moon or pitching to Aether Icebane.
Yeah, it definitely is not going to make the biggest difference unless you're playing at the highest skill level, which, some of these players definitely are, but it can be a problem. It can show up at the wrong time. It doesn't block. It can just clog up your hand and,
And with the ice is really interesting because you're playing such long games and you have to figure out, what can I give them? What do I need to win this matchup? And they're going to have answers. Ice is such a control-y deck. And we have Smashing Good Times.
Ooh, nice.
Smashing Good Times is really great here. A new tech coming into, I think, the meta with all these new items being played. He's going to go for the throw and go for after his amulets. Oh, and Endless Winter.
Nice.
This is hard. I don't think there's no buff on the Smashing Good Times. It's just the effect.
I think so, yeah.
Because Smashing Good Times gives you +3 if it's from Arsenal.
Yeah.
Yep. And so right now, all it is giving is if this hits, destroy an item for your opponent.
Yeah.
Which would be one of those amulets. So
Pretty sweet.
thankfully, you bought 2, and you have a backup. Just for this exact situation. But Endless Winter just is a cherry on top of making it really hard. And just really in my head, I'd be like, okay, you could have it. But with these long games, you don't want to be giving health that early. You want to be blocking and setting up a good pitch stack into an explosive turn.
Yeah, I mean, it is the kind of thing again where he's going to block. He's going to accept the fact that he's taking the frostbites.
Yep, he's going to take the frostbites.
I think he's taking frostbites. Right?
Did he sink? I don't think he sank anything in his hand.
Or is the frostbite on the fuse?
It's on. I think it's on the fuse. I have to look
it might be. Yeah, I think I had it backwards before. Yeah.
Okay, I'll double check right now. I'll look it up.
Like I said, you need a legal help to define.
It is a very
the
big
terms
wall
of
of
Endless
text,
Winter.
and neither of us play Oldham. So.
Yeah. I dabble sometimes, when I want to just take a break and just
just relax,
pitch cards and attack and block efficiently. It's pretty nice.
Man. That sounds nice.
Yeah, I started doing that after a stressful day. I'll play like a Bravo game just because I'm like, oh, this is cool. I block, I pitch cards, I activate my hero ability.
All right, so Endless Winter says Ice Fusion. If it was fused, whenever the defending hero adds a defending card to the chain link, create a frostbite.
Gotcha.
And then the hit effect is the one that goes after. So it was just mixed up.
I had it backwards.
That's all good.
Sure. Yeah, so hit effect is on the following turn, but
Yep.
Anthony just coming back with the more than efficient 7 on the Enlightened Strike. I keep saying it, but just the value that this Bolander deck presents is really great, and just makes me question how I think about this game, because it's just not something. I mean, honestly, most of us would have thought of, and it's wild that it is just so good.
No, and that's a best thing about this game is no one has it figured out. New things are always coming in and breaking your perception of how this game should be played. And so getting out there and doing your own thing and creating your own list is really rewarding sometimes, and it could change the way your local meta shapes.
Or the whole world meta.
Or if you're good enough to be on a world stage, the world meta.
It's pretty cool. Anthony swears that he is still a wizard. And we believe him because he'll probably kill you on your turn, but it's sometimes I get bothered by the kind of inconsistency of the flavor versus how the decks end up playing out. But I don't know. It's cool to see a wizard deck that just like dumpsters some people.
Yeah. No, everyone has their time in the sun. Islander has it right now, but getting Erase Face is not what she wants. That prevents all her fusing and prevents. Oh, there we go. We're going to play the defending, and we're going to do twice. Okay, cool.
Nice, yeah.
And
paying extra to get the +2 defense.
Yep. Erase Face, I don't think it's talked about on a good meta call right now, but I don't think everyone's on them. Yeah. How do you feel about Erase Face in this meta? The pummel.
Pretty good. Yeah. I think it's good against Dash. It's good against Icelander. I think, and it can be good against Phi. I think depending on the Phi build, it can be more or less impactful. But I think it's a pretty good call generally. It's hard when it blocks for 2. Yeah. But I think we're gonna see it be kind of a staple, especially with Phi and Icelander being,
and it's not $90.
Yeah, it's not $90.
Not $9. Yep. So Anthony's turn pretty much getting blanked from that Erase Face pummel. Very strong from Andrew, but because Anthony's been playing, Wounded Bulls, the Fendel's Fighting Spirit, his health isn't drastically different.
Yeah, he's been blocking well and still chipping away.
So that kind of shows you, if you're developing your play and these high level players, when you watch them, is just sometimes you just have to block out. You can't be greedy on those hands. You have to know your breathing room where you can really get that burst of damage in. And I'm guilty of it myself sometimes, where I just like, I want to do this. Yeah. You're like, I want to throw 30 damage at him. I don't care. Come on, just no blocks against the Phi.
Ooh, I like this card. I want to play it. I don't care what's gonna happen.
Yeah. So patience is definitely a key in getting good at Fab.
It really, blocking. But also knowing when it is good to take that damage and push through. Like, that's just
knowing your line.
Knowing your line, knowing what they're presenting, what they've pitched. There's just so many factors that make this game great and just a huge skill level.
A second Frost Hex coming in.
Here we go, setting it up, feeling pretty good.
This is definitely looking like Anthony's going for the long Frost Hex explosion. Hope you brought your coat and boots, maybe a scarf.
Is coming.
Oh, definitely. And Oldhim, I played some good threats. Played some Erase Phase. I haven't seen any CNCs. 2 Endless Winters so far.
Yeah, running Thumps and looks like Glacials too. So interesting deck on Andrew's side. Haven't seen too many Oldhims built in this exact way, but again, just showing the versatility.
It feels like definitely disrupt Oldhim to help combat some of the Phis and some of the greedier decks that don't like blocking. Oldhim is like, I want you to respond to this.
Yeah, lots of hit effects, with the Ice Quakes and Frost Fangs, Erase Phase, Pummels, just throwing it all together. And
I blame Phi.
Yeah.
I blame Phi for all these on-hit effects.
It's true. That's why Azalea's in a pretty good spot right now as well. Just
one Azalea here today.
Yeah,
I wonder how they're doing. I need to go find them later.
They were.
Oh, another Erase.
I think they're 1-1 right now.
Nice. Another Erase with an Ice Quake. Nice. Man, Anthony not liking these Erase faces, really delaying him from chipping away at Oldhim's health, which he needs to start doing, or he's going to run out of cards and run out of damage in the deck, and no remembrance, I imagine. So
yeah, probably not. But it is. He is looking to set things up. He probably is searching for his third Frost Hex, so he can be patient and block out a bit more. And with less dominate in Oldhim, it's a little bit easier to just block efficiently and keep pushing your game plan. Because I forget what the combo numbers are, but he does. If he's around 20, I think he's in a pretty good spot.
Probably. Yeah, I know. Definitely, I imagine. Oh, and had the Pummel in hand and saw the Waning Moon play coming, and so kept it and put it at the bottom for later to keep disrupting. I think that was pretty smart. He could have played the Pummel there if he wanted on the Race Face, but no, I think playing conservative against a Wizard is always ideal. Dropping your whole hand against a Wizard can be very scary if you're not ready for it.
Yeah, and we see that third Frost Hex popping up, so Anthony's probably pretty excited to see that. We got 15 minutes left. I'm not totally sure if that's 100% accurate, but yeah, the game was moving on while we were fixing the stream, so he needs to start moving. He needs to start moving a little bit to make sure this game ends, but I'm not too worried about going to fatigue. Yeah, time is correct, so both these players got enough time to figure this out, but Oldhim's going to plod along as he usually does.
And both these players are very seasoned players, so so they're definitely going to try their best to make sure not to go to time and play as efficiently as possible. It's just, man, when you're out here with so many of these hitters, some of these guys who know how to play, you can just get into situations that aren't as easy. You have to get in out of these tight holes that you get put into.
Yeah.
It's just so much good fab being played today here at the AG Open. The first one, great turnout, and
yeah, I think it's interesting. I think the first couple rounds you see probably a little bit looser play as people. I think a lot of people have been taking some breaks over the end of the year, so people are kind of coming a little rusty. I know some higher quality players have had a rough couple first rounds. Anthony, of course, is always just sharp tool there, but
Anthony came in happy today. I saw him walking in with his friends, laughing.
I've never seen Anthony unhappy.
Yeah,
never seen him sweat. Never seen him unhappy.
Oh man, just a great player in the fab community. Looking through the graveyard, seeing all those threats. What do you have that can hurt me? How many pummels?
This might be the last Frost Fang.
I think he's looking for pummel right now.
Looking for pummel,
yeah. He sees 2 reds, but I'm pretty sure Andrew pushed a yellow one at one point.
Yeah.
And so that's another thing.
If
yeah.
he's got yellows.
So it's just Frost Fangs, pummels, all Endless Winters, Terra Sunders, just all the fun cards.
Yeah, he's got to worry when he's got a key card in hand about having to discard, but he does have another sink below, so he's got himself a little bit covered. I'm not sure if he had a pummel in hand. I did see a Terra Sunder.
I see a Terra. I don't think I see a pummel now.
Well, he's pitching something.
Pitch and tear.
There
Oh,
he is.
maybe
He
it is.
does
It was
have
upside down.
It's
That's
the
why.
yellow pummel, yeah.
Okay. The yellow pummel, just max disruption. Good coverage on that. I think it's going to block 7, and that should be 7.
Jeremy Smith in chat asking how the Dromai representation is today. I believe we have a couple Dromais out there.
Yep.
Not a ton, but you know.
If you have Twitter, you can go to AG events or Arcane Game events, and we have the matchup spread posted on there.
Yeah.
We just don't have it in front of us currently. Our printer is not here, but
We could bring it up, but we're in the middle. Oh, let's jump. We can jump to it.
we
real
can
quick.
do it quick,
What
real
we
quick.
got?
While they're doing it.
Yeah,
There you go. Yeah,
Dromai,
there it is.
6% of the field. So we got some people. I think that
Yeah.
means about 2 players out there.
Yeah, decent Dromai representation.
Yeah, probably some, steadfast Dromai players.
Yeah, it's a really good even spread, I think, and I think an expected spread as well.
Yeah. The meta does have some favorites, but it also those favorites present some, opportunities for certain decks to prey on them.
Yeah. I would have put $25 so that this game was going to happen at some point.
Yeah.
And then after a couple of rounds, like, Ice is looking so good nowadays. I hate it.
Yeah. I mean, and it's funny because the ice part of Oldhim isn't even the most important part other than like things like Frostfang and his icy hammer. But for the most part, he's just got good
Out
on
muscle.
hits. And, in not a wizard matchup, he's got Crown of Seeds.
Yeah.
So the ability to just have that value, similar to Icelander, just can present a lot of value and a lot of damage with cool on hits as well.
Out muscle is a new thing I've been seeing. Well, it's not new; it's an older card, but a lot of people using it. It's a classic, and Anthony is deciding to respond to it at Arsenal with the blue icicle into a waning. Out muscle doesn't have an on hit. I'm pretty sure. I think it's something about if it's not blocked, it gets go again. I think it's a go again card. Let me pull it
Out
up
muscle
right
is a
now.
go again card. If it's either pitching for that or if it's not blocked,
Pull
it gets
right
go
now.
again. Yeah.
Muscle, but it is a little bit newer. I love seeing, some new cards into the meta.
I believe it's a Monarch card. I think top players like Kale McCreath were playing it in Bravo for a while just because it does let you do it. If it's not defended, isn't defended by a card with equal or greater power, it has go again.
Yeah, and it is from Monarch. So, yeah, that's definitely another way because Guardians aren't given many tools that get 2 attacks or go. It's either one big attack or a hammer swing, so out muscle.
And
coming
Zealous
in.
belting are
Yeah,
like
Zealous
real
belting.
interesting. Both, is that from Monarch? Yeah, I think both are from Monarch. So it's
yeah.
like a really cool generic card that seems to find most of its play in Guardian, allowing them to present a little bit more aggression. And
that's what Andrew is right now. Andrew brought the I want to fight you Oldhim deck. I'm not going to fatigue you. I'm here to disrupt you. And
Macho Grande.
a little Macho Grande. I love that
The
card.
inexplicably Spanish name card.
I love it. I love the art. I love
It's a great card.
it's a great. The blue's great. It has dominate. It's still going to hit.
The blue is OP. Like
It's
this,
so good.
It should not have been a full cycle of cards.
Turn 1 red is insane. I remember when it first came out, everyone's testing different colors, and you just turn 1 opening red, and you're like, oh, I just take 10 dominate. Okay, no block. I'm not gonna give you my armor. Turn 1.
Yeah, it's pretty rough.
Anthony not liking this Macho Grande currently. He likes his hand.
It presents, a difficult situation where he knows he's taking damage. I don't think he's got anything floating, so he's not worried about Pummel right now, but, he's still trying to get that 3rd Frost Hex out. He does have an Insidious Chill.
Yeah.
I thought he had a Frost Hex. Maybe
He has
it's
2
an
Frost Hexes
Arsenal.
right here.
No, but I thought he had one in hand 1 or 2 turns ago. But
Okay. He might have pitched
maybe
it,
that
too.
was an Insidious Chill or he pitched it. But, he's trying to get to that combo. We're getting slightly low on life. He doesn't
Lower on
have
time, yeah.
any blocking equipment left, and I think he's used all 3 Sink Belows at this point. So
And knowing this deck has pummels is terrifying for especially in the later of the game when you're trying to block efficiently and the game gets this close as it is 15-17. You just want to make sure you're being really optimal with your pretty much last quarter of the tank left in your match.
Yeah, he did pitch an Ice Eternal a little bit ago. Not sure if that's the one he's looking to end the game with or if he's already got the combo set up a little bit earlier in his pitch stack. But with the amount of instants and block 2s in Icelander, these decisions get harder and harder the later you go and the lower on health you get.
especially if you've been pitch stacking, you're like, I wanted all this. You're like, I wanted to play all this. So now I'm getting so much pressure from Disruption Oldhim that I just have to really like min-max. What can I get away with here? How am I going to finish without these cards? How am I going to blow this Oldhim up? 2 Frost X is great. You have 2 Amulets. You know, you got all your things out, but if you're using all your cards to block, then they're just going to sit there, and you're going to just lose over time.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like Insidious Chill, another amulet in hand as well, so that one doesn't block.
Hurts.
So
Yeah, another amulet hurts.
He's definitely choosing what his next turn looks like.
And 3 amulets into the Oldhim matchup, I feel like hurts. I mean, I would have done a 2 maybe.
I mean, it's that thing where it just increases your chances for hitting your combo the way you want to and stripping out all those cards because they're going to run so much Arcane Barrier that you need that you need to get rid of the cards in hand to be able to,
that makes sense,
prevent them from pitching to block your huge combo.
I know Lexi runs these amulets too, and sometimes sometimes she can end games with them still on just because people are efficient about blocking or stuff like that. So that is definitely sometimes the downfall of running items is that you just don't get to do anything. But popping energy potion in response to Macho, floating 2.
Ooh, is he going for it? He might have just been going for it. He might have that Ice Eternal in hand already, or in arsenal, because he's got the fuse card. He can pitch.
There we go.
Yeah, I think Ice Eternal's coming out right now. Nice.
Here we go, Ice Eternal. So yeah, he's just thinking about his moves if he wanted to go in. So he's full committing.
Uses triggers Insidious Chill.
Yep.
Probably gonna do his amulet, or actually, he doesn't even have to do his amulet. He's only got 1 card.
That's true. That's true. I do not think anybody here is trying to slow play or anything. Once again, this is a 1K competitive event. Most people just want to make sure that they're honed and practice and doing the right moves for the PQ season coming up.
Yeah.
This is the third round. Third round.
Yeah.
So we're still pretty early. They got 6 minutes. They're low health. They're going. A lot of math can be thrown around here.
Yeah, Anthony's looking to win this game right now.
100%.
So he's going to take all those cards. He's going to give all these frostbites. Going to deal 8 damage plus the 3.
There we go.
So he's just going to. I think he's got Emeritus Scolding that he's going to arsenal and just win this game next turn. So yeah, maybe a little bit slow, but when you're looking to win the game in the next turn and a half and you got 6 minutes left, it's not actually slow play.
Yeah. He's doing crazy math in his head.
Because I think it was just the suboptimal timing for the combo. He was hoping to get him down a little bit lower, but with
he's sweating. You can see it. He's like, I'm at 7. You're like one good dominate pummel thing could just end it for him. But getting Oldhim to 3 is huge.
Yeah.
Oldhim is much more scared at 3 than he would have been anywhere else, and you being at 7 gives you lots of room to breathe. But they have the prio now back on to pressuring you. So let's see what the decision is here. I could not see what the cards were in hand because he put them down fast.
Yeah, I don't.
What a bluff here.
He does have the pummel. So
he does.
He could threaten here, but
he has it.
Yeah,
I see it.
But I think if he goes for the pummel, he's not going to have enough resources to block out.
Good blocking. Even if he pummels here, it's not going to... He doesn't have to discard because it's through hammer.
Yeah.
Which is like the best case scenario for
Would be
Anthony.
a frostbite because he pitched the ice card for the hammer, but I don't think Anthony's too worried about that. Storm Striders are up. If he's got a blue card, if it's a blue Emeritus in Arsenal, he's just going to push through some damage here anyways, and he might even be able to get rid of the frostbite.
I don't think in a blue deck, frostbites don't hurt as much. You know, you're like, I'll take a frosty. I'll take a nice little snow cone. No problem. There you go. Have it back. Ate it right up. And we're going to the Aether Vein.
Yeah.
Fused.
Fuse.
I think it's a red one. It looks like a red one.
Yeah, I think that's red.
Yeah.
He's going to pop both amulets.
Both
so he's
amulets.
Strip
Here we
6
go.
Resources.
This is where the amulets came in, like you said, but just 2, no 3, and just getting those cards out so he cannot soak anymore. Yep, only AB3. He had a Mage Masters earlier, which he used for a Toma Fendel.
Yep.
So it's definitely an interesting decision. I could see, once again, seeing this deck being built to combat Phi, and just really doing that. And so Andrew now, I don't know how many tools he put into against Islander, but this is looking bad for him. He's not looking like he's coming out the other side of this.
Yeah, if he blocks this, let's see, he can pitch 3, although I think not sure what his ice, if his polar blasts are red or blue. But yeah, he might just have this game in hand right now because he's going to take something and then he's going to have to pay. Yeah, I think he's got it.
He's got to pay the piper.
Yeah, because he's going to lose the card.
And he's much more relaxed, yeah.
Yeah, and then Waning Moon for the win.
3. Yep, on your turn.
Yeah,
GG.
boom.
Yeah, wow. That was very long, grindy, but I think I learned a lot from that, honestly, about like that matchup.
Yeah, it was pretty exciting. I think the more aggressive, disruptive Oldhim deck seems like it's pretty good against Icelander as well, but it is hard because you're just a bit slower, and Icelander is going to set it up. They've got the tools. That's why I think Amulet of Ice is really important in this matchup as 100%. Well, because you can.
Yeah, you can, like I said, strip the resources out of their hand, and when you go in for all in, they won't have enough to soak everything up,
Yeah. No, but a really exciting game, actually. I realized right there, my heart was starting to beat pretty fast.
Yeah,
I was like, oh my God,
real
he
close.
got it? He got it?
No.
He's got it. Oh, you know what? I was pressing the wrong button. I'm sorry, Justin. I was pressing the match button, and we were at the match. So technology is indeed hard. But yeah, really great game. Shout out to Anthony. The only profile player that we did that has not had a rough day. He's 3-0 now. So
do we want to try and talk to Anthony about that game and see his thought process? Do we have time, or is it too long?
Yeah, I think we're too late in the round, but he'll be on later.
Yeah, we'll see him around. He's a great player. He plays well, very consistently, and we'll definitely probably see him back on stream.
Yeah, he's gonna do well. He always does. But yeah, let's take a look. Meta game breakdown once more. Like we said, Icelander, Phi, Oldhim, the trio on top at the moment. But Dash showing up pretty strong. Bravo also seems like it. We'll see if
Bravo's doing good right now.
Yeah,
Bravo's good.
It seems like the players, if you're good at your hero in this meta, you have a chance. The top 3 are very good, but being skilled at a skilled pilot in any of the heroes that are out there right now, you can still put up the numbers.
And that's what I love is that you'll have your ST heroes like Islander, they're always going to be good. You'll have your AT heroes like Phi and Oldhim, which are also great, but your BT heroes are really the sleepers of you can just have so many upsets, and that could just ruin your bracket run, and people are going to play them.
Yeah.
And that's what I love about Fab is you get so much diversity. It's not just people playing the 3 best decks. It's people playing the decks they want to play at the best they can do.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's always the best part, in my opinion, is just people love to play what they like to play. And whether it's optimal doesn't always matter. And then, like you said before, the kind of sun shines on the different classes at different moments. And when they have their moment and they're prepared for that, they can really capitalize on it.
Happens to everyone. I used to be that. I used to be at the peak, the sun, as Rune Blade. I was there, and now,
man, he was so good for like 1 month. It's wild.
Now I'm at like C tier and just trying to figure out everything.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think we're going to take a quick break for our next round. I'm going to scarf a sandwich as fast as possible.
So good. I'm going to watch.
And we'll be right back for round 4. Thanks, everyone, for checking it out.
Us.
are back, round 4, AGE Open. Let's go, Blake. It's you and me again. Are you ready for a good round?
We ready. Maybe that's too hard to clap in the harsh mic like that.
Probably don't clap, but that's okay. You will
We
start.
ready.
I did request more space for us back here so we could dance, but, maybe we'll get that upgrade next time.
Yeah.
Great game coming up here. Anthony again on stream. We don't normally do back-to-backs, but Jamaica's been out there just smashing people with Bravo, so we thought it'd be cool to bring this on the stream right now.
So true. Can Jamaica stop Anthony's show today? He's 3-0. Don't worry about it. That'll get. What are these sleeves? Did you guys talk about this last time already? We got custom sleeves on both sides.
We haven't had Jamaica on stream yet. I think it's something from the world premiere Tales of Aria event. Got some friends holding each other up with probably a trophy of some sort, but
dude, shout out to friends. That's something that really makes Flesh and Blood fun, is having a community of people that you didn't have before the pandemic, I guess some of these people know each other from before.
Yeah, probably. I didn't know anybody. My number of people I know increased exponentially when I started playing Flesh and Blood.
Wow.
Okay, so Anthony out there talking trash to the commentator team, mostly Blake, but I'll take it as an offensive move against me as well. But you know what? It's all in good fun. Anthony told me to remind you, Blake, that he is a wizard. He's still a wizard.
I'm just shaking my head. I know you can't see the camera on me.
We can feel you shaking.
I've rolled my eyes. Let's do some. I don't know if that worked. I'm just so excited to see an Icelander play for the first time on stream. Even though they've won twice already, I think. Had a brief dash intermission. Everyone.
75% of the stream today has featured Icelander.
But we're not counting. It is fun. I talked to somebody earlier. They were like, I know all my matchups. I just can't beat Icelander. And I was like, well, there's only 10 of them here, so that should work.
Maybe you'll dodge all of them?
Yeah. Fingers crossed.
Look, you can't beat them all the time, and as we've talked about previously, people out here like to play the decks that they like to play. So,
do we know the archetype that Jamaica's doing at Bravo? Is it aggro to the max, or is it?
It seems pretty aggressive. I watched him dumpster an Icelander player in round 2. I believe at one point he was like 29 to 10 or something in health. So it was pretty rough. So we'll see. I'm not sure if it's like super aggressive, but I imagine it has to be to get around Icelander's disruption. But let's jump in. I don't know if they're waiting for us, but they seem like they're just hanging around. Here we go. Did we do a dice roll? I don't know. We'll see. Of course, Anthony rocking the Alexander Vor sleeves over there. Shout out to Alex, who is just a great Kano player out of Arizona, though we tend to include him in the SoCal regional meta consideration. Jamaica, I'm unfamiliar with, but like I said, I saw him doing really well, so I'm excited that he is now 3-0 and will be coming in here pretty hot with his Marvel Bravo, which, you just got to love that.
0 yellows in this Bravo deck. Sounds pretty standard.
Really?
That's the kind of insight you get from AGE deck registration list. Kind of looks like a normal list over here. There's no buckle.
Got 3 pummels, some unmovable. Oh, 6 pummels. Nice. That's what we like to see. Terra Sunder, some unmovables.
I think maybe we'll see the kind of thought process of, can I showtime into a really powerful attack? Turn 1, that's been a new Bravo tech.
Yeah, erase face, zealous belting. Is he doing out muscle? No, pulverize. So yeah, nothing too crazy on the Bravo side, but if you know how to pilot your deck, you're going to be pretty good right now. It doesn't really matter if you have a plan into the best decks and you can pilot your deck well, you're going to be able to squeak out against most of the players. But Anthony is not most players. He is an exceptional player. Starting off, just gaining life immediately and stripping one of the 6 pummels from his hand. So loves to see that right away. from Anthony and just Arsenal pass.
Icelander on 37 life, and we got the $400 card that has to go in your deck if you want to win this game. Flesh and Blood is expensive now, guys, right?
Yeah, it just got expensive. No, that's not. I think there's a bit of a fire sale going on right now from what I could tell. People are trying to sell me everything they got. And I'm just waiting for the prices to keep going down. Joke's on them, though. I'm not buying any.
We see the Heart of Findall. That's going to get him another life, which is crazy because the whole way to balance Icelander is to put her at 36, and he's already fought back half of that. We don't have anything in the arsenal to freeze, so we're just going to flip and do Waning Moon for 3. I feel like Jamaica's going to say, yep, I've got one of my 39 blues, so let's just get rid of that damage.
So you played Imposing Visage, right? I forget what that card does. Is that the one where you can search up a card?
You go grab an aura for
grab
your
an
deck,
aura,
so
yeah,
you normally are doing this to find Showtime, which we see right there.
There you go.
Showtime will have everything on its card. Everything happens.
Yeah.
So we're going to draw a card off of it.
And
Next
it has
turn.
go again, right?
No.
Imposing Visage?
I believe this is a end of turn play. I don't know. I know Showstopper doesn't have going. It does look like
It looks
Imposing
like it has
Vision says go again.
Yeah.
I'm more used to Showstopper.
That does not, yeah.
Yeah.
But, yeah, just setting it up. I love, I appreciate Bravo more and more the longer I've played Flesh and Blood. Like I said in last round, it's something I play just to, relax because it's not that it's not skill intensive. It's just that you have fewer choices most of the time, and it's a little bit easier just to kind of block up efficiently and put down some pretty good damage on people.
So this is going to be a Nothos for 6 because there's for sure enough in there to bump it up. I think kind of what I'm hoping as a Bravo player against Icelander is I need to be doing more than 6 damage a turn. I need to hit my 8s, my 10s, because the Icelander player will block with 2 cards from hand, blocking about 6 of your damage, but they're trying to set up the Frost Hex, the Chilling, the the other one that takes cards from your hand.
Crippling Crush?
No, I'm doing it's an ice card.
Oh,
that I
ice
can't
card,
remember.
sorry.
The Insidious Chill.
Insidious
I had to
Chill,
get
yeah.
there. Also, whenever you're just trying to avoid Wounded Bulls early on, but here's one right now. Immediately giving the equipment block makes sense because maybe there won't be too many attacks, or you'll see all 15 of them from Anthony right away. It is something where I have played this list, and it felt clunky to me because maybe I'm just a bad player and arsenaling the wrong things. But it does feel like you can draw this deck out of order, and maybe that's where Jamaica can fit some pummels in there to make his life even worse.
Yeah, definitely you can draw some difficult hands. I think Icelander presents a lot of choices, and some of them are just bad.
Right.
And if you make those bad choices in the wrong moment, you can be punished for it. Whereas other decks, you have less, hard punishes for your, maybe less optimal decisions.
There's an Insidious Chill right away, so he's getting part of his combo. That was in reaction to Showtime popping off to give him a card. That's an interesting window that I have not seen before, but that makes sense.
Yeah, same. We'll see the same thing with Seismic Surge as well. When those pop at the beginning of the turn, it presents opportunity for Icelander to do Icelander things.
Okay. And you do want to, we got this. He doesn't have the Tunic in his sideboard. So this is kind of thing that I would think normally you would have the Tunic so you could respond to ice stuff. And anytime you use Tectonic, you give your opponent another time to put an ice, what is it called, Frostbite in between, which isn't great.
My guess is he's probably not going to be using Tectonic for its ability, probably just to block right now, just because you want to reduce the opportunities you give Icelander to just hit you immediately at the beginning of your turn before you've got a chance to do anything.
Gotcha. So this card, one card for a blue, it's going to do so much, though, because we got the trigger on the Insidious Chill, which says go ahead and pay 2 or discard. What Bravo's going to be doing this whole time is paying, though. Yeah. He has the blues to get around this.
Absolutely. Just decks full of blues. And they're all pretty good at this point, which is why Guardian is just a solid choice, I think. There's, honestly, you have to, it's a hard choice to figure out your best blues. I mean, maybe it's kind of solved already, but there's so much available choices there that it can be it can be pushed in a lot of different directions to figure out what your blues are in this deck. Even though there's probably like 40 of them. How many blues does it got?
39.
39, yeah. So
I think one thing too about these Chilling Ice Veins, it's presenting. This is 5 damage, so 2 of it's gonna get through. Anytime we have a spell, it's literally like only. Is he running the yellows? So he's got 5 cards that can't be blocked completely. So that's the chip damage that'll go along with the chip damage from the Wounded Bulls to inch Bravo closer to a kill turn.
all right, well, proving me wrong immediately by activating Tectonic Plating to make a Seismic Surge token. I still think that's kind of a dicey move. You're just presenting that opportunity for Icelander, but if this is the kind of setup, deck that Frost Hex combo-y kind of thing that Anthony just did against Oldhim, which I would think that's kind of your default approach to Guardian, he has time, although he just has a little bit less time now. He's got the first Frost Hex out. And
he used that to fuse the Aether Ice Vein, so Jamaica knew that was there, but you can't really do much about it unless you have the pummel. Like, that's just not what was happening there. It's interesting, too, the Bravos, they don't complain about losing to Wounded Bull. They don't complain about losing the Scar for Scar. It is the combo that will kill the Bravos. We need to ban these cards that go together, but it's up to Anthony to put those 12 turns together of can he get 2 Frost Hexes and 2 Ice Vein, 2 Insidious Chills. I need Insidious Chill, Insidious Chill, Insidious Chill. I literally forgot that card 3 times because I think Chilling Ice Vein is just in my head so much right now.
Yeah. He's also got the Amulet of Ice. We saw Anthony last round use those very meticulously to strip out the Guardian's hand to get in the damage to get him in kill range. So he's got the tools to do it. Does he have the time is the big question here. He's at 28, so he's not too scared. You got to think that that's almost even, if not a little bit ahead based on the math of, doing the combo and stripping the cards and dealing, upwards of 10 to 15 damage. So he's feeling not too uncomfortable, but you always got to be worried when you're playing against a deck that can present a lot of damage and disruption. Although when it's just a hammer, you're not as worried, to be honest.
And I think something that's going on with the Tectonic Plating right now is I value the one-off, because whenever I do draw the Crippling Crush in my hand and I have 2 blues, I want to be able to play it immediately. Yeah. And that's an 11 damage that Icelander will have to reset their hand. Will have to block probably 9 of it. And that's maybe something where if you can chain 2 of those turns together, get Anthony off of having a arsenal and something he's doing, then that's where you can kind of move your own game plan forward as Bravo and get those things where it's like, this is a snowball, but not a frostbite.
Nice. I think Jamaica just got caught out the turn before with the Insidious Chill and Aether Ice Vein hitting his Crippling Crush out of hand. And then, he was left with 2 Rouses, which is not what you want to see, as they are basically 0 attacks that cost 3 at that point. So just presenting the hammer, which is not going to be what he wants to see. And again, getting stripped of that Crippling Crush. So interesting to see the effects of Peak and, Chilling Ice Vein really kind of getting rid of these cards. Although I think I see a Terra Sunder in hand. So Jamaica's just going to add. Oh, nope. He's just going to. I guess I don't know how to play Bravo. That's fine. I would have thought you'd go for the Terra Sunder eventually, but
I think one thing that's interesting is both of our players just put a very powerful card on the bottom of their decks. So that's where the pitch deck will come back around of, can we get 10 more turns where Jamaica has a Crippling Crush on his side and Anthony has his Ice Eternal on his side, and who can get to their stack first, because both of those are game-winning plays from each player.
Yeah.
And that's probably... Both of those people showed that face up, and that's, I think, the next level of I want to be a player that takes down tournaments like this that's, what is that, a green light or a red light of like, oh crap, I need to be ready for my Crippling Crush before this Ice Eternal comes at me.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, it's definitely a signal, and it's really interesting that they pitched it basically at the same exact time. Bravo not having, the Crown of Seeds, he does not cycle through his deck as quickly as Oldhim can, although Oldhim doesn't play the Crown in this matchup. But I don't think Anthony doesn't have that many cards that draw him a card, although he does have the couple Arsenal, the Cold Snaps, and I think he's got the Polar...
he's going to full block here because he doesn't have a blue non-attack action.
Yeah, he's got 2 Polar Blasts, so he can draw cards just slightly faster than Jamaica, so he might be able to race him to his combo before that pivotal Crippling Crush could have an effect, but we'll see.
So both our players just traded damage back and forth of like, okay, let's go down together. And anytime you're going down together of like, I'll take 5, you take 6, that type of thing, I think that's kind of what Icelander wants to do.
Yep.
Because once again, those pesky Stormstriders are grosser than you think. But this is a low impact turn, I would say, from Anthony of just a 4 with Go Again. I don't have an Arsenal card. So, yes, block some of this, but what do you have in your hand that now Jamaica's on point, or whatever that word is he's on the bubble? What is it in poker? Under the gun? I don't know. One of those things that makes me sound smart. It's like he's under the gun. It's his time to go. He took 1 damage there, and like he knows that he's not going to get... Yep. All this is happening quicker than I'm going to say it. Here's just a 9 damage attack that I know you can't do any Icelander stuff before it happens.
Yep. Well, he did create a tectonic or a seismic surge token, so he gave him that opportunity, but he had no Arsenal, so he knew nothing was coming in at instant speed.
So this is kind of like Jamaica said, you gave me an opening. If he plays a blue attack here, it's so bad. If he swings a Nothos, it's all right. But the 9 damage attack is above that 6 damage break point. So Anthony's not going to fully block this, or he's going to have a very low power turn on his turn. So he's taking the 6. And
taking
now
6, going to clap back and hopefully get his Arsenal going. It's so hard when you're playing Icelander and you kind of fall out of the cycle of having something in Arsenal to play, because it's so important to your game plan to be able to chip that damage on both turns. And here we go, Fighting Spirit, giving him the +1 health. Another just like good card.
The Wounded Bull's in his hand too.
Nice.
So there won't be an ice play again. Jamaica's probably like, sure, I'll take 1. I'll go down to 27. But now this would be a good time to have a 4 cost attack with this seismic popping to flip over a blue, like a Mangle or something. Obviously, Mangle's not a card that goes in stuff. But Hammer is not amazing, but it's kind of just, here's what I have right now.
Yeah, might be a pummel in Arsenal, but even if it is, it's just damage. But yeah, that is not what Jamaica wanted to see when he's got a full grip of cards in hand.
Right.
But, Bravo is always going to be patient. You're going to set up your Tectonic or your Seismic Surge and wait for that window where you do draw something really powerful and disrupting.
Here's Wounded Bull. This is going to bump to 8.
Anthony just getting the value out of these, powerful 3-costed cards. And being patient himself. He is probably a little bit behind in his combo. He's not seen another Frost Hex yet. He doesn't have any of the... I'm not sure if I would assume he runs amulets in this matchup as well, but
for sure.
Don't know if I've seen one yet, so that could always be weird. Those can come up at the wrong time with like a, crippling crush, and it's just like all the cards you want to be able to play are in your hand at the moment. So that's the tough part of playing Icelander. It is an efficient deck, but it can come out a little bit clunky, and navigating those troubled waters is the skill involved there.
I think there's something too about when you have a deck of 60, you got some energy cards, basically. You got some cards that are used for utility, and then you have your power, probably 25 to 30 cards. And I think right now both of our players are kind of cycling through some of their worst cards, just basically using them to power their weapons or block the weapon. And they're both trying to be the first one to have the card that has the better numbers to get incrementally ahead. Because I do think if Jamaica just swings a hammer 3 more times, then Anthony will find some Frost Hexes and some extra stuff where he needs to get going right now.
Yeah, so Cold Snap freezing the Arsenal here as Jamaica declines to pay. Just a good card, I think. Cold Snap in this deck, it draws you, it turns on Waning Moon, and when it does freeze a card, it's pretty sweet because the decks that tend to arsenal cards, they tend to put important cards there.
Right.
So it's
If you
not
put a-
always used for that, but it is definitely impactful when it is.
And if you put Oasis in your arsenal because you're trying to get rid of Icelander's big spell, and they cold snap them time before, that is one of the most punishing things I've ever felt. Was I was playing Emperor on Dynasty Friday night because I got one out of my box. Cold snapped my Oasis. I was like, this is the worst thing of my life. This will probably be for 7 because there's no reason to really go again unless he wants to peak. But he's doing 5 because
Yep.
he's like,
He's got
Blake
2
said
cards.
something else.
Yeah. Jamaica didn't come at him with enough to do anything, so
I think there will be a peak after this.
yeah, it's just a great turn when you can do both. You're gonna get the block or get some damage and demand a card or the resources.
Because if you thought there was low impact turns before, a hammer for 4 might as well just say, all right, Icelander gets full advantage back. I think that's what's really cool about Wizard versus... I've played a lot of Wizard versus Guardian, mostly as Guardian, as Bravo, like 15 months ago. And it is kind of like, you have an attack to take away half of a Wizard's life, but then they're going to just blow you up and behind. And I know that's kind of not the strategy right now for Icelander, but it is an incremental, like, sometimes it's explosion turns in Flesh and Blood, but I think this is kind of the most, like, 50-50, I need to incrementally get ahead of you, and that's something that I miss about some of these heroes going to the more explosive turn thing.
Yeah, and I mean, for Icelander, it really just isn't part of the game plan to have explosive turns like that. It's always just outvaluing them on your turn and then disrupting them on their turn, and being able to do that against, and kind of in different ways too. Like, it can be, same set of cards almost exactly, and then this Frost X combo comes in when you have the time to do it. I mean, really, it's all about having the time. The fast decks don't give you enough time to do it. Bravo can try to be fast, but just always can suffer from the fact that he's a big stompy character. So it's an interesting play you have to make.
I think that was interesting. I'm not quite sure when Anthony has an arsenal because he was going so quick, but he had a decision between a Frost Hex and a spell that does damage that wasn't ice. So I'm like, I know kind of when we're getting here, we kind of want to have Frost Hexes up to do the kill turn, but we're kind of at the point where as soon as you do a Frost Hex, it's so low impact because you're not going to Waning Moon behind it, where it's kind of too late to present Frost Hexes right now. So he's going to have to find the damage somewhere else.
It gets much more difficult to play that card the further you go into the game and the lower on life you get. Although in his last game, he was in a similar position. I still think he has he's ahead slightly. But if Bravo pulls into some powerful disruption, gets a pummel out there, it could be pretty devastating for Anthony. But I think, he only really needs 2 Frost Hexes. I think, he's got him down to 20 already. It doesn't seem like Jamaica's pitching to Arcane Barrier very much. Also,
2 block on a Scar for
nice.
Scar.
Double pummel block. You love to see that. And then the Scar for a Scar leading into another Scar for a Scar.
I think this is smart from Jamaica because there was nothing happening from that turn offensively. So it is kind of like when you're faced with 8 damage, block most of it. Do I put this card in my arsenal? Or do I swing my hammer for 4? I think you always swing the hammer for 4.
I think he has a card in Arsenal already.
That's black on black? Oh,
Yeah,
there's a little bit of a color. Okay.
yeah, I see it.
What do you think that is? Is that always red pummel?
It might be. Or it's like a crippling or something high impact attack action.
This is interesting. I wonder if he said, I'm going to move to end my turn because he doesn't want to swing a hammer and get blown up behind it.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what he did because he knew it was coming either way.
Right.
So he might as well hold on to it. Has the unmovable. Not great in this deck or in this matchup. I think, it's just a blue. I guess you could use it against their attacks, but that's kind of a risky move.
And that was interesting because that could have been a Frost Hex. And so Anthony is smarter because a Frost Hex on your opponent's turn is not high impact. There's not the 3 damage, but this did present like, I'm taking that card away from you, and who cares about a Frostbite if all you're going to do is swing 1 and Nothos.
Mm-hmm.
There's another Insidious Chill up. Insidious Chill plus an Amulet of Ice is kind of like, all right, as soon as I get a Ice Eternal, don't get Bravo under 12. I know it's probably 8 with only 1 Frost Hex up.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely got to get him down lower with the single Frost Hex. I mean, the 2 Insidious Chills and the Amulet of Ice can definitely help strip the cards. He might, for him, he has a couple win conditions. It doesn't have to be straight OTK combo. It can be just strip all their cards, do a good amount of damage to get them low enough that Storm Striders can win you the game at the right moment. But he has flexibility. It's just a matter of how he navigates it.
This kind of feels, if you look at Blake's eyes through this, I'm like, oh, this is going to be a pummel behind this for 10. And Anthony's just blocking for 3, but he is kind of baiting that thing to happen, but it doesn't happen.
Yeah. I think he had a defense reaction.
Oh, it's a sigil in Arsenal
sigil
that's been there forever.
Okay.
That's interesting for Jamaica I think he lost health when he played sigil. Maybe that's not what was supposed to happen there. But.
So Pitch Stack in the chat saying, not sure I agree to keep the blue Ice Veins in deck against Bravo. I think you keep them in no matter what because it's a blue in Icelander. And also you can play it at instant speed and it demands some kind of attention. Even if they block it with 3AB, like you still took 1 card of their hand, and it's a good fuse target as well if you've got your Insidious Chills out. So there's definitely value to be had there. It may be less impact than in other decks, but at the very least, it is a blue card that you can use to pitch and do all the things you do want to do normally.
I think Ice Vein is just so good where you're like, oh, I'm going to not play 3 of them. Like, I get that it's a specific matchup thing, but it feels
I don't think
like
you take that card
don't take good cards out of your
matchup,
deck.
Yeah.
Second sigil coming down, so now we're kind of realizing why Jamaica had such a low impact turn. Anytime you're playing sigil against Wizards, they're kind of like it just messes up a lot of the work the Icelander has done.
Yeah, a lot of the planning, the math, it all changes instantly, which can be tough. But Anthony has quite the field of disruption ready to go, so he's really. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he uses this to really jump in and get through.
He's smiling as he puts
damage.
the third one down.
Wow, there you go. Was that 2 in 1 turn or 2 back to back?
It was gross.
Yeah, love it. How's Jamaica feel about it? He's feeling fine.
Well,
love that
belting,
jacket, by the way.
That's the Jamaica special at the jacket. Could always tell where he was in San Jose because he had that going. We got a Zealous Belting. That's one of the few go again cards in Bravo. It's going to check your pitch zone to see if there's one with more attack. And that's what Cranial Crush does as a blue with your highest blue damage attack. Maybe Macho Grande is up there too with that now too.
Yeah. I mean, Zealous Belting just a good card in Guardian to provide the ability to have 2 attacks in a turn, or just bait out a block or a non-block to then pummel, because it is a pummel target as well. So, I've seen a lot of people lately, Zealous Belting looks like they're probably going to swing the hammer, but instead they just pummel, and that's the end of their turn. So the go again can be a bit of a red herring, I think.
And 5+6 is exactly what Bravo has to do. I know I'm broken record on this, but 6 damage is not enough. 11 is basically 2 rounds of 6 damage of Anthony has to block this. He can't, let me make my hand perfect of what I want to do on my turn. I think this basically requires, there's 6 damage coming in. He's already blocked 4 of the earlier 5. He's got Sink because he's that good. I think that's a Emeritus Scolding in his hand, right?
I didn't see. Pitch Stack saying Jamaica might have Sink Below an Arsenal, which if he does, this could be a world situation where if Anthony knows that, he's just not going to attack. But he did see a lot of his attacks through the first half of his deck, so he might not even have that many left. So unfortunately for Jamaica, that might just get stuck there for the rest of the turn, which will probably cost him the game if that's the case, because it's devastating to be Bravo and not have access to your arsenal.
No. I guess I will speak up. Ice Fan Blue, I know it's literally hindsight 40/70 right now, but it is getting the Insidious chill off.
Yeah.
2 things. You can't do that with other spells. You can't do that with, like, it is another target that does that. We're blowing up his hand. Like, look at all those cards in the pitch zone right now, and this is not good if you're trying to take away the final 13 of Icelander's health and you got 3 cards in the pitch zone already.
Yeah, right now deciding whether he blocks or loses more cards.
Because now this is Arsenal pass and hope my opponent doesn't blow me up, or swing a hammer for 4.
Yeah, he can't even Arsenal. He's still got that card in there, which, very well could be
Sigil number 3.
I think chat's saying it might be Sink Below,
Oh, yeah,
and that's why it's been stuck there. So
I pretended that sandwich got my memory almost. So.
Can Anthony sniff that out? If he can, that is just brutal. As we saw at Worlds, where Michael Hamilton realized the Iceland player had Sink Below and Arsenal and just refused to attack for the rest of the game, just demolishing his chances and reducing Icelander's full ability.
I think there's something where, Anthony has seen the Heart of Final come around again. He doesn't have a card to shuffle his deck, so we know that he's seeing the beginning of the deck because that's the second time he's gained a health from that.
Yep. Yeah.
So that's something too. Is it worth the $400 card to put in my deck? Well, currently he's gained 2 health. He'd be at 11. That's always an interesting thing of, is it worth it or not? Takes 1 from the hammer here.
It was less than $400 before Michael Hamilton. So if you have a problem with that, send him a note on Twitter. Leave him alone. He's a nice guy.
He's doing his best. Here's a peek. Peek seems low impact. It's not. This is exactly how you get Bravo off of a card, to get Bravo off of a card on your own turn.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a card that he can fuse in his hand, so that won't happen next turn. But we are just kind of trying to make his stuff cost 1 more. And once again, the only thing you can really get out of this is maybe pitching 9 to Crippling Crush for 11 and hoping that the Icelander doesn't have a spell to blow you up.
Yeah. It's just good. Like I said earlier today, being able to have something to just pitch to keep your Channel Lake Frigid out there is valuable enough. And sometimes just asking for a card in exchange for a card is also enough, because the way you draw cards, it could be devastating. Either they have to pitch inefficiently and lose a blue, or they lose a really impactful red card as well.
He's gonna Waning Moon. That way he gets to see, I had a blue pummel. Maybe I was gonna make my hammer 8 to just trip you down even further. He's got 2 floating, so if he does Waning Moon, that means 1 will get through. He doesn't have another card. No cards in hand, 2 resources is kind of like, is it worth using stuff in my hand to mess with him? Usually not until you have a kill turn. So I think that is where, if you're not playing 2 sigils, Jamaica would be, yes, he would be playing different cards and it would be completely different. It depends. But he would be at 13 health too. And that maybe is a good tech in Bravo of, I have to play sigils as soon as I get them in my hand, so I can stay out of this kill turn long enough to get the Icelander down there themselves.
Yeah, it's a weird thing because it extends the game, but also prevents you, from being proactive. So while you gain life, you're also, muddling or like muddying up your aggressive game plan and disruption game plan, because you just have to play those, and while they can mess up the wizard and I think catch people off guard or even tilt them slightly if they think they've got it, their plan in the bag, it can be really difficult to use them efficiently in a way. It's like turn 1, it's like turn 0, turn 1 is when you want to see your sigil. Like immediately just gain life. You don't lose any momentum. But I think the later you see it in the game, almost the least impact it has, unless it's like the very last turn and they haven't seen a sigil yet. So they don't know it's coming to like prevent them from winning. Like that's usually...
Or break frostbites. That's maybe a thing too. Sheesh.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
That's a thing where you got to have the blues behind it, but Bravo always does. So
yeah, that's fair. I don't know if we've seen him do that right now, but we haven't seen. Frostbite hasn't played a huge role.
No, he just put the 2 sigils back to back that one turn. All right, he took damage. He's taking all the hammer, which is kind of like, all right, shut up or put up time. Anthony has always putted up. He never shut it up.
He's got the Frost Hex in hand, so I'm curious if he's feeling the I think he also has Ice Eternal, so he feels probably pretty close to getting to his end game with the 3 amulets, Insidious Chill, and the Channel Lake Frigid still out there. He might have the opportunity.
So I think he could probably play the Frost Hex out on his turn.
Yep.
He's going to put Ice Eternal into his arsenal.
Yep.
He's going to save the blue Ice Bowl. And then he can Ice Bolt off for Stormstriders. He can Ice Eternal from hands. He can Waning Moon. And all of that could do a potential lot of damage with the second Frost. But he doesn't do any of that. He says, I'm going to mess up your next turn.
Yeah.
Get some cards out of your hands. Which is interesting. This is a new line of play that I'm maybe not as... I've not seen this 15 times before.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about a little bit earlier. You can use kind of like a half combo to really just disrupt and demand a bunch of cards, and also push through some damage to get them lower in life to get closer to that kill turn, because it isn't just a one note deck where all you do is OTK. You really are also looking to just gain the advantage of being able to strip all the cards, push through the damage with the Frost Hexes, and just steal all that momentum.
I think what's very interesting about this is these Frostbites do not break until the end of Jamaica's turn. So what he's doing now is fusing it with the Frost Hex. He'll be able to put that Frost Hex in play before they break and get the full 6 damage off of that with 2 Frost Hexes. I think the reason he did this on his turn is to keep the Channel Lake up.
Yep.
And it may be a full, I get to do whatever I want to my opponent. He draws the Ice Eternal immediately.
Yeah.
I think this is the Ice Eternal he pitched earlier. And this is something of, why did Anthony take so much damage and not do well afterwards with that turn? He's smarter than we are, and he just did a 2-turn combo of, I can kill my opponent with these 2 Ice Eternals back-to-back with the Frost Hex in between. It's very cool, because I have not done a play like this before, and I feel like this is where you have to bring Icelander once people start to know, because 4 times 2 is 8. Jamaica's not going to have a way to pitch at all. So we could Waning Moon for 3, and then 8 damage from Frost Hex will be 11 and take him to 8.
Yeah.
Stormstriders is coming down because he wants all of it. No. What is he going to do with Stormstriders? Frosting is interesting.
Nice. He just wants to get another.
One.
So that's 2 extra damage on top of it being the 1 from Frosting.
So
Waning Moon
for 3.
And now he's coming in for 15. Look at that perfect math lining.
Is it 15 or just 10?
Oh, 10. Sorry. Yeah. So he's going to do 10. He's probably got another spell he's going to put in Arsenal and be able to kind of just wrap this game up. I believe
that is very.
I believe someone in the chat said Anthony's gonna lose, and I think you might have been a bit hasty in that.
Not Mega Monk.
In that declaration, but that's okay. Icelander can look and feel like you're losing for a lot of the game, but you're actually ahead because of the fact that you're just gonna do damage on their turn as well.
Trent's looking over. He's like, "Wait, what happened?"
You just got fammed.
Oh my goodness.
So drawing back up.
He drew up, but he doesn't get to swing a hammer or anything. No, he does. Oh.
Yeah, that was Jamaica. That was Jamaica's turn. So on Anthony's turn, he drew back up, but now he's going to come in with Rouse the Ancients.
Rouse.
That's the double Rouse he pitched before, and probably the Crippling Crush he also pitched. Yeah, so coming in at the same time as his Ice Eternal. He knows there is. He's got a blue and a red in hand, so he can block 4. So if Anthony can do 9 damage,
this is going to be hard. I have not seen a Stormstriders for Frosting before, but Frosting did 1 and then added a Frostbite that did 2. So it was Stormstriders for 3 damage, which not my favorite thing, but it is wondering. I'm wondering if he's based on the cards that are coming next, I think I can get 5.
Yeah, it could have been a risky move right there to do that. It's hard to say.
7 + 6 is not what you want to see under 10 damage when you don't have access to shoot him with striders right away.
Yeah, he does have his gloves and his peak, so he can block 4 with equipment, which is pretty nice when you're down at these health levels. He's got a bunch of time, too, to take his time and think about it.
Meredith Scolding is the best blue spell he's got.
It's just going to demand a card and deal a damage.
Takes him to 4. I think another thing about that is we know there's a Crippling Crush in hand, so the 7 + 6 is no longer that.
So
it is just 7.
Yeah, 2 damage coming through. Yeah, that. Now he can block up Arsenal, a good spell, and probably go for the game.
Block that. As soon as that Ice Bolt goes into his Arsenal, that's fine. He's loving it.
Nice. So he's blocking 4. Or no, blocking 6.
So I'll take
Man,
1.
Brothers in Arms. What a great card in this deck.
It is something when I first saw that card, I was like, okay, this is pretty cool for drafts. But seeing it work really well in this deck is something where I like that card design. Seeing something like that in Outsiders would be cool. Of pay 1 to make your card better, I think is something that could be seen in the next couple sets where I'd be loving it every time.
They've done some of these interesting generic cards with these kind of almost innocuous feeling effects on them, but in the right deck, they can be so cool. And it's just really fun when someone figures that out and, it's like, I tend to have one resource that I could just use to gain 2 extra block for a card that, is a good resource card itself. And in a pinch can actually attack for 4 and not be terrible.
Right. I think what's interesting is Jamaica felt like he was going to be ahead here. But I think it's way easier for Anthony to do 2 before Jamaica does 6. Unless he's not going to draw into a 0 block from an amulet anymore.
Yep.
That's gone. He's probably used most of his Wounded Bulls and Scar for Scar, so those are going to come around to mess up his math. And I think Anthony's smiling because it's like, okay, yes, Celis Belting. I'll take care of that with this. We know he has an Ice Bolt in Arsenal, so as soon as Jamaica flips a blue to swing a Nothos, he'll die because Ice Bolt plus the Waning Moon
and the
will be
Frost
too
Hex,
much.
Yeah, I think he's got to think long and hard about this. It might be worthwhile to try to pass, but I think he's in a bad situation no matter what he decides to do.
Right. I think one thing to Anthony's credit, I think this is a hard game. I think he's playing his deck a way to, maybe you haven't seen this as an opponent who's playing an Icelander. He is showing understanding, boom, that's game. There's no way you can block this because you only have 3 AB. And everything he did was calculated there of maybe there's a low power turn from Striders when you're supposed to do Striders as a really cool thing. But over those 3 turns, if you go back and look at it, I think that's a line of play that you should learn if you're an Icelander player to throw your opponent off.
Yeah. I'm waiting for him to flip this Arsenal card over just to... it must be. We haven't seen him play a card from Arsenal, right? Like, it's got to be...
Right. And that's something where
reaction.
Sink Below, so good until it's not.
Yeah. It's a wild deck, to be honest. Like, Icelander, it can flex the Wizard, it can flex the... Oh, wait, don't go yet. I want to see him flip the card.
Is he going to flip it?
I don't know. It's just there. Someone tell him to flip that card.
What's in your arsenal, Jamaica? Oh, there's the fist bump 6 minutes later.
Another fist bump. All right, I don't know if he's going to do it.
Frost
I'm going to
Hex
wait
on
here,
your
though.
side.
They don't need to see my face. I want to see him flip that card over.
What is it?
It's the last card.
Oh,
it was a
Sink
single.
Below.
All right. Shout out to the pitch stack, I think, who called that. And also shout out to Mega Monk, not giving you any spice there. Just it's always good to support your friends. And great game there. Good game, Jamaica. Good game, Anthony. I was excited. Are you excited?
I'm excited. They were the last people to finish that round, so we're going to have round 5 immediately afterwards. We'll have a short break. I'm excited to see, maybe we'll look at Gym ID and we'll go, who's the top 8 currently, because that's always fun to see who wins in and who. We don't like to see people go down, but somebody's going to be in a top 8 spot and not there later.
Yep.
But we'll be back with more stuff very quickly. You're going to see some other people, though.
Yep. We'll be back in a while, but
All right. Keep it real,
we'll
y'all.
be back soon.
Ice Heroes.
Boom.
Hi, how's it going? Welcome back. It's me. It's Sam. We're here.
Tis us.
We're here to commentate this next match. It's going to be Briar versus Oldhim. Super excited to see this one because I think this is a match a lot of people are worried about, especially if you're a Runeblade player going in, because Oldhim just has the tools to deal with it.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot more of this kind of aggressive slant of Oldhim with less earth cards, more ice cards for that perfect ice D-react. So we're going to see if the Scourge of Pasadena can get his game plan off as Craig Pollock is going to be taking on Angel Benitez on Briar.
Both people with...
Brian, would you say that again? Angel? Which one?
Oh, okay. Angel was a finalist of a recent tournament we put on, and Craig has won, I'm pretty sure, some of these tournaments that we put on. So two very good, notable players who understand how their decks work. This is going to be really tight. Angel, I know, has pulled off some crazy plays with Briar in order to kind of push ahead. I've seen him win some crazy games. I wouldn't think I've done things like that. And Craig is just a genius on Guardian. He's a Guardian savant.
Yeah, the very first event I ever came to was a ProQuest here at Odyssey about a year ago, and I watched Craig take the whole thing down with a Starvo activation to win the tournament, so I'm expecting some perhaps not similar fireworks, given that the hero in question is no longer in the game, but we're going to definitely see some probably powerful pummels and the like from Mr. Pollock on the right.
Super interesting, though. You see Ram's Head coming out for Oldhim. Oh, early CMH. Ram's Head is traditionally not always the best pick. They usually do Slagmite, so you might be seeing a more control style of Oldhim. Slagmite usually indicates it more aggressive, but CMH turn 1 is going to be...
I don't think you could be happier if you're the Briar player. You don't give the Oldhim a chance to disrupt you. You don't give them a chance to...
Free tendies, for sure. Yeah.
One would say free tendies, indeed.
Yeah. But Crippling Crush is definitely coming out, and that's not what you want to see, especially after you play the CMH, because you want your whole hand.
Yeah, and it feels like, again, that's exactly what you want to see if you're the Briar on your first turn. You begin doing what your deck wants to do, which is resolve a Channel Mount Heroic, get at least 3 attacks out of it, so you get more value than just, say, 2 Nimblisms.
Yeah.
But if you're the Oldhim player, to have in your opening hand the Spinal Crush response, I don't know if...
Both people high rolled, and now we're back on the even, I think, kind of footings here. Angel looking to figure out a way around this, wanting to utilize that CMA she played out, but... also not wanting to drop cards down. It's Spinal Crush. It's not Crippling Crush.
He has the option here he has that 4 block in his equipment suite. He only gets that one time, though, over the course of this game. That Crown of Providence. And it looks as though he just put his entire equipment suite in front of that
Oh, my gosh.
attack. Even Craig had a momentary, excuse me?
I mean, that is definitely something you can do this early at 40-40. We're going to see this pay off for
This
Angel.
is going to be a fascinating game of
100%. Angel better have an insane slap back here. Putting out... all armor. You got your crown now. You still have, some of your Grass of the Arcanite, but your creepers just absolutely gone. Can't do anything sneaky with the creepers anymore.
Yeah, no value out of the creepers and no value out of that tunic.
Yeah, the tunic even this early is crazy because the tunic's usually significantly great against Oldhim, but we'll see. Angel, like I said, is very...
you said he likes to win in ways that you haven't seen
traditional,
before.
yeah.
And perhaps this is... We're going to get to see one of those times. We're seeing a fused Force of Nature after a Channel Mount Heroic, and suddenly things are starting to make just a little bit more sense.
Nimbilism, creating a lightning token, hopefully. Yep.
So by doing this with the Channel Mount Heroic +3, the Fuse +1, and from the Force of Nature, and then the +3 from the Nimbilism, we're looking at +7 on whatever this first attack is.
Which is going to be a Rabble. Let's see a red. There's the red. Rabble only -1. It doesn't matter. Let's see what is that? That's
going to be an 11, I think.
11?
+7,
counting.
+4.
Yeah.
But because of that Force of Nature, every attack that hits on this turn draws Angel a card. We saw a similar moment in the quarterfinals, I believe, of Worlds when Chrissy Ollie just absolutely went nuclear in his matchup against Dan Rakowski on Phi, and we're going to see Angel's kind of hedging his bets that this turn is going to be similar enough in value and scope to warrant throwing your entire equipment suite on the first turn of blocking that you had on the game. Again, I'm honestly really excited to see how this works out because I've never seen it before.
Yeah, no, it could either pop off or it could just absolutely get punished, and I think that's what Craig's dilemma is here. Craig knows that he can full block this and punish it, but there's going to be a next attack after. It is Briar. It is Ravenous Rabble. Just 3 cards, 2 cards left in hand. You have Force of Nature's up, CMH up. You're expecting a second attack after this one, and they're going to draw a card on one of the 2 attacks. I think it's inevitable.
Yeah,
and it's going to pop off.
Without the Crown of Providence there, most old hymns are opting for that Crown of Seed, so you're able to get a point of value off of that every turn, but it's not going to give you just that consistent 2 block out of that.
Yeah. So insane game so far of just
Fascinating.
absolutely, I think, Hail Mary decisions here, but they could pull off. Hail Marys can get thrown and they do get catched.
What's going to be, I think, huge on this turn is if Craig has the ice card to ice react and deny Angel a card and or put the card that he's going to draw on top of his deck.
That's a big
eliminating the randomness and perhaps ending this turn much earlier. And I think
so there's the ice react right there.
Right there,
I'm pretty sure. Or no, is it soaking 1 damage from something?
I think probably the Rampart of the Ram.
Oh, yeah, it's Rampart. Yeah, okay, so he's pitching the Rampart, and then now we have the ice react, putting 1 card on top, and then there's a Staunch, full blocking the Ravel. But Craig is 1 card left, and you're going to see the second attack come in, and it's going to be Swarming Gloomveil,
which is going to come in. He made 1 token this turn with the aura with the
correct. But
embodiment.
Interesting thing for people who don't know: if Swarming hits and it creates the embodiment of Earth, it will turn on its second effect.
Indeed.
So that's something people don't think about. Even if you just play a 3 without any embodiments made, and it makes that, it'll give it a go again. So you're looking at. It should be 6 right now. Yeah, it should be 6 right now. On hit, he draws a card because of Force of Nature, and if it hits, it's actually going to be 7 because the embodiment Earth gets made.
And now Angel knows what that top card is. Craig electing to just take the damage that hedging his bet that
7?
the card that Angel draws is going to be either unplayable or just turn into a Rosetta Thorn attack here. We're going to see how nuts was that first hand.
This is going to be a pitch to a grasp, and then no Rosetta coming after. I think he just wants to save that Arcane. Oh, no,
that breaks the chain.
Yeah, that breaks the chain. And then the Rosetta coming after, putting in for 5. For a whole equipment suite to do.
So let's take a look at this turn here. At the end of this turn, you're going to get Craig down to probably 20. Oh, he's putting that in front of it.
Yeah, because he broke the chain, so why not? Put it back in front.
And you have the floating. So Craig is left with the card in hand. He's at 30. You have a 7 life advantage, but you are now down your entire equipment suite. You have 1 block left on your grasp. We're going to see now, Craig is an Oldhim player who is not at a significant enough life disparity to not be able to enact his game plan, and all of the incremental value that you would have gotten out of those equipment pieces is gone. So can Angel find the kind of consistency or the burst to push through an Oldhim that has no blocks on his Crater Fist, that has Crown of Seeds as one of the best equipment in the game, and a Tunic that's going to be consistently ticking up to 3 and accumulating value.
100%. He's just going to be a mountain standing in the way of this Briar, and that's the only thing that can really defeat him is those mountains, the Channel Mount Heroics, and we've already seen 1 now come out. It's in Graveyard. We've seen 1 Force of Nature. So if Angel's playing very traditionally when it comes to Briar, you're going to see 2 more CMHs and 2 more Forces of Nature. And those are going to be, once those are played, that's the last of his gas, really, in my opinion, to get through Oldhim's wall. So let's see if that 10 damage leak was what was going to win him here.
Indeed. And it's no guarantee that the Force of Nature and the Channel Mount Heroic are going to come together like they did on that first turn. I think, depending on how big Angel's eyes got when he saw that combo, that in his head made it warranted that block. We're going to see the Crater Fist now, and disable, is that?
Yeah, it looks like a disable.
Red disable.
Red disable. Blocking.
Blocking for 5 there.
Yeah, because Ravel, it's a little annoying. Going to have to go again. Yeah, we shall see. We're definitely in a gray area. I've never seen a Briar do this early.
I know, it's pretty cool, honestly.
Yeah.
It's a cool game. I'm glad we got this one on stream for you guys.
Yeah, and that's why we're here. Just information, getting ready for PQs.
See what the medal
jamming
looks like.
our favorite heroes.
Absolutely. And a great this AGE Open Series is such a great way for players who are both newer or competitively minded to come and get a consistent tournament series here in Southern California to really test your mettle and see what it's like in a 6 to 9 round tournament setting.
Yep. No, definitely gonna just throw a little Rosetta at it. Sometimes you do that. Put the Rune Chant. I think, and that's the I would say the Runeblade bread and butter is a non-attack Rosetta, non-attack Rosetta. And that's often what Runeblades want to do. When they just swing the Rosetta for 2, it doesn't always feel good. It does happen. And Briar doesn't like blocking either. Briar for sure wants to continue putting pressure on Oldhim.
One thing we're going to want to see moving forward.
CNC, that's super strong.
Oh, and here we
no cop, because that's always the biggest thing. When I'm playing Talishar, when I'm playing in paper, I never like using cop until I see a CNC. Like your first CNC, I should just absorb with cop every time because it's just that that good.
Yeah.
You can't take advantage of it.
In this case, caught being Crown of Providence.
Yeah, caught being Crown of Providence.
Because now this was the turn. You had the tunic counter floating plus the one off the blue is going to make this come in for a total of 10 damage.
Yep.
Taking the arsenal card here and a card out of hand. So whatever
no blocks,
whatever gas Angel was trying to throw back at Craig here is going to be significantly hampered by this.
Instantly humbled by
the
classic CNC pummel.
Off
will
the
humble
blue card
anybody.
with the tunic. As soon as you see it coming, you have to wonder to yourself, is this what I think it is? And
Always
in this case,
it
was.
Always a strong play. And Briar being disrupted is not what they want. Figuring out, well, first off, the arsenal's dead no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
Figuring out the discard now and not having any armor
for any future attacks like another Spinal Crush or another
off the deck
CNC.
now.
At this point, you're just playing with the cards in your hand.
I mean, they're 27-27. Craig seems to be playing a little more aggressive, but
do you think he has the agency, or he feels like he has the agency now to do so, given that incredibly aggressive move from Angel at the beginning?
I think so. I think Craig was definitely kind of like, okay, and now Craig's just figuring out a way to stabilize the game. If Craig can stabilize and he can get back into the rhythm of being Oldhim, which a CNC pummel will definitely stabilize on his end, then he can make quick work of this matchup.
Well, maybe not quick work.
Yeah, well, it's true. It's Oldhim.
He's an old man who moves slowly, but
we're
definitely looking at what's going to be perhaps Craig Pollock here in the driver's seat. You can see him on the right there. He's considering his next action. Now, this Erase Face, let's talk about what it could, because Erase Face is going to be an attack for 6 plus the 1 Arcane off the Rune Chant, and if it hits, it's going to turn off all talent and class types of your cards.
So no Ice Fusing, no Earth Fusing.
But it's just till the end of his next turn, right? So what do you think Craig would be worried about here if he takes this Erase
Channel
Face?
Lake Frigid. If you have Channel Lake Frigid in hand, you want to play it, that could affect your... that because you don't have ice cards anymore, so you can't. Totally. It'll just immediately turn off. It could also be a multitude of things. They're just probably him just like trying to value his cards out and not wanting to take damage. Weirdly enough, we're at that early, like sprint out the gates, 27-26. I don't think I've ever seen Oldhim be at almost 25 health at 5 minutes in. So that's definitely interesting to see, because I think that definitely affects your decision making, because this Briar still has 2 CMHs and 2 Force of Natures.
Yeah, definitely. If those pieces come together at the right time. But now here's a very this play with the Terra Sunder on the Winter's Wail. When you have your Crown of Providence, when you have your Grasp of the Arknight powered up, even your creepers, these 5 attack, dominate, discard 2 cards are much, much less threatening, but it's all coming back to that first turn when we talked about where are the ramifications of this really going to come into play, and here's another instance of it, of your armor is gone, now this attack is suddenly at the 2 cards.
Yeah. No, definitely you're seeing having to full block from hand on turns you might not want to, but thankfully this round's on me. This taking 1 in a Frostbite, I'm pretty sure, or no, that wasn't fused. Okay, so that was just the Terra Sunder. So just taking the 1, no big deal.
Oh yeah, my mistake there. I saw it in the pitch zone and got excited. I thought it was played.
You're good. Here we go. Tome. I see Angel just trying to set up a nice turn. So you pitch the grass first, you make the Rune Chant, which is an aura, and then you play Storming Gloomveil, which now has Go Again. Pretty easy, free move, and then you're going to swing Rosetta, like 5-6 damage. All you can really do with a small hand. Storming super flexible here.
Yeah, and if you're Angel, you're hoping that Craig has a hand that either is awkward to block with, or maybe he snap takes the 6 damage. Unfortunately, we know Craig to be such a methodical player and such a definitive Oldhim master that you know he's going to be thinking through his entire turns. There's 41 minutes left on the clock, so they're not pressed for time.
Nope.
You get the sense here that Angel is looking for. I mean, Angel is looking for those power cards. This is what the deck is trying to do, is find the Channel Man Heroics, find the Force of Natures. And so at this point, it's staunch the bleeding. It's apply enough pressure so that Oldhim can't be coming at you with the consistency of the pummels and the big attacks, the disruptive attacks.
Yep.
Even a Frostfang at this point would require 2 cards.
I think, like I said, Craig's playing a more defensive-oriented, playing more into the abilities. But just because you're playing defense, it doesn't mean you don't run Spinal Crush. You don't run, good Guardian cards here. And Spinal is a big thing. So Spinal, if it hits for the Crush effect, which is 4 or more, it's going to make it so cards can't get Go Again. Breaks your spine. You can
break that spine.
Break that spine.
This
which
attack's coming in for 9.
Huge on Briar, because Briar likes going wide.
Oh, yeah. So now here, if Angel, like trying to look at the hand, looks like a Lightning Surge, an E-Strike, and a blue Weave Earth, or maybe a red Weave Earth. So this hand would definitely be affected by the loss of Go again. Is Angel just going to be hedging his bets, pushing towards that Channel Mount Heroic turn, or is he going to...
I mean, that's all you have as Briar, really, right? Is the Revel and Runeblood and Channel Mount Heroics.
Yeah.
Looking through to see what he's used, and wow, his early turns were just filled full of gas. You know?
And Craig is at a life disadvantage here, but again, this is an attack that must be respected, because if you take the 4 off of this, it's going to severely hamper your next turn. So there's an E-Strike there. You could block E-Strike for 7. That's a totally respectable 2-card hand. It's part of why the card is so good, is its functionality and its versatility.
Yep.
It looks though we're seeing at least 1 block with the Scarf for only 2, because unless we missed an embodiment, but let's see what happens here.
Yeah.
Looks as though that crush is going to be active. He's representing that by leaving it out in the arena.
Yep. So that was definitely a hit on the crush, just mitigating some of the damage while you can, and understanding, okay, I don't have Go again, but I can swing back for 7, which is a lot of damage to come out of the Oldham, especially when he's at 23. He's going to have to respect it. He's going to have to wait for his power cards, but Craig's still applying great pressure, I think, on Angel.
So, we're talking about Angel and the position that he put himself in with the equipment block, but now if you're Angel here, you're representing 7 damage. Life is somewhat at parity. Now here it's going to get blocked by an inline strike of Craig's own and a sink below, but
beautiful.
You're putting yourself in a position that if you find the cards in the right order and Craig does not have the disruption, or Craig does not have the effectiveness on the crackback or on the blocking turn, perhaps you can climb your way back into this game.
All right, disable, always annoying. I think that one, let me see. Look it up.
4 or 5 for 8 or 9. It's always one of those combinations.
So what does Disable say? Disable says if it deals 4 or more damage to a hero, put a card from their arsenal on the bottom of their owner's deck. So it's kind of
baby CNC.
A little baby CNC that puts it in the bottom, but it's still card advantage you're taking away from an aggro deck, and they hate that.
And you're not getting that card back with the effect of a Crown of Providence. It's on the bottom of your deck, but it's not in your arsenal. So it looks like he's just going to elect to take it. He represented the pummel, but the pummel was not in the arsenal, clearly.
Unfazed.
Going down to 12 here. So perhaps this is a moment where you find the cards in the right order and you're trying to apply enough pressure to see what you can make happen on your own
Someone who's
terms.
played a lot of Briar, that's always my motto, is don't flinch.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't flinch, you'll just work out.
Yeah.
We've got a Sonata coming down. No hits on the Sonata.
Coax of Commotion, Runic Reclamation, and another attack action are not going to do it.
Always hard, but if you can play another non-attack, then he does get the Lightning Embodiment, which isn't the end of the world, but Sonata always feels nice to hit.
Certainly.
Yeah.
Playing a card to do nothing never feels great.
Yeah, I don't run too many Sonatas in this one. I can see against Oldhim, but in aggro matchups, I don't traditionally put my Sonatas in, as Runeblade, just because it's a coin flip, and it just can do that, as you saw. It can also win you, but it can also lose you.
So
nice snatch.
Yeah, I think we saw Channel Mount Heroic in his hand, but no Earth card to pitch towards it. So perhaps that Sonata was really looking for something like a blue Autumn's Touch or blue Weave Earth or blue even Tome of Harvest, something that can work towards that. Or Tome of Harvest wouldn't have worked off the Sonata, but...
Yeah, no, I got you.
Yeah.
Got a nice Earth card, though. It'll help fuse.
Earth blue, that could have gotten you there.
It's just going to be a setup for next turn. That taking the Disable doesn't seem like it was necessarily worth it.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see here. He's going ahead and blocking with just that card, allowing him to draw a card. But again, at this point, when you already had a card in hand and a card that's going to your arsenal, that card draw effect is much less scary.
Nice. So we do see the CMH go into Angel's hand, which is good. That means that Angel could potentially, Craig being at 20, push through a lot of damage, right? But what is this? This is...
I think Choke Slam, right?
Choke Slam, right? So Choke Slam says... Yeah, it's Choke Slam, you're right. Choke Slam says, if it deals 4 or more damage to a hero, attack action cards they control can't gain attack. So that means your CMH is functionally not working.
Indeed, and so this is going to represent the full block, except once again...
Pummel, I've been here as Briar. I'm going to block. I think it's a good idea. And then just immediately get pummeled. That's just how this matchup feels a lot of the time.
And it looks as though Angel was... he was so ready to lose his arsenal after that last disable, but it's okay. You get to keep the Lightning Surge. That's going to be able to come in with Go again on your next turn, but... Angel going down to 5 here. Craig all the way up there at 20. This is looking like the writing is on the wall.
It is definitely. I really applaud Angel for trying something and putting the gas.
Yeah, it was a
pedal to the metal.
Yeah, it was a very cool move, I will say.
But
Craig is a player that is not. Rarely see him phased by much. He's a very cool, calm, and collected. The man shows up in flip-flops and will just spike the ever-living crud out of a tournament.
Yeah.
But even he took a moment when those equipment pieces went in and said, "What?
All right,
Excuse me?"
This early at 40? At 40, I do not recommend giving all that equipment. It's usually at 20. Like I always find when playing Flesh and Blood, there's 3 sections of the game. There's the beginning of the game, the mid, and the end, and you act differently in each section for sure. And being eager to give your equipment one, even if you have a CMH in hand, even if you have a Force Nature in hand, will always result, I think, of this, especially against a Guardian. If it was like a Phi, maybe, because Phi doesn't block, but Craig was able to not only take that damage, but then stabilize because he has a D-Reacts. He has cards that can pressure and disrupt him continuing past that, and bring Angel all the way down, and Angel has to block with cards from hand, which Briar doesn't like doing, and now we're behind. Terra Sunder.
This is that.
And this is a big thing, too, is not having Grasp to block Terra Sunder. I do not give my Grasp at all until I see 3 Terra Sunders, because you just block with 1 card and your Grasp. Easy. 1 card with your Grasp. But now, Terra Sunder is giving this hammer Dominate and threatening a Frostbite and threatening you to discard 2.
Yeah, this is that situation when you lose that equipment early. Oldhim absolutely has on-hit effects that need to be respected, and sometimes they can have Dominate because of the card called Tear Asunder, which will really tear you a new one, and it looks as though that's happening here.
Yeah.
It looks like, is that a Pulse of Candlehold?
Yeah, you do that. It fuses, and it blocks for 4 if you have a thing, but it's still not enough. It's just mitigating some of the damage.
Allowing yourself to filter. I think at this point, it's gonna be very tough to climb back from this position.
He's 1 good pummel away from dying here, which is likely on Oldhim for sure.
And even a Winter's Wail can be pummeled to throw in some extra damage.
Oh, I remember during the Battle Hard in Pasadena, I watched someone lose because they had double pummel on a hammer like that. Yeah. It was like I was supposed to play around that.
Not fun.
No, it's lots of tricky ways.
This looks like another disable. We do represent the
pummel in hand. Yep. You have the Tunic counter, and you have the one floating with 1 card left. Craig, lean forward a little bit.
Oh, no.
Lean forward a little bit.
2, right? I think we've only seen 2.
Yeah. All right, full blocks. Does he have it?
All right,
no. All right, good. It was good bluff. Good bluff. Bluffing is definitely a skill. Once you learn it in Flesh and Blood, it can change some of your matchups because they see it.
Angel coming in once again with that 2 card for 7. We're going to see, can Craig present a break point here that takes enough cards out of the hand to basically just keep Angel somewhat locked out of the game from this position, keeping a card or something that could, grasp at the Arknight, make a Rune Chant, Rosetta Thorn. Craig not trying to, do anything crazy and take too much damage. Again, he's a methodical player. He knows what he's doing. And that's going to be a fuse.
And that's going to be a game. Yep, dominated and just smashed out. GG. Craig keeping his composure despite being ran at as fast as possible at the beginning of the game.
Absolutely.
And I think that's how it goes. I've dealt with it many a times as Briar. As soon as you lose your armor, you just on hit, and you have no effective way to deal with it, and you don't like blocking as Briar.
Yeah, and the thing I was curious about seeing the Spellbound Creepers there on the Briar side because I really liked that deck that ran through the second Pro Tour, that Matt Folks one with Spellbound Creepering in your Channel Mount Heroics for extra damage at an area. You got to wonder, because that deck was running on that kind of a little package and had a very specific game plan to utilize those creepers. I didn't see much in the way of I don't know if we even saw any Revels in his graveyard or blocked with. So, and if we missed that, perhaps. But otherwise, I'm not sure what else the creepers were doing there other than maybe for the Channel Mount Heroics.
Well, yeah, so creepers, from the Runeblade side, so creepers are literally just Iron Rot, but better.
Sure.
And you don't have to pay for them. So most of the time when you're playing as Runeblade, they end up acting as Iron Rot, but having creepers out is so threatening to someone because they could see that coming too. So it's better than that.
And you represent
Yeah.
by having the creepers there. You have the option to do
Correct.
something at instant speed, and even you can instant speed your Sonata, right, and go for the kill if
Which
it's the last
I was
thing you
talking
can
to someone
do.
on the floor, and they won actually a game today.
Wow.
Off I think it was Tyler Erspool who they Sonata, they creepered and Sonata'd it. So it's just mostly having the power of creepers. You feel very powerful. The enemy knows that you can do something crazy and become sideways, rather than it just being there's no other options really.
Yeah, but in this game, the creepers were not able to do any of those things
Yeah, they
because
blocked.
they blocked
They
on the very
did.
first
Yeah,
turn.
yeah,
Yeah,
they
they blocked and got out of there.
They blocked and crunched for sure.
Yeah, which again, I think we got to applaud Angel for having the chutzpah to make such a kind of gutsy play.
Yeah.
Again, kind of right as I realized it happened in the game when that ice react just turns that turn off, because yes, you draw the card off of the Swarming Gloomveil, but if the card you draw is a blue that costs 3, what do you do with that card? And so even though you had the potential to run through a third of your deck and just keep drawing cards, one ice card can go right towards that Ultim de-reactability and just shut that turn right off.
And it was an uphill battle for sure with Briar. Briar sees anybody like Lexi, sees anyone like Islander and Oldhim. Ice is just Runeblades don't like it. They just don't.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen some games when I've walked around the floor. I remember at Worlds, I saw Brody Spurlock. Actually, I think against Craig, I saw Brody with an Exude turn that was just like blue, 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 game over. And I sat there watching, like, because I know, I've seen some games with Brody. I haven't had the opportunity to meet him, but I knew Craig. And I was just watching that game like, ooh, what's going to happen here? And seeing the Exude Confidence be a key card in that matchup. We didn't get
super
to see
key. Yeah,
do it.
super key. Shuts off instants and it shuts off the D-reacts. It was just too fast, live and pedal the metal, and it got punished.
Yeah.
That's it. I would definitely like to see the game a little drawn out a little more. Oldhim, take your time. It's gonna be slow, And as we've seen definitely in previous matches, blocking at right turns, seeing and just waiting that setup turn to be explosive is super key.
Yeah.
I think in high level play.
Yeah.
You see Anthony do it. You see Craig do it. You just because it's a good card doesn't mean you should force it every time.
Yeah. And you have to wonder if he changed his game plan at all after seeing that block on that first turn and thinking to himself, okay, maybe if he was trying to be defensive, or maybe he decided, no, now I'm the aggressor, or if he was allowed it to kind of affect his game plan at all. Yeah.
No, definitely. But great spread today as
Yeah.
well. Who are you excited to see play today, like hero-wise? Who's on your list of most wanted?
Yeah, I mean, I've been really excited to see how Dash does. We got to see a really cool Dash mirror in round 2. I've been really curious to see what Pulse Wave Harpoon does. There's Craig. You can see him in the background, victorious. Yes, sir. Yeah, I've been really excited to see if Pulse Wave Harpoon is as oppressive as it feels when it takes my Hypothermia when I blocked with all 3 other cards and I want to keep a Hypothermia for my arsenal, and then it just gets taken. I want to see if it just does that to other people.
Yeah.
Oh, great. Looks like we're going to get Craig up here to get an interview in, so look forward to that momentarily.
We're going to take a quick little break, get everyone situated.
Just
and
a couple minutes.
Yeah, and we'll come back and we'll talk to the champ himself and see how he's feeling after that full block on the armor.
Cheers, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Alrighty, everybody, welcome back. I'm here with Craig Pollack down there. It says the Scourge of Pasadena.
Yeah.
Firstly, do we own that nickname? Do we like that nickname?
We made that nickname.
We brought it into
We
existence,
brought it.
he
we
said.
didn't know it would stick around, but it's here, and we're going with it.
You know a nickname is powerful when you bring it into the world yourself.
Totally.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah,
100%.
that's awesome. So that was a kind of crazy little game we just watched. I don't know, from your perspective, I was watching you on the screen, and you seem pretty inflappable when I've seen you play. I don't feel like we get much emotion out of you. And when those 4 equipment pieces went in front of that attack, and you kind of went, that was the most emotion I've seen out of you in a game.
I
So
was not expecting it. It's not every day somebody blocks with their whole equipment suite on the first turn, and especially that equipment, right? It's got the crown, which he didn't use. I guess he did from his hand.
Yeah.
But kind of burning the crown, burning your tunic and your creepers. It's a big commitment. I mean, I get why. Once he had the Force of Nature fuse with the heroic, he's going to try to do the giant turn.
Yeah, I tried.
But fortunately, my last card was the staunch response.
Yeah.
So I had the perfect way to stop it, and then he didn't draw, and then.
Well, he did draw, but what we talked about right before it happened, I was like, I wonder if an ice react is going to really turn this turn off. If that final card in his hand is not playable.
Well, what I knew is he had revealed the Autumn's Touch
to fuse the Force of Nature, of course.
So he has Unknown card and he has the Autumn's Touch.
Yep.
So either he's topping the Autumn's Touch and then
make a rune
whatever
chant.
he's gonna do what he had, or he saves it, makes a rune chant and Rosetta. So I felt like, and then I know what he's gonna draw too.
Yeah, exactly.
So then it's not a big deal.
So you don't have to worry about what the mystery draw is when you know it's a blue Autumn's Touch.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was curious if it was as unexpected and interesting to you as it was to us, because we talked about it honestly for the rest of the game. We were like, this is going to be a very different game of Flesh and Blood.
Well, I kept looking at his side, and it's like, oh my God, he's got no equipment.
There's
He's got
nothing
no
there.
equipment. There's no tunic.
Yeah, totally.
And there's a lot of debate on Rampart versus Ice Shield.
Yeah.
I've run them both in that matchup, and so I was actually planning on playing it a little slower with the Rampart, and especially once he loses his tunic, it's like, well, I can do the long game here. He doesn't even have the tunic to keep up.
Interesting. So I was going to ask you actually just about your game plan and if it shifted at all once you saw that, because we talked about what you were maybe trying to do after we saw the Rampart there, and wondering that versus Stalagmite.
So with the Rampart and one channel down, I feel pretty confident against most people at that point that I can fatigue them if needed.
Yeah.
So I just got to play careful. I feel like it's mine to lose, and I can just get greedy. That being said, I was able to line up that CNC pummel, and I had enough momentum that once I can kind of get him on the back foot. Where it might have gone wrong was I was proactively playing my red, the disables,
choke
the
slam.
spinal crush, choke slams, and not saving them in my arsenal for his channel.
Yeah.
So had I whiffed and he got another channel, that would have been his way back. But I felt like I was pretty far ahead.
Yeah,
so
totally.
I just kind of kept the pedal to the metal.
So when did you make that decision? Was it more organic after the equipment block, or when you saw those 4 pieces, did you say, okay, change in plan?
The best part about Flesh and Blood is it's always fluid, right?
Yeah,
so
totally.
that definitely changed the plan. Once I saw that, it definitely kind of leaned that way. And then my hands kind of lined up pretty well with 2 blues, a good red, that kind of thing.
You had the pummel when the tunic counted. We were like, hey, here it comes.
Yeah.
He could have it.
And everybody knows me. I always have it.
Yeah,
so
exactly. Never didn't have it.
I always hide them in there.
Yeah. Can you talk a little bit about Oldhim pre and post pulse ban? The Pulse of Eisenloft, the defense reaction with the ice and the Earth card. I know it takes away the ability to Oakenold. In fact, we're not even really seeing Oakenold in a lot of these lists anymore.
Yeah, I don't have it in my list.
Yeah, because they're mostly ice cards. So will you talk about that?
I think it changed a lot. As you can see, my Oldhim list is kind of like a Bravo cosplay list, right?
Yeah, totally.
I'm even more, I'm not even running the red Thunderquakes, which you see in a lot of lists. So I think if you sit down and you do the math on Oakenold, it's not that great, even when you get it off, just because you have to hold at least 2 cards in hand, right? You need the ice and you need the earth, and it's never going to be the pulse. And in a meta game where, maybe it's against Icelander, it's pretty good because you're going to have 2 blues left over. Yep. But if you're expecting a lot of Phi, Briar decks that you're not going to go to second cycle, what are you going to do? You're going to pray you draw it, and then you're going to take a you're going to take a
wallop.
beating because you got to hold your whole hand to do it. It's not that great of a trade. And against the Guardian Mirror, it's kind of a wash. You're doing a lot of work and then, I don't. Most of the Earth cards are not great, so you can kind of like shave Earth and put in higher quality cards. So I think it made an enormous difference.
Yeah, it seems, and the way the deck has been playing. I mean, because Blue Autumn's Touch, right? That doesn't do anything. But like Blue Winter's Bite, you can play that card, and sometimes it has an effect.
It does.
Even it doesn't block, but like
Yeah,
sometimes
yeah,
you're like, I'll just Winter's Bite you for.
Winter's Bite Blue is like one of my favorite blues in the whole deck.
Yeah,
it's like,
totally.
especially against Phi, it's like here.
Yep.
You're having a 4-card hand.
Yeah, Cornet Peak at home.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
You know?
I'll take it every time.
How are you finding the day? How are you finding this event? The first AG Open.
It's awesome. I mean, these events here are the best. Like you guys, everybody putting this on are awesome. The quality's great, and I went to Worlds. A lot of these guys did. And that was the last time I saw everybody.
Yeah, totally.
And so, we have a really good group here. So it's just really cool you kind of see the gang.
Yeah.
Play great games. It, runs well.
I'm so glad.
And I have a luck factor here, so I love it. So
Odysseys, that. And if you're watching at home and you think to yourself, I want to take on the Scourge of Pasadena, come on down. We got 6 more of these events. They're incredible training grounds for pro players and casual players alike.
Come one, come all.
Yeah. I know there's a lot of your team here, right? The experience. Will you talk a little bit about how it's been being on the team, what it's like having everybody around?
It's great. I mean, it's a good group. It kind of started with a few of us that were going to Pro Tour Jersey. We were trying to practice together, and then a handful of us went over to Europe to play in Lille.
Sure.
So we just kind of kept that train going. So we've got like a solid group that kind of expands kind of the Southwest. We got some Phoenix guys. We got some Vegas, SoCal. So cool. It's a good group.
So there is a couple of my very good friends here. My cousin is here, and my friend Jacob is here. We just started a little YouTube channel. It's called 3 Floating. We're going to be working on some gameplay. Would love to have you on at some point.
Sure.
But I believe in round 2, yes, Aiden took down, no, this was round 1, excuse me, took down Chris Ayali of the experience.
He did.
We're proud of him.
Yeah.
And then I believe, not this last round, but the round before, Jacob Bertrand took down his white whale, Adam Feifels, who beat him in their very first game of Flesh and Blood ever. So right now, Team Floating, if I do my math,
it's kicking our butt.
About 2-0 on the experience.
All right. Well, am I gonna? Let me know if I run into a 3 Floating round 6.
I definitely will.
I'll do our best.
And if we don't see you, you're gonna have to come on the show and defend your team's honor. on
for
the
sure,
gameplay.
for sure.
Awesome.
We'll always bring it. Always love the competition.
Well, thank you so much for coming, Craig. It's been a pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We're gonna send it to break, and we'll be back for the final round before the top 8 here at the AGE Open. Don't go anywhere.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
are back for round 6. I am Colin Honigman, and I am joined for my first time today with Sam. How are you doing, Sam?
I'm doing well. How are you doing, Colin?
Fucking great, man.
It's a good day of flesh and blood, yeah.
It's been a great day.
Fucking awesome,
It's
man.
like just some good games.
Yeah.
Just great to see everybody back out. New
Yep.
year, little cobwebs, being shaken off
Mhm.
here and there. I think some people having a rough time out there, but I think we all took a well-deserved break in December, and now we're just jumping back in head
Yeah.
first.
The energy in the room has been pretty legit all day. Everybody's had a lot of smiles on their faces. People are catching up. A lot, you always love to see when there's one game left and there's 20 people watching the table,
yeah.
and people's hands are shaking a little bit because now there's a crowd. But it's just great to be back.
Yeah,
I'm not going to say it, but in the name of the game, yeah, I'm not going to say it, but it's great to be back.
It's great to be back in bodies
Yeah.
next to each other. End of last round, we had 2 of our undefeated players, and just everyone was sitting on the tables watching it. But in our next round, we have what appears to be a win-in situation, I think, for Travis. So Travis over here on Phi, local player, shows up to Armories. Nice guy. And then Thomas been putting some beatdowns with Bravo. So it seems like Thomas is probably locked in as he's in 4-1, but Travis has a bit of a mountain to climb to get into the top 8.
Yeah, this is a matchup that when you're Phi, I brought Phi to the calling in San Jose, and I had a Bravo in one of my rounds, and the only reason I won that game was because my 3 sync belows were in my hand at the exact right time I needed them. If I did not have a sync below on any of those 3 turns, I don't think I win that game. So I'm not saying Travis is going to have to see those sync belows, but it certainly makes it a much more winnable experience when the Bravo is coming at you with those disruptive, dominated effects.
Yeah, that does happen, and it is good to feel. It feels great when you're like, oh, yeah, I've got the defense reaction. Especially, I think these days, Bravo's less reliant on his hero ability of dominating, and you can just dump your hand when you need to, and if you've got those extra defense reactions, the value is just is wonderful. So it should be an interesting match. I'm not quite sure what Thomas's list is looking like. Our last Bravo we had pretty interesting. He had he had thumps. He had what else do you have? Trying to remember. It was definitely a bit more aggressive. Maybe that was an old him game. Bravo. Yeah, I'm getting them mixed up.
Bunch of games.
Bravo, it was... God, I can't remember. I have it written down here, but you were going to say...
I was going to say, I saw a bit of Thomas playing when I was walking around the table in a Bravo mirror, and I didn't see anything that made me go, oh my God, I've never seen this out of a Bravo before, but he definitely was playing very tight. It came down to one of the last couple turns. I think he might have won it with a Pulverize, just doing that last 2 points of damage, the Bravo block with his whole hand, but 14 is more than 12, so it was not enough to keep him alive.
Pulverize is a disgusting card. It was round 4. We had Anthony on Icelander versus Jamaica on Bravo. Yeah, nothing too crazy, just some pummels that didn't do much, and then Anthony putting the beat down in the icy which way. So we'll see what Thomas brings here, and if he can survive the onslaught that is Phi. I don't know if we had a dice roll. Oh, no, one thing I did know is Thomas is rocking the new shield.
I
forget what it's
yeah.
called. Something buckler. I forget what it is, but it's
and just the
temper.
Titan's Fist. So he's valuing the 3 block of the new shield rather than maybe he's thinking to himself, how often am I really going to be coming in with the Anothos? And even then we can see Travis here being like, okay, I've never seen this before. What's happening?
Yeah.
Where is the Anothos?
Yeah.
What is this little blue shield? One thing I do want to kind of bring up at the beginning, I think, depending on, of course, how the game goes, when Travis decides to block with that Tiger Stripe Shuko and the Flame Scale Furnace, but that Tiger Stripe Shuko is, I think, going to be among the most impactful decision points of this game. When you're Phi and you have your Flame Scale for 3 total block over the course of the game, but that one-time 2 block used at the right or the wrong time when you're Phi can absolutely be the kind of make or break factor here.
Yeah, and as we saw in the last round, sometimes you can choose the wrong moment to dump all of your equipment blocks for what you think is a good hand and then just get, stuffed by old him. But at least in this case, Bravo has fewer tricks like that, but still can present the disruptive effects. I mean, let's see. In his opening hand, we've got Crippling Crush, a Pummel, Thunderquake, and a Macho Grande. So he's like feeling probably pretty good, although he might have to block with every single one of those cards because Phi just goes.
But seeing the red being pitched for this Mounting Anger, you're immediately thinking to yourself as the Bravo, okay, how much damage can really be threatened? Maybe he bluffed, and I'm seeing a blue card coming after this to pitch towards this Ember Blade, but more likely this is going to be less of a threatening turn one.
Yeah, so Mounting Anger, he's going to banish the brand with Cinderclaw to give it a +1. So, might not be the biggest turn, but he's definitely getting some value, even though he only got to pitch a red.
All right, and then Thomas here opting to leak a point of damage each time. He's opting to keep that Crippling Crush and that pummel in his hand. I don't know what color the pummel is, but drawing himself a couple other blue cards, he might just open himself up to starting this game off on a pretty strong foot.
Absolutely, yeah. Hopefully drawing 2 more blues to replace the 2 he just blocked with. I think either way, I guess he could pitch his whole hand and go for Crippling Crush, but unsure.
Which never feels bad.
That doesn't
I'm not
feel
sure
bad,
it feels
but
bad.
Oh, there we go. I love to see this in any deck. Pursuit of Knowledge being pitched. You just want that card to do well, but it usually just...
Shout out to
doesn't
Isaac
do that
Jessen on the
much.
Attack Action podcast for his Dromai build. I've gotten some great use out of your Pursuit of Knowledge, sir. I absolutely have.
Hell yeah. So pitching that with the pummel, signaling, early on that, yes, I will pummel you later.
It is coming. Fear me.
Which could either be a ruse or just the standard play. I think in this case it is the standard play for Bravo these days.
Now, the Chokeslam here saying your attacks can't get more power if you take 4 damage here.
Yeah.
Now, with Phi, that absolutely can be relevant. I mean, Phi's big turns are going to be on the Spreading Flames, on the Art of War turns, even your Tiger Stripe Shuko, all of these effects that are going to push the 12 to 14 damage hand into the 16, 18, 20, 30 damage hands. So all of a sudden, a Chokeslam will mitigate some of those effects if left completely unrespected.
Absolutely, especially when he's got something like Lava Burst in hand. I think that's going to be, or I think he even has one in Arsenal as well from his first turn.
Yeah.
So just totally undermining those cards, and it just it's great to see cards like Chokeslam kind of come back into use. It came out, I believe, in Crucible of War. Just didn't see a lot of play, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, by the way, this is really good right now because Phi really depends on these bonus powers. So yeah, just blocking that all out.
Disciplined block there from Travis. I know I've definitely gotten into the trap when I played Phi. You just feel like, why would I ever block?
Yeah.
Why do I ever do this? I don't ever do this.
But
and even in this turn here, you block with most of your cards, keeping your life total high. Yes, this attack is not very threatening, but Phi is attempting to do something crazy once and maybe a half other times. It's trying to really push an enormous amount of damage, putting together a key combination of cards. So if a card like a Chokeslam is going to ruin that for you on that turn, keep your life total high, take a disciplined block, Sam, and but in this case, Travis showing why he's putting himself in the position to get into the top 8.
Yeah, interesting here. Thomas also taking his time setting up for the Crippling Crush he has in Arsenal by creating activating Tectonic, creating a Seismic Surge, and then just coming in for the good old classic Command and Conquer.
Absolutely.
And, with 2 cards in hand, you're always wondering, is this going to go to 10 and I'm going to lose 2 cards?
Yeah. So you have to wonder as well, if you are the Bravo player here as Thomas, that Crippling Crush in your arsenal, you have your Crown of Providence as a kind of get-out-of-jail-free card. Let me put this on the bottom and not have it stuck in my arsenal. It's one of your most powerful effects in the deck, so you're happy to have it as an option, but how worried are you of getting it stuck there without something like a Crown of Seeds to cycle it away?
It's always just there. That's a possibility, but Crown is just a beautiful card in that it gives you that flexibility. I find personally it can encourage some bad behavior.
Talk about bad behavior. We're getting a red pummel on the CNC. It is a tale as old as time. We're going to see Travis drop down to a much lower life total than he just was.
28.
A healthy 28. Lose the card in his arsenal, lose a card in his hand, and he's going to unfortunately not be able to have the efficacy of the turn that he was looking for.
Absolutely. I think he even has a sink below in hand, which is just rough timing there. But, let's just get rid of this Phoenix Flame that I can just get back anyways. So Phi having a little bit of resilience to that kind of disruption, but still not the kind of turn he was hoping for. He's losing that lava burst, and then I think his hand is looking a little, not too threatening. I guess, CNC is always good, but I think against a Guardian, they're just kind of like, well, I'm happy to block with 2 cards, so that's my game plan anyway.
Yeah, that's what you're trying to do. We're seeing a sink below in Thomas's hand as well. That's not going to be able to be used here, but if he wants to get that Crippling Crush, and then we're going to see him look towards the crown right away, put that Crippling Crush on the bottom. He's maybe finding it a little hard to get off right now, and this also makes this CNC much less threatening. There's a huge difference between 6 points of just damage versus discard your arsenal.
Absolutely. The kind of insult to injury is what Command and Conquer usually does, at least before Crown was available to all of us. But Bravo just going to do Bravo things and go for
and here's why.
The straight-up dominated Crippling Crush.
And this is why we saw that Crippling Crush go to the bottom so quickly, is because we had one ready to go in the hand.
Yeah.
So we've got 11 power coming in with Dominate. If 4 of this damage comes through, 2 cards are going to be discarded here from the Phi player. You only can block with 1 card in your hand. If that sink below made it to the arsenal, that can help you, which it's looking like it might have. And you do have the 2 block on the Furnace. So
Furnace is just a huge card. It's
it changes so much up for these aggressive decks to have an actual functional piece of blocking equipment that doesn't just go away when you block with it. So
it makes you wonder why they won't give something like that to Rangers, but
it does make you think. So here we go. So we're seeing this Tiger Stripe Shuko be used. This is the turn, and he's going to bring that sink below out, and we're going to see at the end of the game, was this the critical time? Was this the time to use that 2 block? A dominated Crippling Crush is about as threatening as you're going to see from the Bravo side, especially when they have an arsenal left over. So we're going to see how much damage can Travis threaten here, knowing that after this point, that incremental value from the Tiger Stripe Shuko is no longer going to be a factor.
Yeah. So he's got a 4-card hand, which is going to be pretty good for Phi, but, just seeing him sink a card makes me wonder if his hand wasn't quite as good as he needed it to be, or if he's missing some resources. So we'll see what he's able to come back with. But he was able to get out of the first Crippling Crush. 2 more coming. One's on the bottom at least. So unless he showtimes, that's not coming back. Probably in this game. I don't know if we're going to go to second cycle.
It might be wishful thinking there. Yeah. Though Phi with a 4-card hand can still do a whole lot of things. We don't have access to a Tunic counter for something like an Art of War, but we do have Belittles in the deck. We have Spreading Flames. We saw Brand with Cinderclaw that can turn your Belittle into a Draconic attack, allowing you to still find that 3rd link for... You got 2 Phoenix Flames in the bin now, so...
Yeah, exactly.
And look at that. It's almost like I saw it in his hand.
Right on cue.
Right on cue.
Out, revealing the...
Now that one I actually didn't see in his hand,
there you go.
But it's in there. So how are we going to use these resources on this turn? You're getting the Minnowism. You don't want the Minnowism in your arsenal. We have 2 that are going to be spent on the sword, most likely. But are you going to be throwing it at the Spreading Flames, knowing that the Spreading Flames isn't getting the same value as it could have at the start of a chain?
Yeah, I mean, it really depends what he's got with the other card in his hand. But, yeah, I feel like he's just going to have extra resources at the end of this turn unless he's able to do something pretty tricky or get that card draw from Mask.
But as I always forget, before any of those decisions need to be made, they had to decide about the damage, and it looks as though Belittle was taken. And yes, he is going to go ahead and elect to throw the Spreading Flames out, signifying that there must be some Draconic attacks coming, or he's just looking to put some pressure on after that Crippling Crush, make sure the Bravo doesn't just get to come at him with full strength once again.
Yeah, and Minnowism 2 allows him to kind of play around the lack of Draconic attacks on the chain, pay the extra cost to get the Phoenix Flame out, which will now get buffed by the
Spreading Flames. Indeed.
Unfortunately, no more Tiger Stripe, so, we'll see. Well, that's at least like 1 damage that probably he didn't get through.
Saved
there.
you 2 cards on that one turn, but we'll see.
Yeah, that's the kind of math you got to do. That's long form and probably too much for my simple brain.
If there's one thing Phi players are known for, it's complicated math and really intricate turn design.
That's right.
Which we're seeing here from Travis. He's playing this very well, but we know that all 5 players.
He's pitched 2 cards. That's crazy.
So it looks as though he's going to go ahead and activate the Phi ability, spending 2 resources, allowing him to get that Minnowism back into his deck. And this is the first time we see the Steel Braid Buckler being used from Thomas to block.
Yeah, really interesting choice there. I guess he's valuing the block of that more than the weapon to swing back. I think it's unlikely he's going to swing the hammer very much unless he just has to block his whole hand.
Mm-hmm.
But for the most part, he's focused his aggression through his attack action cards.
And we do have from Travis that I just noticed, I was kind of expecting Mask of the Pouncing Lynx, but that is the Mask of Momentum there. So that Steel Braid Buckler block is going to interrupt that third attack, that third chain link, not drawing Travis another card here. So that's a perfect time to use the Buckler.
And there we go. Sink below. He's just old Guardian stuff of I like to block things.
Mm-hmm. Still looking at 25 health, 4 cards in hand to come back at the Phi with. It's now on Travis to decide if this is a 0-cost attack. Lava Burst looks good here. Even, you Salt the Wound comes in for a 4. But, or I guess, 4. If that is a Lava Burst, do you play towards your large combo turn as Phi, or do you arsenal it by arsenaling it, or do you play it here to get the value off of the Spreading Flames? It's an interesting choice, and it looks as though he's going to elect to arsenal.
Yeah, it's hard, especially when he has 4 cards in hand. Either you're just hoping to strip more cards and not push damage, but you might just be better off holding on and setting up a 5-card turn, because he hasn't really had 5-card turns yet because of Bravo just taking cards away from him.
All right, classically, another Seismic Surge is being made.
And then Crush the Weak. Boom. Another great card that has come, back into
all the way back.
So
Crush the Weak saying with the Crush effect active, it's 2 or less attack base power, or 3 or less?
Ooh, I forget. It's 2 or 3.
Yeah, I think it might be 3 or less. Yep.
Let's say 3.
I'm seeing the sign. I'm seeing the sign from our post team that it is 3 or less base power. Cannot be played if that Crush effect is active. So that Tiger Stripe is gone. The Sink Below is no longer in Arsenal. At this point, a lot of those cards are 3 or less power. So how is Travis going to try to find his way around this? Is this another block with a lot of your hand? Look towards that ever-important combo turn that can overwhelm the Bravo player? Or try to fight through it somehow with something like Mounting Anger, Blaze Headlong. The Lava Burst wouldn't work here. So it depends.
Yeah, it's looking like he's gonna block. He's grouped his 3 cards that he's probably gonna throw at this.
Them's looking like blocks.
2 snatches in there as well. Probably gonna keep one. Yep. But with the so many 2 blocks in Phi, it can be very difficult.
At least he doesn't block great, It makes sense.
Sometimes doesn't matter, but this card and the Choke Slam especially are just like really important. Almost more important than like Crippling Crush, even though Crippling Crush does like get rid of their cards, but just like nerfing their turns like this, it can just buy you the time you need to keep trying to outvalue them and push through more disruption.
And this Snatch represents a card draw, but without we're going to assume that Snapdragon Scaler's in the leg piece, but without that Snapdragon Scaler's, doesn't threaten too much with the card already in your arsenal, so you have to wonder if Travis is planning to just use that Snapdragon Scaler's. Was that an actual snap? Use the Snapdragon Scaler's, hoping to draw something good that can work with the rest of his turn, or just allow it to go through, which is looking like what he elects to do here.
Yeah, a Snatch when they've already got a card in arsenal.
Not that threatening.
It is kind of just like, whatever, you're just going to draw your hand, I'll take 4. And Thomas coming back in, it looks like we have another dominated Crippling Crush.
I would be remiss if I did not use this opportunity to point out the beautiful Marvel Bravo we have being played by Thomas. Those full art cards are so friggin' good, man.
I hope it's a French version where Bravo is le flamboyant.
Le flamboyant, magnifique.
Which is just a great translation there. I don't know what he is in German, but I think the French one is better.
Katsu, and one of them is Le Vagabond, I think, in French as well, which is, that's gorgeous. How could you?
Yeah.
How do you not want Katsu to be the Vagabond, man? Come on.
It just hits.
It just
I unfortunately opened up a case of French history packs and do not get any marbles. It was like I should have just bought the card I wanted
for the
instead,
price that I
yeah.
spent on all these other cards that I can't
But
understand.
crinkling is fun. What can you say? So playing the sink below, but he's going to lose a couple cards, unfortunately.
And so we have
I
to
guess, that's what you get, Phi. This one's for Blake.
I'm sure he's happy to know you are championing his cause. I'll ask him. Blake.
I've suffered enough at the hands of Phi and even Travis himself. You know, it happens. Yeah. So the two random. That's always the like really brutal part of Crippling Crush, which maybe pushes it to like the OP category. Is the two random cards. Like not knowing what you're gonna lose is just brutal.
Yeah, and Bravo is a deck that likes to block. It likes to set himself up for these big dominated attacks because they have such critical, in some ways, overwhelming effects. And against a deck like Phi, if the Phi cannot apply enough pressure, there are so many cards that are relevant in the Bravo deck with like you said, the Crush the Weeks, the Choke Slams, the Spinal Crush, the Crippling Crush, and all of them can be pummeled.
Yeah.
So if you are not able to apply the pressure in the right time as the Phi player, sometimes you just find yourself like Travis is at this point, looking at one card in his hand, thinking, how do I apply that pressure and make this Bravo start to respect me?
Yeah. And that's just the struggle of this matchup. It's crazy how many just assault the wound for 2.
Yeah, so he was waiting on that one, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was hoping to get that combo, but he's going to switch out that card and try to set up again. It's very interesting how much of Guardian's cards are kind of geared towards like anti-aggro, and even given that, it's not even like they dominate the matchup. Like it still just gives them a slight edge. But the second they draw poorly, they don't have an attack, or they only have red cards. Like it just undercuts them and gives the window to the aggro player to push. I mean, essentially his entire life count right now.
And there is that second pummel. Travis giving a little nod of the head there, saying, if you have it, there's not much I can do about it. I can't keep blocking with these cards. They're not supposed to block. They're supposed to attack.
Yeah.
They don't have the block value to make this relevant, and it's looking like it's going to be tough for Travis to climb back into this one, as he has to once again discard a card to the effect of the pummel.
Yeah, discard and loses his arsenal. Or not loses, but
to the
he
bottom.
does.
At the end, we're not
bottom.
getting to that second cycle. Yeah. That disable is going to be relevant. Yeah. Now, you have to ask yourself also, if you're Travis, and we're looking at the Mask of Momentum. We're deciding if we're choosing the Mask of Momentum versus the Pouncing Links. Has that mask done much threatening? The only time it threatened a trigger was off a 2-power Phoenix Flame that was easily gobbled up by the Steel Braid Buckler.
Yeah.
And you wonder if the Mask of the Pouncing Links could cause Thomas, or potentially cause Thomas, to worry a little more about that card, to worry about letting an attack hit so that a huge lava burst might be on the backswing. It just prevents maybe a different equation of blocking for the Bravo.
Yeah, I mean, I have to assume Mask of Momentum is considered for the block. It's got 2 block, which can help out against Bravo's dominated attacks, or even just, not wanting to block with any cards. And then, and then Max, the Pouncing Links, representing more of an aggressive stance in the matchup where, you're looking to go for a combo, whether or not you have the cards in hand to do it or not.
At this point, though, if you're Thomas, you're looking at that hero ability printed on your card, and you're thinking to yourself, if it's big enough, I win. He's got 3 block on his equipment. He can maybe have 3 block in his hand, sometimes not even. We've seen 2 sink belows now.
Yeah.
If you have a big enough red attack and the blues to pay for it and pay for all the costs, you're looking at a win.
Yeah, it's looking a little sketchy for Travis here. Thomas just needs a good attack and a pummel on it, and he's going to take it. But it's not for sure yet, but I'd say he's got some bad luck on Thomas's side, some good luck on Travis's side.
And this 4 block can just be gobbled up by the Crater Fist and the Tectonic Plating. We have no card threatening an Ancestral Empowerment or even anything kind of shenanigans on that regard. So with all that equipment block over there, perhaps he doesn't have the card he needs to dominate, to come in at the end of the game, and he just decides to value his life, value his equipment for a turn that he does.
Yeah.
I'm seeing a CNC in there. I'm seeing, I think, a Choke Slam.
Yeah.
I can't tell the color strip, but
CNC looking like a good block card right now just because there is not going to be an arsenal.
But it does look like he's going to elect and use that little bit of a fridge over there, blocking with both the Tectonic Plating and the Greater Fist before this Phoenix Flame comes in for 1.
Phoenix Flame coming in for a little scratch.
Yep.
Thomas keeping his full 5-card hand.
Not representing his armor on the chain because, why would he?
Well, it doesn't need to expend the energy.
No. He's fully in the driver's seat. Look at this man.
Moving at his own pace.
And as we just talked about, perhaps that hero ability is going to be enough here.
Yeah. Is it? Oh, Spinal Crush. Nice.
Spinal
so
Crush
I don't think he has a pummel, but he's going to push some damage. There's no doubt about that.
Travis is going to have to block as long as he has a 3 block. And I don't know if he does. Ooh. I see a Miniwism, Belittle, Flame Call.
Ooh, I don't know
Blocks
if he has
for
a 3
2?
block. Yeah, I think Flame Call does block.
So that's going to be blocking for 5, taking 4, I think. And that's looking like the end of the game. And, Thomas, clearly, he's a 4-1. He's an experienced Bravo player. He probably knew this deck does not have a lot of 3 blocks.
Yeah. He played his game plan. He didn't rush. He focused on just pushing through damage.
And that's going to do it, yeah.
That Steel Braid
Buckler. Let's go.
Thank you.
Yep.
Really came in clutch there, and I can see why he runs that. I would assume he runs a Nothos as well, but I'm not sure because I saw him run this package earlier in the day. I forget the matchup though, but yeah, GG all around. But that one was a bit brutal for our boy Travis and Phi.
Yeah, I mean, again, when that Bravo is not pushed to the point of having to block with enough cards or is forced to not, when the Bravo has the agency to go ahead and just attack you with all those disruptive effects, if you're the 5 player, sometimes it just feels like, you know what? I can't do anything here. Yeah. I'm blocking with all my cards. My deck does not run off of 1 card. My deck is supposed to run off of 5, maybe 6 with an Art of War.
Yeah, and not to rain on anybody, but you feel great when you're playing against Phi and you make them feel that way.
Yeah.
Because that's how Phi usually makes everyone else feel.
It's okay. This is a safe space, Colin. You can tell the people how you feel.
Phi has beaten me up so many times.
All right, before Colin gets too heated up by the Draconic Rising Rebellion, we're going to go ahead and cut to a quick break. When we back, we'll have a special segment for you all, so don't go anywhere. And then following that segment, we're cutting to the very first top 8 of the very first AGE Open Series, so don't go anywhere.
Be right back. We're back, everybody, with I think everyone's new and most favorite segment that we call Barraging Blake.
Uh-oh.
In this segment, we will get Blake Meyer in the hot seat to give his hot takes about whatever we feel like throwing at him.
We said no Reinhardt, no Levia, no problem. We're going to get brute cards in there one way or another. Just jam somebody's face on it and make it a segment.
And the question always after every game is, so did we have fun?
Because I think a lot of people that are in the lower brackets today were like, oh, well, I played my hard matchup. They got the nuts, and I was done in 3 rounds. Are we having fun? No. Let's get some nerfs. Let's get some buff. I guess you can't buff cards in in cards.
Yeah.
Maybe on the
just send
Marvel
everybody a
Snap
card to replace the one they have.
Yeah. So this is Barraging Blake. What's going to happen here is the guy in the booth with us, Justin, he's going to do his dead level best to ruin my day. So let's see.
Let's see what happens. First up, we've got, a classic pair. It's like a fine meal and then, the matching drink you paid extra for. It's Belittle and Minnowism.
Right. I haven't seen these cards before. Let me read them real quick. Oh, wait. It's every single deck ever that it doesn't make sense to put it in. Has to put it in. This is back whenever I was playing Icelander before Wounded Bull got there. We're not talking about Wounded Bull, but Belittle Minnowism is so annoying because it's a thought process of, I'm an aggro deck. I'm tired of getting Frostbite. What can I do? What can I do? Oh, I can play 3 red Belittles and 3 yellow Belittles and just go get a Minnowism at any time. Go get a blue card. I get an extra card in my hand. It replaces itself. I'm pitching one. It's actually like Belittle says -2 for 3 is kind of how the math works. I swing an Ember Blade without trying.
It's basically the pyramid scheme of Flesh and Blood.
And what's BS about it is everyone says, well, and whenever you try to have an intelligent conversation with a Ninja player, I don't recommend it. They will say, well, Blake, you have to have Belittle Minnowism or you auto lose to Icelander.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't play 4 decks that auto lose to all the other people. And it's like auto losses are a thing in Flesh and Blood. Gym ID has to be on your side to get to a top table, or you play some like you play Starva, you play some Living Legend deck. Like, I was playing Icelander into a, Prism meta. That was an auto loss. I literally, anytime I played a Prism, I was like, you win. I'm not even allowed to do that.
He would just leave
I'm admitting
and go
this
get food.
now. I would leave to go get food.
Come back.
I don't want to play Prism as Icelander because it's a non-contest. And so to say, oh, well, ninjas need Belittle Minnowism or it's a non-contest, duh, I want that to happen.
But Blake, they both block for 2.
They both block for 2. You're never going to use them to block. There's no point in bringing out the block value of a card if you're always going to play it to attack. That is it. Yes, sometimes doesn't matter. You're never going to block with Plunder Run. Who cares about the block value on that card? You're going to jam it in Arsenal. You're going to flip it over. It's going to do something. Same thing with Belittle Minnowism. It's just time to attack, and not care. Grab a blue. I'm going to keep going. Boom, 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 boom. It replaces itself 3 times.
So on a scale from like 1 to Starvo, where do you put Belittle and Minnowism?
I would say this is aggravating, and I have wanted to ban this card for about 3 months. So I would put this as in a not a Blood Rush Bellow, but a angry clearing Bellow.
Nice.
If we're sticking to our brute thing.
So just ban it. Just get rid of it.
Just ban it. I think it's interesting, too, because it made it into Viscerai, which you're just like, bro, you do so much cool stuff. Why are you trying to do this?
That was a hoax. I think that was a hoax that some people perpetrated that it didn't need to be. It was just...
I'm glad it never made it into Dash. That's a thing where, like, at least the deck builders weren't doing that.
I did try to put it in my Dromai Talishar Transmogrify deck, but that was just bad choices all around. So don't do it. Just forget these cards exist, and Blake will tolerate you. So next up, what do we got? Oh, this is we're just going we're going for the whole state of Arizona.
Wow.
Let's talk about Mexican food in Arizona. I've never had the pleasure of getting any.
There's a reason why Alex Vore is good at playing Kano, because he is not going to eat outside of his house, because there's no way it's better than inside his lean cuisine that he could put in his microwave. because I went to this place.
Wow.
Everything I went there, it was called the White House. It wasn't even called Casablanca or whatever. It was in the middle of kind of like you got to be a little bit older to live there, 55 plus communities. But every single person there was 18 to 20 that worked there. And I was
trespassed into a 55 plus community.
I was visiting an aunt. She's lovely. She was like, let's go to the Mexican restaurant. The margarita was a margarita barely, and I got the flavor. You could see the like drip they put in there and literally only stirred once. And I was like, why is there a swirl in my mango margarita?
That's the mango.
My aunt got a wet burrito type thing, like smothered burrito. It was cheddar cheese slice melted on top, and it was called fundito. What is it? Pollo fundido? And I was like, the next day she was like, do you want my leftovers? And I was like, no. No. Was the food I had good? No. It was just a little more palatable. That's a good word to use for Mexican food in Arizona. I don't know. Maybe there's other places in Arizona that are good to eat at.
I feel like you're judging the whole state on one restaurant, which is
probably
a bit
right.
rough to do.
Yeah.
Because, I had a wonderful Mexican food meal in Alabama, of all places.
Nice.
And it was the only reason I signed up for Yelp with an account to write a review, 5 stars. I'm probably chotting it on there. You can go read it. I put a lot of effort into it.
That's not how I felt.
That's not how Blake felt. He deleted Yelp from his phone and forgot what Mexican food was. I'm sure Arizona, you've got some better food. I've heard they've got really good pizza out there in Phoenix.
Kind of hard to mess up pizza. That makes sense.
Well, apparently it is the best pizza in the world, according to Chef's Table on Netflix. And it's
Netflix
a show.
has
so
never been wrong about anything.
Netflix is not wrong. It looked good. So, Bianco Pizza, shout out to you.
Netflix pride till I die, dog.
We love
You worked for Netflix recently, too. Don't talk about it.
Let's not talk about work. Next on our segment, Barraging Blake. We've got the sweet, cool, awesome, amazing assassin hero, Arachne. Sorry. Oh, wait. No, we've got an update coming. Dromai's here. Dromai's here
this is hateful.
To win 57-0. Is that a typo? How do you even get 17 extra life?
So I was playing Arachne for about 3.5 weeks. I was loving them. I 4-0'd my first. I put it on my Twitter. I was like, girl, I have cracked this list. It's fatigue Arachne. There's the only way to play it. Don't play it aggressive. You're an idiot. I was like, I'm so smart. This is the first thing I've cracked since Icelander Blitz forever ago. I was feeling so good. And I heard about maybe the Dromai matchup's bad because you don't have natural 6s and you got to do stuff. And it was like, can't be that bad though. Like, it's an exaggeration. And then somebody that's in our community, he played, what is her name? Dromai? And like, she's such a non-factor in the meta normally because there's nobody in the top 8 here. But I was like, how bad can the Dromai matchup be? And he played 3 sigils, so there's 9 points of health.
Okay, that's not. Let me write that down.
So
9.
how much is left? 8?
Yeah, 8
and
more
then
health.
He played 2 yellow. Well, I guess that's the only kind there are. Toma Findale.
Ooh.
And he gains 8 more from that. I did not do a single point of damage because I was trying to... I'm playing fatigue. I'm trying to fatigue the dragons. The dragons stay out. You can't really... I was like, okay, I have 2 Findles Fighting Spirit in here to block and gain a health. These are my poppers. I had Command and Conquers. Just wasn't drawing them. I think he got the dragon out. What's the one? The Dominate? No, Dominia.
Dominia. Banish a card from hand.
She's a loser card. Like, banish a card from hand, banish all my stuff. This is long-winded. It was so frustrating that it made me stop playing this hero. I was feeling so good. And it literally, like, I need at least 15 cards. It's a non-game that I wish would happen to Phi of not get out. I can't play Belittle Minnowism to get rid of 57 damage from Dromai. What is my Belittle Minnowism in Arachne? Can we have that in Outsiders? Is that a thing that's coming?
Spider's Bite, man. They're good.
Spider's Bite kills 1 Ashwing, and then it's like, cool, here's Kyloria. Here's this. Chromai, Yindarai, and you're just like, well, I'll block one of these. Somebody was trying to play Arachne with me. I don't know if you know him. We'll leave him unnamed. He was like,
I don't know.
He was
him.
like, oh, I lost to him 36-0. I was talking so much mess of like, 36-0. Did you even try? Did you even try? And he was one table over, not paying attention. And like, to save myself some skin in the game, I asked the person I was playing against, I was like, can we click the minus health button on your side 23 times so it looks like I did better than that guy? Because I don't want to lose this Like,
did he let you do that?
One thing I'm telling brand new players in our community, I'm saying to people, I'm like, try out Flesh and Blood. My favorite thing is you never lose 40-0. It's always, you get to the end of the game, it's 1-1, maybe 10-1 at tops. And I guess I didn't lose 40-0, but 57-0 is like, if that happened to me in my first armory, I would quit the game immediately.
That might be like a record of some kind.
I hope somebody lost more than this. Maybe there was some big, I guess you can't even do what's the $500 Heart of Final doesn't get you in this way because you're already ahead on life. But it was kind of like, should I stop playing this game completely? Should I reevaluate my life? If I spent all this time at armories and the gym, would I be a married man by now? What can I do to improve my life? Because losing to Ash Artist 57, I don't respect this hero. I really don't. So to lose that badly was something where I was like, great. Because all my heroes, like I lost to Dromai, the Calling as Reinhardt finally, and that felt bad. So it was just like, all right, I put Arachne in a box and didn't touch it still.
Until March.
And it is like, oh, stealth. Stealth's not going to do crap against the dragon. I saw that outsider preview card. I was like, bro, what? That's not going to get rid of 7. I need the stealth card. I need the stealth card that comes out to say a 9 cost, 18 damage card that can't be blocked by dragons. That's what I need for Arachne for this
generic.
matchup.
Everyone can.
There's one more?
All right.
No
Blake, don't
way.
blow your fuse yet. We've got one more.
I'm pissed.
Speakeasies. This is a hot topic because apparently there's many in LA, but you don't know about them because they're hard to find because they're secret.
Oh my god! Have you been to what we're talking about here?
No, I haven't. I don't go to bars with people.
So when you make friends in this community, you are coming at like, oh, these people enjoy the same things I do. They like cards. Some of them like board games.
One thing they like. That's maybe two things.
Maybe these people share my favorite football team.
No, that's not true.
Then you're like, I'm going to travel with some of these people. I'm going to live in hotel rooms with some of these people. But one thing I never wanted my friends to have an interest in is speakeasies. Because we went to one in San Jose. Every single bartender, no sleeves. Or what is this called? What is going on in this thing? They got vests. So anytime my bartender has vest on, it is kind of like, what are we doing here? I'm trying to drink beers, and a speakeasy is always like, oh, see.
Except for the sleeves
Yeah,
under their vest.
I don't know.
Was it just a vest, or did they have?
They had sleeves, but it's just funny because
they have a jacket without sleeves.
You go there and like, we went to a place in San Jose. It's in the basement. You gotta talk and go down there.
Dingy basement.
And then girls are wearing vests, guys are wearing vests.
Everyone's wearing vests.
Non-gender binary vests. And it was like, this is interesting because I don't like this. And
were the drinks good?
I was there. I got some. What did I get? I was like,
did you order a beer? That's probably why you don't like it.
It was funny because I was with somebody who's allergic to peanuts, but there was a drink that had like nuts in it. And I was like, I'm not going to walk away without trying that. So I was like, stay away from me. Don't even think about
don't smell my breath.
Smelling my breath. I don't know how that works, but speakeasies are not for me. But it's one of those things where, oh, you have interests, and I like you guys enough to try this out. But speakeasies down, sports bars, yes. Non-bread, what's that non-bread cheesy thing? Kings Road. Let's go to one of those. If they have vests, I'm out.
So there you go. That's Barraging Blake. Thank you, Blake. I'm sorry.
I've got opinions on cards and restaurants.
He's got opinions on opinions.
Yeah.
And we will be right back with, actually not right back. We're taking a little bit of a longer break, getting ready for top 8. Give these players a little chance to eat some food. But we'll be back pretty soon with some top 8 action here at the AGE Open Series, number 1 in Southern California and the world. Bye.